Your grandfather, no matter his looks, was a man among men. Not to mention a woman among women. I had no choice but to accept. Please look after my granddaughter. Konatsu nodded. I will, grandfather. He took Akurai's hand and smiled into her eyes. We can get married now. Akurai-chan! Akurai took his small, feminine hands in hers. Yureshi-I. Kenzan-chan! Katsu-Nishiki smashed his way into the room through the nearest wall at Akurai's whistle, and both she and Konatsu hopped on. We will be back soon to feed the pigs, grandfather! With that, the giant sumo pig turned around and ran out through the wall, making a new hole in it, and leaving Akurai's grandfather to sleep in the now drafty room. Left square bracket the Nakeful and right square bracket Champa finished dressing. I slept wonderfully, Aaron, she said in soft Mandarin. Moose finished concealing all of his weapons and other assorted items in his clothing. Such a wonderful night, my bride. But we overslept. Champa shrugged. At least we'll open in time for a lunch! Moose nodded, and they wandered downstairs together. As they opened the restaurant, Akurai and Konatsu entered, along with several regular patrons. Irashimasu. Champa stood at Akurai and Konatsu's table. What do you like for a lunch? Akurai looked at Champa. What we'd really like is to talk to your Ryuga-sama and Yukaitu-san. Both she and Konatsu felt a small stab of pain at the names, just enough to remind them of their loss. Champa frowned, nodding. Ayukans, across street. But you won't eat here first. No, eat there. Chinese much better! Konatsu shook his head, his long ponytail swinging, and sighed, but said nothing, letting Akurai order ramen for them both. Left square bracket Akane and Ranma's room. Right square bracket Akane sat up and stretched, yawning. Ranma remained lying on the bed, his arms behind his head as he watched his wife. Less than She's so beautiful, greater than he thought, staring at the soft, smooth skin of her back. Less than such a sexy figure. Greater than he smiled, running his eyes down her back, gazing at the curves of her torso. As she half turned towards him, his eyes followed her turning frame, tracing up and over her well-formed breasts, then up to gaze into her large eyes. Ranma, maybe we should get up now? She asked, smiling at him, not having missed how he had watched her. She slid a hand onto his chest, enjoying touching the firm, taut skin and his flat muscles. She loved his well-toned physique, knowing his body intimately. He ran a hand slowly up her arm, his fingertips moving ever so gently over her skin, causing her to tingle at his touch. Must we? Love? Akane moved her body, pressing down until she lay against Ranma. She smiled and kissed his lips softly as her breasts pressed against his chest. She whispered, Not if you can think of something better to do. Double quote. Ranma wrapped his arms around her, holding her tightly. He felt himself start to harden just from her nearness. Her nipples were already hard, as he kissed her deeply, his lips parting to whisper, "I'm sure we can think of something. Double quote. Left square bracket Ukan single quote Okonomiyaki hyphen ya right square bracket Yukai was cooking okonomiyaki while Ryuga waited on tables. When he could find them. But over the last year or so, he had gotten an idea of the layout of Ukan's, so he didn't get lost on the way to a table so often. Trying to serve okonomiyaki in the bathroom didn't go down well with the customers. Konatsu entered, followed quickly, and shyly, by Ikarai, both of them looking like they would rather not be there. Unto Yukaio-sama. Double quote. Yukaio looked up, as did Ryuga. Konatsu. Where have you been? I haven't seen you since. She stopped. Double quote. They Ikarai-chan. Ryuga murmured. He had thought about her occasionally, but never done more than that. Now that she was here, he wondered what on earth to do. Less than how do I tell her about Yukaio and myself? Greater than, but he didn't get a chance to say anything. Thank you for looking after me, Yukaio-sama. I hope Ryuga-san is looking after you better than I could have. I'm just here to tell you that Ikarai-chan and I will be getting married soon. I thought you should know, said Konatsu, bowing his head. Double quote. Married? Ryuga asked, utterly stunned. Ikarai nodded, then smiled at Ryuga. Please take care of Yukaio-san. She took hold of Konatsu's hand. And you are both invited to our wedding. Double quote. Yukaio smiled softly, less than I single quote. And glad they found each other. Greater than. Thanks. Please come to ours, if you want. Double quote. Konatsu nodded, then turned, taking Ikarai with him. See you later. They left the restaurant, hopping back onto Katsu-Nishiki. After they had gone, Ryuga sighed. I didn't want to hurt her, you know. I used to love her. Double quote. Yukaio nodded and squeezed Ryuga's hand in hers. I know, Ryuga, but it's in the past now. They are happy together. She kissed his forehead lightly. And so are we. Double quote. He nodded slowly, then squeezed her hand back. Just then, a puppy tumbled down from the hallway into the restaurant. It barked playfully at them, looking very cute. Ryuga smiled, having been struck by an idea. Maybe she'll forgive me if I give her a puppy. Double quote. I don't think she ever really blamed you, Ryuga. Yukaio said softly, gazing at him. Less than. Oh, Ryuga-kun. You're too sweet for your own good. Greater than. He gave her a half smile, a fang showing. Thanks, Yukaio-chan. He softly stroked the little puppy as he picked it up, moving closer to Yukaio. She smiled, slipping an arm around him. Left square bracket. The Tenduka. Late afternoon. Right square bracket. Double quote. We single quote. Ray going out for dinner now. Last chance. Are you sure you two aren't coming? Nabiki called to Soun and Genma. Not tonight. We're playing. Soun called, not noticing Genma moving pieces. Nabiki shrugged, then nodded. Let's go then. She, Kasumi, Tofu-sensei, and Nodoka, carrying Miyabi, started off for Ukens, each holding an umbrella for the rain. Left square bracket Akane and Ranma's room. Right square bracket Ranma and Akane snuggled together in bed for a while. Ranma ran a hand lightly up and down Akane's back. We haven't had a day alone together like that for a while. Akane nodded. It's been so long since then. But I do sort of miss Miyabi crawling into the food and to wake us. Ranma laughed softly. You know, so do I, but I'm sure Othakuro's taking good care of her. Akane smiled. She really loves being a grandmother. Then she giggled. I wonder how your father will cope with Miya-chan when she sees him as a panda? Ranma laughed, imagining little hand marks all over his father's panda form, with Miyabi curled up asleep in his lap, exhausted from too much clambering and hugging him. I'm sure he'll be happy, no matter how much he complains. Akane giggled, then kissed Ranma's ear. Let's get dressed and go out for dinner. We haven't eaten all day. Ranma smirked. Nothing apart from each other. You mean? Akane giggled again and poked him lightly in the ribs. Ichi. She sat up, Ranma following suit, still grinning. Left square bracket Uken single quote Sokonomiyaki -ya right square bracket Yukai smiled as the 10 new girls, Tofuono, and Nodoka and Miyabi Sodom entered. Welcome. Take a seat somewhere. They sat down at a table, Kasumi holding the little girl on her lap. Mama? Papa? Where? She asked, like she'd been asking on and off all day. Kasumi smiled at her. You'll see them soon. Miya-chan. As Yukayu took orders, Ryuga came out from the kitchen, smiling. He saw the group, and Miyabi. Less than maybe I can hold her again? Greater than he wondered, and walked towards them, and tripped over a bucket of water. He blinked and squealed, turning to the group. Less than arg. Why me? Greater than Yukayu picked him up, then set him down on the table in front of Miyabi. Hora, it's a kawaii piglet. Less than I don't think anyone saw him change. Greater than Miyabi could and clapped her little hands, starting to chatter away to P-chan in baby talk. Isn't single quote that. Nabiki trailed off as Yukayu nodded. Oh. No wonder P-chan was never around after Akane's wedding. P-chan stared at Nabiki. Less than she knows. Arg. I'm going to get blackmailed, or she'll tell Akane who P-chan really is. I'm going to die! Greater than suddenly. His train of thought was cut off as he was clomped by Miyabi. Miyabi gurgled happily, snuggling the little pig. At that moment, a female Ranma and Akane entered Uken's. Uken, can we have something to eat? Ranma asked as Akane put down her umbrella. Oh Ranma, Akane, come and join us. called to Fu, smiling. Nabiki smirked. Wet outside, Ranma. She grinned at Ranma's scowl. Everyone moved over as the couple came over and sat next to Nodoka. Media-chan. Akane smiled happily at Miyabi, held by Kasumi. Oh, and P-chan. Where have you been? All this time? Miyabi could happily. Papa. Mama. While still holding P-chan up, both Ranma and Ryuga act less than them. Akane can't find out who P-chan really is! Greater than it was Yukaya who saved them. Ryuga's dog found him and brought him here. Akane-chan. I don't think it's your pet, but I gave this one the same color and name as him, in honor of your little piglet. Akane blinked, then nodded slowly. I guess you're right. My P-chan wouldn't turn up after all this time. Ranma quietly hugged Akane, but smiled at Miyabi. How's my little girl? As Miyabi called out, Papa. Kasumi smiled. She even knows you as her daddy in your cursed form! She's quite smart. My granddaughter. Nodoka smiled. Miyabi planted a baby kiss on P-chan's snout as she hugged him. P.I. P.I. She could not quite able to pronounce P-chan. Ryuga froze and stared at the little child. Less than now he's trying to get to my daughter. Said ! Greater than thought Ranma. Yukaya just giggled, along with the rest. Left square bracket on Ryu residence. Akurai's room, right square bracket. Akurai and Konatsu entered Akurai's room after feeding the pigs. Akurai sat down on her bed, sighing. I haven't slept in this room in such a long time. Konatsu nodded, sitting next to her. It was a long time ago, wasn't it? He took down his hair, brushing it out. He hummed softly, smiling at Akurai. But we're here now. Akurai smiled back and nodded. She pulled out a silken nightie from the drawers near her bed, setting it down beside her. It had a picture of a cute pig embroidered onto it. She pulled off her top and folded it, placing it on the floor by her feet. I'm glad to be home. Do you think you could call this place your home? Konatsu smiled happily, looking every inch the Bisanon he was. It would be the most wonderful thing that's ever happened to me, if I was to live with you. She giggled softly, blushing. Oh, Kenzan-chan. He hugged her, still smiling happily, then took off his ninja top, placing it next to Akurai's jumper. He looked rather strange, but attractive, to Akurai. His long black hair flowed down, around his face, shoulders, and back. His lips smiling, shaded a deep red. His large eyes set in his delicate features. The face of a woman, and the body of a firmly flat-muscled man, with a lean, willowy build. Konatsu watched Akurai gaze at his body, and reached out with his hand to take hers, drawing it gently to his bare chest. Akarai-chan ... double quotes. She smiled up at him as he rested her hand on hers. They leaned together, moving closer to the other, until their lips sweetly touched in a tender kiss. As they kissed, Akarai's arm slid around him, enjoying how his smooth, naked chest felt against her lingerie-clad torso. Her hands stroked his light, delicate form, stroking over his flat muscles, enjoying touching him. His hands stroked her skin lightly, with a fingertip, through her silken teddy. As they held each other, kissing, they slowly explored each other's bodies with their delicate hands, running their palms over each other's slim forms, through each other's long hair, their large eyes gazing into the other's feminine face. Before long, both of them were naked. The Bisujo and the Bisanan ... They had explored each other before, on their journey. But they were both rather innocent and shy. But, coming back to Nirima, their engagement ... something had changed them a little ... Akarai laid on her side, facing her fiancé. She ran her fingertip down his side, slowly feeling the gentle curves of his small form. Konatsu, in turn, ran his palm from her neck, down over her breasts. Both just enjoying touching the other ... They moved closer together, their bodies touching. Her breasts against his chest, her hips to his gently throbbing manhood pressing against her skin, proving beyond doubt that he was a man, no matter how he looked. Akarai moved even closer to his body, lifting her knee to rest her leg against his wide hips, her hand resting on his small waist. Feeling his warm body so close to her ... He gazed deeply into her eyes, his arms holding her close to him. His eyes searching. Akarai-chan ... double quotes. She kissed his lips softly. Hi, Kenzan-chan. She nodded slightly. He squeezed her close, and pulled her against him, rolling onto his back ... Then took her hips, and guided her downwards, until the tip of his length pressed up against her damp, pink womanhood. Akarai gazed down at him, unable to do more than wriggle against him. Konatsu stared up into her face. Then, taking one of her small, delicate hands, gently placed it against his length, sending a spark of pleasure shooting through him. He moaned just a little. Hold me like that, Akarai-chan. Then pushed down against me ... double quotes. She nodded, just holding him lightly. She pushed down, gasping softly as his body arched, pushing up to her. She lowered herself against him, feeling the head of his hardness pushing at and around her opening as she moved down against him, guided by his hands, trying to find the right place. After a moment, the tip of his manhood pushed against her clit, a cry of pleasure coming from her lips. Konatsu and Akarai moved again, pushing both the other several times, each time missing their goal. Then, suddenly, Akarai bit her lip, holding back a cry as Konatsu slipped a little way into her soft, wet opening. They stayed like that for a while, both looking at the other, their faces flushed, their eyes bright double quote ready. Hikarai-chan question mark double quote she nodded. And Konatsu pulled her hips gently down towards his. Her hand mothing to his chest. Konatsu, always life-lived as a woman, suddenly felt what it was like to be man, making love to his beloved. He gulped back a sweet, soft cry from Hai's pretty lips, feeling how her tight, virgin walls surrounded him. Her velvet-like womanhood rubbing against his mockery length as he slid up into her sweet body. Hikarai single quote as mind reeled with the new sensations, feeling her love parting hears himself. The sensation of him rubbing against her sensitive, inner skin sending pleasure through her. Then she shuddered, jumping back as the tip of his manhood touched her barrier. Double quote. Kenzan-chan exclamation point double quote. He blinked up at her. Hikarai-chan. Guys on you? His pretty face showing his concern for her. Double quote. Itaio. Double quote. He frowned cutely, and took her into his arms. The kunoi scroll of the body said something like that. Maybe I can use a little ninja magic to stop the pain. Question mark double quote. She nodded slowly, holding onto him tightly. Konatsu clasped his hands together in one of the magical positions of power, whispering something. Then he reached down and tapped a point on each of her hands, lightly. Sob. That will ease the pain when I break through that veil inside you, Hikarai-chan. He blushed a little, saying such things. Hikarai blushed, too, but nodded, and soon moved back up, straddling him once more. This time, Konatsu entered her body gently, only fumbling a little as they tried to find her opening. As she slid down, he pushed up, and tore entering her virgin barrier with ease. Then, once he was in her, he stopped, determined not to show his pleasure while she was desensitized. He quickly tapped her hands lightly again, and slid back a little, before pushing into her. This time they both cried out in pleasure, their bodies joining as one. Hikarai single quote. S sweet face was filled with a pleasure matching Konatsu's, both flushed. They started to move as one, Konatsu gently rocking under Hikarai, watching her face, watching her pink-streaked brown hair swaying as they made love. Hikarai watching him. They moved, rocking together. Konatsu filling her, over and over. Her velvety walls encasing his length with her warm honey as she rode him. Both tenderly stroking the other's torso as they rocked. Loving the new feelings. Loving each other, wanting only happiness for each other. Soon, the motions and tightenings of Hikarai's sex around him brought Konatsu to his climax. Failing to control his needs, he suddenly started to come into her body, his seed filling her. He pushed up his hips, still rocking as he came, needing her to feel the amazing pleasure that flowed through his body. Exclamation point double quote. Feeling his hot seed washing through her, feeling his still moving body under and inside her. Hikarai, too, was pushed to the edge. She groaned, as wave after wave of pleasure assailed her, an orgasm flowing through her. She called out his name as she came. Kenza! Exclamation point, double quote. The two feminine lovers felt the pleasure flowing through both of them, like the love they felt for the other. They stayed linked together till the feelings died. Then Akari collapsed against Konatsu, before slowly rolling off his body as they parted. Quiet moans escaped their lips, but they moved together to hold each other, snuggling close in each other's warmth, drifting into a half-sleep, whispering words of love. Left square bracket ukan single quote sokonomiyaki hyphen right square bracket. Kasumi looked at the time. Oh, I must buy some sugar before the shop shuts. Please excuse me. Double quote. Dr. Tofu stood up. I'll walk you there, Kasumi. He helped her up. I'll see you all later. Akane, please try to make sure I don't see Ranma in my office again, too soon. The doctor opened their umbrella as they left the restaurant. Akane giggled as the female Ranma scowled. Kasumi smiled, handing Miyabi to Ranma, then waved goodbye and left with Tofu. Ranma kissed Miyabi's head, then stuck her tongue out at P-chan, who was still in Miyabi's arms. Miyabi cooed and reached for Ranma's red pigtail, cooing, Pata! Exclamation point, double quote, Nabiki Tendu, I am here for you, my goddess, called a voice from outside ukan single quote s. Nabiki smiled. He's right on time. Double quote. Takewaki Kunu entered the restaurant, soaking wet from the rain, his eyes searching the room, his brain still in neutral. Double quote. Over here, Takai, Nabiki called, waving. Double quote. There you are, fair maiden. Then he spied the female Ranma. Oh, big-tailed goddess. And a child? No. Don't tell me that the lecherous Ranma Sodomi has caused one such as yourself to bag his child. Isn't he satisfied with one child by one woman? Exclamation point, question mark, double quote. Nabiki rolled her eyes while Akane and Ranma sighed, despondently. Miyabi tugged happily at her father's hair. Yukaitu shook her head and Nodoka blinked. What a strange boy. Double quote, Anju, senpai. That's my daughter, Akane said flatly. Kunu blinked. Are you sure? Question mark, double quote. Akane nodded. Quite sure. Double quote. Kunu laughed. I may not have to kill that lecherous girl, after all! Exclamation point, double quote. Ranma slammed a stool into Kunu's face, knocking him to the floor and destroying the chair. Uzi, Akaru. Double quote. Nabiki knelt next to Kunu. Out cold. Poor Kunu-chan. She sat his unconscious form at the table and sat next to him. Double quote. Are you sure you want to marry that moron? Ranma asked. Double quote. Could he possibly be worse than you, Ranma? Nabiki replied, then smiled tenderly at her comatose fiancé. Ranma grumbled and stomped over to sit next to Akane, still holding their daughter. Akane giggled, watching Miyabi playing with P-chan in her husband's lap. Left square bracket Unryu residence, Akurai's room right square bracket Akurai yawned a little snuggling against Konatsu. I'm so happy double quote Konatsu smiled, his long hair spilling over the pillow, contrasting with Akurai's lighter colored hair, trailing over her lover's skin. He stroked her hair gently, picking up and twirling her to pink locks occasionally. She kissed his neck lightly. I'm a little hungry, though double quote he nodded. Let's go to Hookins. Maybe the others will be there so we can tell them about our wedding. She smiled happily, sitting up. UN. Let's go exclamation point double quote left square bracket Ukan single quote Sokonomiyaki hyphen ya right square bracket Akane was holding her daughter who was starting to get sleepy. Kunio had sat himself between Ranma-chan and Nabiki, and was trying to hold them both unsuccessfully. Nabiki didn't mind, but Ranma kept thumping him. Nodoka sat there wondering if she should take her granddaughter with her, and put her tobbed, while Yukai wiped down the counter. Ryuga, having escaped as P-chan, came down from the bathroom, his hair still damp. The door opened and Akurai and Konatsu walked in. They were both smiling happily, almost bouncing as they walked. Yukai-sama, Mina. Hi! Called Konatsu. Akurai beamed. I'm so happy. Kenzan-chan and I are to be married exclamation point double quote HMM. Ranma looked up, backhanding Kunio in the face again as he tried to grab her. Married? She asked. Akurai and Konatsu nodded cutely in unison. Akane smiled. Oh, congratulations. Where have you two been, anyway? You missed our wedding. Double quote Akurai looked down and blushed a little, Gomen's eyes. Grandfather was sick, and then Kenzan-chan and I went on a trip. Konatsu nodded, then looked at the child, Kawaii. Who is the Kawaii baby question mark double quote Akane smiled. This is Miyabi, our daughter. She turned and smiled lovingly at the female Ranma. The statement only served to thoroughly confuse Kunio. Akurai single quote S eyes went wide. You had a baby question mark exclamation point double quote Ranma nodded, smiling back at her wife. Miyabi is our baby. She reached down and played with Miyabi, letting the little girl grab her fingers. A wisp of smoke came out of Kunio's ears as his brain overloaded. Ryuga smiled softly. She is such a wonderful little thing. Thank goodness she doesn't take after her father exclamation point double quote Ranma grinned evilly. Is that so? P.I. question mark exclamation point double quote UZ? Ranma Yaru. Ryuga growled, glaring at Ranma. Double quote stop it. Both of you. Akane glared at them both. Why can't you get along question mark exclamation point double quote Ranma muttered something unintelligible at the floor, while Ryuga turned, shamefacedly, to the window. Miyabi gave a cute yawn and looked over at Ryuga. Unka, she gurgled. Ryuga started blushing and Yukai giggled. I think my love is falling for little Miyabi. I'm getting jealous exclamation point double quote Akane giggled and kissed Miyabi's nose lightly, then looked up at Akari and Konatsu. Would you two like to hold her? She'll need some sleep soon. Konatsu and Akari nodded eagerly, and Akane carefully handed her daughter to Akari. They played with her for a while, enjoying being with such a cute, happy little child. Nodoka got up and smiled. I am so happy to see that you've been raising such a strong, healthy little girl. Even Genma loves her, you know. He even likes being a panda for her to hug. She said conspiratorially. Ichi? Like that? No way. Ranma laughed. I thought he'd be selling her down at the sushi bar at the first opportunity! Nodoka shook her head. Not his precious little granddaughter. But maybe the threat of chopping him into panda teppanyaki dissuaded him. Akane and Yukai laughed while Ranma muttered something about stupid fathers. Kunio looked down with a blank expression, the ability of his mind to comprehend having been utterly defeated. Nabiki snuggled against him, watching with amusement. Ryuga moved to stand with Yukai, wondering what his children would look like. After a while, Ranma took Miyabi and nursed her to sleep. Oh, how my Osage no longer suits the role of motherhood. I shall let both her and my dearest Nabiki bear my children. Ranma shivered and looked nauseous, while Nabiki belted Kunio over the head with Yukai's fighting spatula. Oh no, you don't. Kunio-chan! Kunio rubbed his head. That hurt, you know. Nabiki smiled sweetly. It'll hurt a lot more if you try to give Ranma your children! Kunio frowned, wondering what on earth he'd done wrong. Nabiki sighed. Less than maybe I should show you who your Osage no longer really is. But, then, this is fun. And I can still sell photos. Greater than Ranma handed her sleeping daughter to her mother. Ofukuro, take care of her. She smiled softly and Akane took her arms, leaning down to kiss her daughter goodnight. Soon, Nodoka left with Miyabi, leaving everyone else to talk about future weddings. Left square bracket the roof of Ukanzokonomiyaki -a right square bracket a shrunken, deformed creature listened to the conversation inside the restaurant. It watched as Shampoo and Moose joined the group inside after a while. It sat, listening intently. Left square bracket Ukan single quote Sokonomiyaki -a right square bracket double quote HMM. A combined wedding? Yukai asked, looking at Nabiki, who nodded. Shampoo nodded in agreement. Hiya. Then all friends get married together. And we no need to fight about who is head bridesmaid. And I shall take both my beautiful goddess of wealth and my Osage no Lamatans. Asterisk whack ! Asterisk this time. Both the still female Ranma and Nabiki KO'd him with chairs. When would this combined wedding be? Moose wondered aloud, polishing his glasses. Nabiki thought for a while, rifling through her lover's wallet. Less than HMM. I'd need about 10,000 more yen for the dress with this ... Greater than she looked up, pocketing the money. How about in 2 weeks? You think everything could be ready in time? Hikarai asked, her eyes shining. Nabiki nodded. A few people owe me some favors. And Takai will provide the wedding hall and banquet. I can take care of the decorations. HMM. And the minister from Ranma and Akane's wedding still owes me. So, all you need to worry about are wedding clothes. Akane sat, watching Nabiki. Less than maybe all the excitement of this wedding is changing Nabiki. She's being extremely generous, greater than she thought. Ranma slid his arm around his wife, holding her gently against his female body. Maybe Kasumi and Tofu-sensei would want to get married then. Ryuga nodded and then smiled at Yukayu. That will be a wonderful day. She nodded back and took his hands in hers. Akane smiled. Tofu-sensei was just taking Kasumi Onichi out on a date to propose to her. So, if you see him, you can suggest it. Nabiki-Onichan. Nabiki nodded, snuggling up to Kunu, who was beginning to come around. The planning for the wedding continued late into the night. Left square bracket the roof of Ukanzoko no Miyaki-, right square bracket the figure mumbled to itself in the darkness, and turned and leapt off the building. It then jumped from roof to roof, moving rapidly away from the restaurant. Left square bracket Akane and Ranma's room. Morning right square bracket Ranma held on to his wife, who was still sleeping. He smiled, gazing at her. "Oh, Akane," he whispered. "I hope the others are as happy as we are, after their weddings." He gently stroked her short dark hair as he stared into space, daydreaming. Left square bracket somewhere, in a dark cave right square bracket someone ... or something ... sat in a shadowy corner, plotting. The Tendu-Doju, evening right square bracket Akane and Ranma turned up to collect their daughter. At the door, Kasumi intercepted them, smiling happily. "Akane-chan, Ranma-kun. Tofu asked me to marry him." Akane hugged her elder sister, while Ranma stood nearby, smiling. "Did you say yes? Congratulations. And, we've decided to be married at the large wedding ceremony." Of course Otuzan is in the living room crying. Poor Otuzan. He will have lost his 2 remaining daughters in one day. You and Ranma-kun will have to move back in here. Both Ranma and Akane nodded, glad to have finished their courses, but a little reluctant to be moving into the family home again. Their privacy would vanish and they would have to get back into the dojo training regimen again, but it would be good for their daughter. When she was a little older, they could begin teaching her ... Let's ... go get me a chan, then think about moving back when our term at the university halls runs out. Akane said mildly. Kasumi smiled, leading them to the living room, where Nodoka sat playing with Miyabi, who was bouncing on Janma Panda's stomach. Soon was wailing at the loss of his daughters. It was at that moment that Ryuga stumbled into the room. Itaikoko wa !SPLOSH ! A small, cute, black piglet splashed helplessly around in Kasumi's mop bucket. Akane blinked, Was that Ryuga-kun question mark double quote Ranma HM to himself and looked away double quote no, just that cute piglet from Wookens, said Kasumi. Pointing to the bucket Miyabi crawled off Janma Panda, who made apple sounds at her, trying to call her back. She continued on, however, heading to the bucket, where she picked at a P-chan. Under P.I., she could P-chan blinked. Less than great. Now I'm Uncle P.I., greater than he thought, somewhat depressed, and gave a piggy sigh. Miyabi could happily, snuggling him as Ranma tried not to laugh out loud. Left square bracket Nirimaginza. A few days later right square bracket Yukaiu stared through the window at the stunning wedding dress. The torso was soft fine silk, cut with a low sweetheart décolletage. Sequins were sewn in goofy material, leading down from the top, down the front of the long skirt. The skirt, flowing down to the floor, was of smooth silk all around, apart from the sequins that depicted a knot pattern. The sleeves were puffed at the shoulder, then closely followed the line of the arm to the wrist. A small, matching veil on a white silk had completed the outfit. Less than oh, that's the dress I want! Greater than Yukaiu thought to herself, moving to the door of the bridal boutique. She was stopped short as something bounded onto her head, then into the shop. Double quote Iya. Shampoo's wedding dress! Double quote Yukaiu looked up from the pavement and growled, shampoo yaru. That's my wedding dress. She staggered to her feet, drawing her spatula, and followed Shampoo into the shop. Shampoo was already asking the attendant for the dress when Yukaiu stormed into the shop. That's my dress. Shampoo turned around, in a defensive posture. Shampoo get dress. Shampoo asked for dress before slow Yukaiu. The attendant gawked at the two girls, her mouth hanging open. Yukaiu started to rush Shampoo when the side wall of the shop was smashed in by Katsune Shiki, carrying Akurai on his back. Oh, that dress in Thuindo is so pretty. The attendant's eyes nearly popped out of her head. Double quoted single quote as mine. Yukaiu and Shampoo called simultaneously. Akurai was too intent on the beautiful dress that she did not hear them. Shrugged Katsune Shiki to the counter. Oh, please get out that dress. I'd like to try it on. She wanded out the dress in the window. Both Shampoo and Yukaiu ran to the window and grabbed the dress. No. It's mine. Akurai blinked down at them. As Yukaiu tugged the dress to her, Shampoo glared, tugging back. That dress belonged to me. Yukaiu glared back. Wanna bet ? Double quote Shampoo shook her head. Shampoo asked for dress first. The attendant, her eyes wide, didn't know what to do. Akurai jumped off her giant sumo pig. Stop. Be careful. You'll rip the dress. Double quote Yukaiu ignored Akurai and yanked the dress from Shampoo's grip. Shampoo pulled out her bonbari. Give Shampoo's dress back! Double quote never. I'll marry Ryuga-kun in this dress. Yukaiu threw it to the attendant as she swung her giant spatula at Shampoo, yelling, I'll pay for my dress, now! Double quote no. Is Shampoo's dress. Shampoo blocked the spatula with a bonbari, swinging the other at Yukaiu. Yukaiu dodged, throwing her small, sharpened spatulas towards Shampoo. Keep away from my dress! Double quote Shampoo deflected the small spatulas, spinning them out of control around the room. One flew towards Akurai, only to be grabbed out of the air by Konatsu, who has just appeared in a cloud of smoke. I want that dress! Double quote everyone face faulted. Konatsu took his chance and grabbed the dress. Akurai-chan, I have the dress for you. I'm sorry, Yukayu hyphen sama double quote kisama Yukayu regained her footing. It's asterisk my asterisk press exclamation point double quote Shampoo jumped up, then leapt at Konatsu, aiming her banbari for his head. He blocked, but the dress was still in his hands. The banbari hit that crumpled dress. Hiya! Shampoo no mean to hit dress exclamation point double quote after I reached for the corner of the dress. It'll be destroyed double quote oh no, you don't. Yukayu threw her small spatulas at Akurai's hand as Shampoo grabbed an arm of the dress the spatula sliced through the skirt, leaving Akurai only holding a piece of white silk. Shampoo tugged, but Konatsu's grip was too tight. She fell back with a surprised yelp, holding the torn sleeve of the dress. Konatsu held onto the remnants of the ripped, crumpled silk. Yukayu stared at the carnage. At that moment, Kasumi and Nabiki walked him through the giant hole and through all. Kasumi blinked. Oh, my double quote Nabiki raised an eyebrow. If we had been here earlier, we could have joined in the fun, Onichan. What were you girls playing? Shred the dress single quote question mark double quote the girls and Konatsu stared down at the floor, each of them burning with shame. Kasumi smiled. Well, as long as someone pays for this dress, everything will be alright. How much was the dress question mark double quote the attendant gulped a little, not used to all the fighting. 900,000 yen double quote the fighter's face faltered, their hands in the Takahashi pain posture double quote x hyphen n hyphen shi double quote left square bracket the bridal boutique. A little later right square bracket Nabiki paid for the dress, having put the others up for loans at outrages and illustrates. The girls sheepishly searched around the shop for another dress left square bracket the Kunu mansion, a guest room right square bracket the girls stood around, gazing at the wedding outfits and paraphernalia, nervous on the night before the wedding. Shampoo had finally chosen a Chinese-style wedding outfit, made of deep red and crimson silks. Akurai had picked a white Japanese wedding kimono with small piglet designs stitched into the silk with gold and silver thread. Nabiki had a very expensive and sexy western wedding dress made from pure silk, pearls and tiny diamonds studded into the fabric. After the wedding dress had been destroyed in the fight, Yukayu had considered wearing a tuxedo or Monsuki and Hakame, but had settled on a pretty, white silk western dress, similar to Nabiki's, but not as flashy. Kasumi had a beautiful, traditional wedding kimono of white and red silk. Each of them outfits suited the girls perfectly. Nodoka and Akane helped with the wedding clothes, setting them out for the next day. Kodakai, Genma and Soun were in the ballroom, looking after Miyagi on setting up the decorations for the wedding. Tatewaki, Ryuga, Mithus, Konatsu and Drive to Fure with Mikado and Ranma in another guest room. Mithus had a formal Chinese wedding garment, seemingly made from deep lacquered silks. Nabiki had talked Kunu into wearing a western tuxedo to match her dress. Otherwise he'd have been in an expensive Monsuki and Hakame complete with taisho. Ryuga looked at his Monsuki and Hakame of dark navy blue, wondering if he would have to take off his bandanas. Konatsu's outfit was a black tuxedo, fitted to his slim, feminine form. The way it sat on him, he still looked like a woman, the perfect Pisanin in his tux. Tafu's outfit consisted of a Monsuki and Hakame of black silk to match Kasumi's wedding kimono. Each of the men looked extra handsome or beautiful, as the case may be, in their wedding outfits. Eventually the wedding preparations were complete. Left square bracket the Kunu mansion, the front door right square bracket a tall man, dressed completely in a white outfit of a blazer-like top on slacks, and the young woman in expansive-looking kimono knocked at the door. The man's hand rested on the hilt of his katana, the other hand brushed back the two unruly locks of his black hair. His eyes shone from behind the small Kamizaro-like mask he was wearing. The girl's long dark hair was half pulled back, and it flowed down to her waist. She, too, was wearing a similar mask. Both wait for the door to be opened. Left square bracket the Kunu's backyard. Right square bracket a figure seemed to crouch in the shadows as it gave a maniacal laugh. The laugh was promptly cut short as Midori gained Kodakai's pet alligator went for the figure. A few moments later, the unconscious alligator lay on its back on the lawn while the figure disappeared into the night. Left square bracket the Kunu mansion. Right square bracket Kodakai came to the door and let the masked couple in. It's so good that you have joined us. Please follow me. The white-clad man and the woman both nodded, and followed Kodakai into the house. She led them to the guest rooms, stopping by the door where the men were. You shall find the grooms to be in this room. The girl smiled behind the mask, then entered the room, followed by two men coiffured from head to toe in black, who had suddenly appeared. Kodakai then led the man to the girl's room, and here we are. She opened the door, taking the man into the room. Left square bracket the Kunu mansion, the guy's guest room. Right square bracket Mikado looked up and smiled at the girl and her black-clothed entourage. Welcome, Miss. Ranma looked at Mikado, raising an eyebrow. Mikado just grinned at Ranma. The others looked thoroughly confused. Mikado took out a large bottle of preheated sake, and enough cups to go around. He poured out the sake while looking at the girl. She inclined her head, then gestured to her two men. One brought out two rectangular pieces of wood, fastened together by a small rope. He clicked them together twice, giving out two soft, ringing sounds. The girl struck up a pose. Left square bracket the Kunu mansion, the girl's guest room. Right square bracket as the man and Kodakai entered the room, Nodoka stood up. Excuse me, but I should go and help my husband. She left the room, giving a backwards glance at the handsome, masked man. Kodakai seated herself on the bed. Please make yourself comfortable, girls. We have a little entertainment for you tonight. She smirked at the man who all nodded at her, flashing a smile at the assembled young women. Left square bracket the Kunu mansion, the guy's guest room. Right square bracket the masked girl slowly lowered her arms, moving in slow, measured motions. She stepped around, turning in a small circle, her hands seeming to flow around her as she stared to dance. Her dark eyes shone from behind the mask, watching the men in the room. She gracefully swayed her way over to the Mikado, in her slow, measured step, and took his hand. She turned around, her back facing him. Undone obi, if you please. With deft hands, Mikado undid the intricate obi from behind, and the girl spun away from him, still moving in that gentle motion. Her long obi was unraveled as she moves away from him, leaving him holding all the materials that went to create the kimono's belt. Ryugi and Konatsu stared at her with curious shock. Ranma, blushing, tried to avert his face. Mithus blinked through his glasses, watching her turn. The doctor looked a little nervous, but smiled a little, and drank his sake. Kunyu gazed at her, seeming to take this all in his stride. Mikado, taking the obi, smiled, watching her closely. She twirled to a stop in the center of the room, letting the smooth, silky fabric of her outer kimono slip from her body. Flashes of skin from hair in her kimono, as it was slightly displaced by the falling silk, were displayed for mere seconds, until the bright, outer kimono hit the floor behind her. Holding her inner kimono close around her, she started to dance slowly around the room, close to the men, teasing them as she moved. Her legs were revealed from the opening in the kimono as she walked, then hidden behind the silk again as she stopped. Her hand slipped down to her stomach, the top of the kimono letting her curvaceous cleavage be revealed. Her smooth, pearly skin looked so vibrant next to the silk. Ryuga fainted at the sight of her parting décolletage, a fountain of blood spurting out from his nose. She stopped in front of Kunyu, letting the folds of kimono at her breasts fall open, bending slowly towards him. Konatsu gulped, blushing furiously and thinking, "Vaporai." Mithus's glasses started to fog. Tofu looked at her, a little curiously. Ranma continued trying not to look, but his mind wandered, imagining Akane doing this dance. Kunyu, even through his thick skull, started to notice something unusual happening. Less than I wonder if she's been taking lessons from Nabiki. Maybe Fiskal will teach my Osage Noama how to do this! Greater than he suddenly laughed out loud. The girl, used to all sorts of strange reactions, continued on. She leaned backwards, slowly, letting the kimono slip down her shoulders. A hand ran lightly up from her stomach, working up over her skin, to the base of her breasts. Her other hand still holding the kimono partly closed. Her arched back slowly straightened as she stood up, and she slid a hand lightly over her breast, reading each reaction from her audience. Mikado stared at her, enjoying the show, sipping his sake. Konatsu played with his long hair, almost studying the girl. Mithus took off his fogged glasses to try to see better, failing miserably. The beautiful dancer spun around once again, and opened the kimono. The colorful, bright inner kimono contrasted with her smooth, creamy, naked body, displayed under the silk. Her rounded breasts, tipped with pine nettles, the fabric falling away from her breasts on either side. Femin's eyes were drawn down the edge of the silk, down over her stomach, down to her sex, half covered by a fold in the kimono. Ranma drew in a sharp gasp, desperately wanting to be with his wife. And not only to get out of the beating he knew he'd get for being in the summer room as a pretty, almost naked girl. Mikado's single quote's eyes never left the girl. Konatsu's mind went through all he knew about such things, coming up with almost nothing, so he watched, wanting to yarn. Kunu started to blush. She moved around again, the silk trailing on the floor behind her, the silk half covering her modesty twitching back and forth. Then she slid her arms down her body, to her sides, and the kimono fell from her arms, drifting to the floor. With the exception of the fainted Ryuga, not one man wasn't thinking of their beloved, whether they were turned on or not. Then she started to dance, her movements slow, sensual, provocative. Her hair flowed behind her, still tied back. Her hips swayed as she ran her hands lightly over her smooth skin, her body dancing in steamy motions. Then, with a sudden flick of her hands, she stopped all motion, and the black-clad men shined their sticks. She bowed, the black-clad ones taking up her clothing, and redressing her. Arigato gozaimashita, she whispered. Then all three of them disappeared out the door. Left square bracket the Kunu mansion, the girls' guest room. Right square bracket the man stood, bowing to the girls. My dear ladies, I shall do my best to entertain you. The room filled with soft music, a strong beat reverberating through the room. He started swaying to the music, his strong body seeming to strain at the fabric of his white outfit. As he moved, he reached up, and his hands started to undo his blazer. Yukai whistled beneath her breath, watching the guy. Hikarai and Kasumi both blushed as his bare chest started to show, beneath the top, but watched curiously. Nabiki and Kodakai both grinned, staring while Akane blushed, chewing her bottom lip. As the tempo increased, the man shrugged out of his blazer, dropping it to the side. He danced sensually to the music, his muscles rippling as head turned, showing off his body. He flashed a smile at the women, and started turning around. Before them, his whole body danced as if made for dancing, his hips grinding as the music required. Then his hands deftly undid his white pants, and kicked them off. Yukai caught them, giggling. Nabiki whistled at the dancer. All of the other girls stared curiously, nervous but unable to take their eyes off of him. His body was only clad in a small pair of bikini-style white briefs. He lifted his arms behind his head, and concentrated on grinding his hips to the music for a while, his body almost one with the sounds around the room. As they watched, the girls not being able to help but stare. Yukai's thoughts turned to Ryuga, wishing he'd do something like this. Hikarai and Kasumi watched with innocence. Akane blushed harder, wishing that the gooey was Ranma. Nabiki continued to watch, enjoying the show, wishing she had brought her camera. Kodakai smirked, glad that Mikado had helped come up with the idea. He danced around the room, in front of each girl. He offered Yukai his hand as he swayed before her, showing off his well-defined body. Giggling as she stood up, letting him slip his arms around her. They danced against each other, the dancer's wonderful body rubbing against her, his hips brushing against hers, his chest rubbing against her breasts as they danced. His eyes caught hers. Even his looks molded with sensuality. Before long, he left the turned-on Yukayu, moving to the next bride-to-be. The man continued to dance, showing off his body to the assembled girls, knowing exactly how to turn them on with each motion of his body. He spun around in a circle for a while, then stopped, facing them, slid his hands to the waistband of his briefs, then flicked his wrists and the pants fell off. As the girls stared down at his now naked body, he rocked to the music sensually, his hips swaying in a circular motion, and the music started to die, his movements slowing. He moved to a stop, flashed another smile, and silently redressed. Then he slipped off, leaving the girls alone. The girls all stared after him. Even Nabiki and Kodakai were thinking of their loves now. Left square bracket the Kunu mansion, the guy's guest room. Right square bracket after the girl and her men had left, all of the men sat around, most of them rather embarrassed. Mikado just grinned and tried to wake up Ryuga, who had fainted. Tofu-sensei had, surprisingly, managed to stay rather clinical through the whole dance. Mitsu's glasses were still fogged up. However, Konatsu was gawking after the girl, wondering if he could do that sort of thing for a karai. Kunu, on the other hand, was still blushing, wondering what had just happened. Ranma was blushing furiously. If Akane found out, he mumbled, she single quote d double quote. Mikado laughed, don't worry. Kodakai arranged the male stripper for the girls exclamation point double quote lot question mark exclamation point double quote. Left square bracket the Kunu mansion, the girls' guest room. Right square bracket the girls, in the other room, gazed after the man as he left, giggling amongst themselves, still thinking of their men doing that for them. Double quote. He was so sexy. Yukayu tittered. Kodakai laughed, only the best for the brides at my residence. Oh ho 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 exclamation point double quote. Nabiki smirked. That was the male half of the twin stars, northeast. I guess the other half was with the guys. Double quote. Akane blinked. Nanai. And Ranma was there question mark exclamation point double quote. Kasumi smiled at Akane. Remember what you just saw yourself? Akane double quote. Akane blushed and closed her mouth. Left square bracket the Kunu mansion. Later that night. Right square bracket the brides and grooms to be settled down for the night in different guest rooms, a room each. Each person wishing to be in their loved one's arms. The others helping with the wedding went home, apart from Ranma and Akane. As Mikado and Kodakai slipped off to their room, Akane and Ranma wandered to a guest room, blushing as they looked at each other. Sliding the door closed, Ranma gathered up his courage. Akane question mark double quote. Akane looked at him. Ranma question mark double quote. I didn't know. But Mikado, he threw a real bachelor party for the guys, and he coughed, looking even more embarrassed. There was his girl there. Double quote. The other half of the twins. Akane whispered. She took a breath, and Nodoka invited the guy for the girls. They both blushed and looked at each other. Ranma reached out to her and took her hand. I still think you are the most beautiful woman in the world. And you are my wonderful, sexy Ranma. Akane smiled softly up at him and squeezed his hand. I only want you. Ranma smiled, relieved. Let's get to bed. Akane. She nodded and they moved over to the bed, kissing deeply. Both already turned on. Before long, they were in bed, making love. Left square bracket the Kunu mansion, a guest room. The wedding day right square bracket all of the young brides-to-be were dressed in their finery, each one of them looking radiant. Akane, Nodoka and Nodoka were wearing powder blue matron honor dresses, carrying flowers. As the time grew nearer to the wedding, their excitement increased. The other room was filled with nervous grooms. Ranma and Mikado watched procedures, trying to keep everyone under control as well as trying to keep Ryuga from getting lost. Genma and Soun were in the ballroom, taking care of the guests and making last-minute preparations. Before long, everyone and everything was ready. Left square bracket the Kunu mansion, the ballroom right square bracket Ranma and Mikado, both looking extra handsome in their tuxedos, led the grooms into the giant ballroom. The room itself was bedecked with white and deep pink streamers and flowers. The room was filled with chairs for the many guests, and there was a raised platform at the front of the room. A red carpet led from the double doors up the aisle to the dais which the men strode down. Soun and Genma sat up the front. The minister stood on the dais, awaiting the brides. Wedding music wafted through the room from the giant pipe organ that was brought in for the occasion. Susuksurugakura was playing the music. Even Kunu had not known he could play the organ, but he was surprisingly good at it for such a bad ninja! The guests all sat, chatting and waiting for the brides. Among the many ghosts that all the brides and grooms had known, as well as Ranma and Akane's friends, sat Ikarugo's son Ichi, fading into the crowd as usual. Almost all of the joked Suzuki were there to see Moose and Shampoo wed, including Shampoo's father and Reinrin and Ranran. The Jaisen Kyugai and his daughter Kama Plum were there, having led Shampoo and Moose's village friends to Japan. King Ono, Tofu's mother, was there, happily praying to her dead husband at the giant shrine she always carried around. She was talking about the wedding and how happy she was that her son was finally getting married. Azusa sat near her with Tsubasa, both of them dressed in pretty, frilly pink dresses, giggling in a much too kawaii manner. Sentaro and Satsuki Daimonji had careened into the room on a runaway horse, only to be stopped short of running into the wall by their horse having an unfortunate encounter with the Juju Destroyer. Obasama and Samai, the monkey, had followed the Daimonjis in, taking their place near their family. Bakuchibu King was sitting at the back, trying to start up a game of cards with the Nikuman men who said they were there to see the wedding, not lose all their money playing children's card games. Kinoshuk was there, pondering ways to take back Uchiho King for every yen he's got, occasionally looking for Nabiki, wondering who she was wrangling money off this time. Both Picolette Chardonnay and Madame St. Paul sat near the front, waiting for the banquet that would follow the ceremony. Kansudo sat, in human form, glaring across at the pretty Rouge, who was also in her human form. Even Ichi and Kirin were there, having followed everyone else from China. Kirin was, of course, followed by his entourage of the Shishifuku Jinbishamon, the twins Daikokose and Daikokose, the giant Moopa, Pretty Munram and Ebigan. Even Jasmine, Ichi's elephant, was there. Tremendous animal men, the monkey, bird and dog, were there from their magical island Kamatajankaiu, all of them gazing at the pretty women, wondering if they could find brides here. Nearby was Herb, the dragon leader of the Musk dynasty, with the tiger boy Lime, and the wolf boy, Mint. Both Mint and Lime were both ogling the girls in the room, mumbling to each other about breasts. Hinako, in her true, adult form, was being ogled at the most. Even Shinosuke and his grandfather had taken time off from keeping the giant animals at Raijensau under control to come to the wedding, although Shinosuke had forgotten why they were there. Yukai's single quote as father and Akurai's grandfather sat up the front. Even Ryuga's family were there, his mother having finally made it back from shopping and his father had come back from the business trip that he left on 5 months ago. The family dog, Chirokuro, had led them to the wedding, and she and all of her family, including the kawaii new puppies, played at their feet. As soon as Suzuki started playing the bridal march, everyone quieted down to watch the bride's entrance. Nabiki slowly entered, walking down the aisle at a slow, stately, measured pace. She was followed by Yukayu, then Shantakama, Akurai and Kasumi. The room was filled with soft gasps as the 5 beautiful women walked down the aisle. Kodakai led them, scattering rose petals and cherry blossoms before the bride's feet. The flowers settled on the carpet dazedly. Amazingly enough, they didn't paralyze the brides or make them fall into a deep sleep. Akane and Nodoka followed behind the brides, carrying bouquets of flowers. The 5 grooms stared with wonder at their brides-to-be as they walked over the petal-covered carpet to the dais, as if in a dream. The brides continued down the aisle to the dais, where both the minister and the grooms waited. They each gazed at their loves, their hearts aching. Suddenly the ballroom doors burst open and the creature was there. It looked around as its shrunken body balanced on a walking stick. "I will not forgive you for defying me, Shampoo. This is not your groom." Shampoo swung around and gasped. Chan exclamation point double quote Cologne continued. "Happiness will never be yours, ungrateful child." Exclamation point double quote. Everyone stared at the ghoul, muttering amongst themselves. Moose glared at the gatecrasher, You and whose army will stop me from marrying Shampoo question mark exclamation point double quote I single quote am glad you asked, Mithus. Behold exclamation point double quote behind her appeared a group of people, still in the shadows. This army, Mithus exclamation point double quote we stop Shampoo. Over. The girls cried, leaping over Cologne's head into the room. A strange man laughed insanely as he stepped forward, strumming his ukulele. He was dressed in a loud Hawaiian shirt and lei, and he had a palm tree growing on top of his head. His eyes glinted from behind his sunglasses as he drew a pair of hair shears. Stop! He shouted in English. You can't get married unless you all cut your hair. He finished in Japanese. A girl in a cheerleading outfit, wielding pom-poms and a baton, stepped forwards. Kunyu-sama, you can't marry her. You have to be with me exclamation point double quote. Finally the last three uninvited guests entered the room in a puff of smoke. Double quote come back and serve us, lazy Konatsu. As the smoke cleared, the true horror of the three ugly creatures was revealed. Cologne laughed dementedly. I shall stop this wedding exclamation point double quote. Shampoo glared at her great-grandmother. How dare you? She yelled in Mandarin. Attacking me is bad enough. But the others, too. She glared hatefully at the ghoul and slowly drew her sword out of nowhere. Double quote you are 100 years too young to defeat me. Cologne laughed. Attack exclamation point double quote. The twin girls, Rink and Pink, Shampoo's mortal enemies, started to run down the aisle brandishing poisonous flowers and herb potions. Shampoo get the shed this time. You know get away with hurting sister. Over. Yelled the one with poisons. The other, with the medicines followed, crying, Shampoo no one today. Over exclamation point double quote. Shampoo growled and raised her sword. No one stop Shampoo marry husband. She shouted, and rushed the twins in her beautiful wedding dress. Moose glared at the old ghoul. I cannot forgive you for this, old mummy exclamation point double quote. He leapt into the air, unleashing a hail of shurikens, throwing knives, psychomabolas, darts and harpoons. Cologne blocked or dodged them all easily, laughing as she did so. You have no chance against me. Mithus exclamation point double quote. Furinkin single quote. Scout Chow laughed insanely as he ran up the center of the aisle, trying to shave everyone's head as he passed by. Needless to say, this did not make the guests happy. Double quote. Kisama. I will not take this lightly. I will not have you wreck my wedding, Daddy. Kun yelled with outrage, as he drew his bokudo, not realizing how silly he sounded calling his father by the English word daddy single quote. Double quote. Oh, I'll shave your head personally, Takai. The principal yelled, a look of anticipation on his face. I shall enjoy it, too. He ran straight at Kunu, but Kodakai somersaulted into his path. Fight me first, Daddy. You have embarrassed me and ruined my wonderful party. I will not be ridiculed for this. Die. She glared at him for a moment and then threw a massive gymnastic spins at him. Mariko, the combat cheerleader, having been ignored by Kunu, turned her attention to Nabiki. I shall just have to get rid of my rival, then. She threw her baton at the seemingly defenseless Nabiki. Which was caught by Ryuga. Yukayu threw her many spatulas at the cheerleader as she leapt in front of Nabiki, attacking a girl who can't fight. Why? You double quote, well I shall just have to dispose of you first. She charged at Yukayu with her spiked pom-poms. Exclamation point double quote Konatsu single quote as two ugly stepsisters and his stepmother did various stupid looking poses together at the door. We will destroy your happiness. They then all launched themselves towards Ikurai and Konatsu, yelling, "Sexy Kunoikai beautiful crimson hell attack." They swept up the aisle in a blur, leaving a trail of kisses over everything in their wake. Shudders and cries of horror and disgust came from the shocked crowd. This was too much for Mint and Herb. Our first kiss was with ugly women with no breasts and a fat monster. You have ruined our lives. They both jumped out of their seats, kicking the furniture aside as they glared at very ugly Kunoikai. As luck should have it, Hapauzai turned up at that point. He stared at all the pretty girls and all the chaos. Sweet. All these young girls for me. He bounded around the room and then clomped onto the first pretty girl he saw. The girl squealed in disgust, and started dapping Hapauzai over the head. Unfortunately the girl was Rouge, and Kansudo Taro was with her. He took only look at Appa and, within an instant, had splashed all three with a bucket of cold water. Hapauzai was most surprised to find himself clomping onto a six-armed woman who started breathing fire at him. The giant Minotaur-like creature with tentacles and wings wrapped an appendage around Appa and started tugging, fighting with the Indian god-woman over the old ledger. Before long, the joked Suzuku and the Shishifuku Dojin has joined the fight, as had most of the remaining guests. Soon Tendu just sat in the front row, wailing his heart out. Tofu-sensei blinked, watching the fight with some amusement and wondering how many patients he would have when it was over. In the intervening period, Nabiki had escaped and was standing near the doctor. Nodoka, Genma, Ranma and Akane stared as the chaos raged around them. Suddenly Genma pushed Ranma towards the largest fight. Be a martial artist. Stop the fight. This suited only in getting Ranma mad. Do it yourself, Oiji. He said, flaking his father to the floor. Ikurai stood with Kasumi, staring at the usual violence around them. Kasumi blinked, wide-eyed. Oh my. Thank goodness Miyabi's asleep in one of the newest rooms! Exclamation point double quote. The minister stared at the sight and scratched his head. I can't conduct a wedding like this. He was then knocked out by an unidentified flying object. Hinako-sensei, who had changed back into her child form, jumped up and down. You bad people will have to be punished. There is way too much fighting spirit for a wedding. She then held up her hands, revealing a 5 yen piece between each of her fingers. Katao go and Satsu, she yelled, as she absorbed the battle aura of the combatants around her through her coins. With an almost unlimited source of energy, Hinako grew into adult form. Shifen dropped the coins down her now-tight dress and formed a circle with her hands, her thumbs and index fingers pressed together. Double quote at now hyphen change hyphen exchange exclamation point double quote, she yelled, sending a huge blast of energy into the now awakened crowd of ghosts and fighters. There was a massive explosion as people flew around the room, the fights breaking up from the size of the blast. Miraculously, the brides and grooms escaped without a scratch. Shampoo, Mithus, Ryuga, Yukayu, Kunu and Konatsu immediately started beating on Rink, Pink, Nariko, Konatsu's step-family and Kunu Kaochao. Take this. And this exclamation point double quote how dare you ruin my wedding day question mark exclamation point double quote you get it now exclamation point double quote it's single quote s payback time exclamation point double quote no hyphen one noticed Cologne regaining consciousness. She sneaked over to the minister and grabbed him. She bounced to the door, dragging him behind her. She then turned and left. You can't get married without this man. Wow. The old bag turned and leapt out the door. Ranma looked at Akane, who nodded, then jumped onto the dais. We've got to catch the ghoul. It's time she paid for messing us around. Let's go. He turned and vaulted over the crowd, following Cologne. The brides and grooms all looked at each other, nodded and ran out after Ranma. Only Kasumi and Tofu stayed behind, letting the younger couples go after the old woman. Most of the guests still able to walk, ran out, carrying those who could not. Soun and Genma tied up the wedding crashers, standing guard over them. Meanwhile Kasumi and Nodoka began cleaning up as Tofu woke some of the comatose guests. As soon as they regained consciousness, Mikado and Kodakai jumped up and ran out to join the pursuit. Akane fought on their heels, having made sure everything was under control. Ranma leapt from rooftop to rooftop, chasing after Cologne and the minister. Double quote get back here, Bakemono exclamation point double quote the old woman chuckled, you can't catch me. Muko hyphen dono exclamation point double quote I am asterisk not asterisk your son-in-law. Ranma yelled as he chased her over the rooftops off Nirima. Soon, Yukayu, Ryuga, Mithus, Shampoo, Konatsu, Kunu and Kodakai caught up with Ranma. Hikarai, riding on her pig, raced along the streets after them with Nabiki and Akane, Mikado skating at their side. As they chased the others, Nabiki gave half a glance to Mikado. Why are you helping, anyway? Mikado laughed a little. If all you beautiful women don't get married, I won't get to kiss the brides exclamation point double quote left square bracket by the river, a little later right square bracket double quote here it ends, Muko dono. Cologne stopped and dropped the minister to the ground. Turning to face Ranma. Ranma smiled confidently and cracked his knuckles. You really think so? Oh, Baba ? The others moved into Cologne's view behind Ranma, the brides and grooms still in their wedding finery. Each carried a weapon and wore an angry expression. The fighting spirit of the group was tremendous, their kai burning around them. Even Cologne was forced to back away from the radiating power. She then pulled out a small vial. I may not be able to beat all you young people with this old body of mine, but that won't be the case for much longer. Wahaha! Stop her! Champa shouted urgently, leaping at her great-grandmother. Cologne quaffed the liquid in the vial and was suddenly surrounded by a glowing light that sent Champa flying back into Medusa's awaiting arms. They all stared at the light, prepared for anything Cologne might throw at them. The light twinkled out of existence and, in Cologne's place, stood a rather beautiful young woman with long black hair. She was dressed in what might have been Cologne's green robes, but it was stretched over her body in ways only Hinako could have matched. The green outfit left her long smooth legs exposed right up to her upper thighs, the bottom of the outfit only just covering her, giving little modesty. The torso of the outfit was rather taut over her stomach and breasts, showing her voluptuous figure. The sleeves of the top were very short, but a little loose. She glared coldly at the group. Now, you all die! Kodakai stared, wide-eyed. A youth potion. Lapa. Medusa stared at the young Cologne. Cologne leapt at the group, one leg outstretched for a powerful kick. Suddenly a small blur flew at Cologne, attaching itself to her torso. Sweet! Cologne-chan is back! Cologne squealed. Eek! Handa! Get it off me! Appa glomped onto her chest, clinging on as he nuzzled his face between her breasts. While Cologne was distracted, Ranma took his moment of advantage unchecked. Get her! Kodakai spun out her ribbon, tying Appa's eye to Cologne with a flick of her wrist as Medusa's volley of weapons rained down on the youth and woman and the Henda. Kunio charged towards her, imitating his pattern strike, while Akari urged Katsune Shiki to trample her. Mikado, Shampoo, Yukayu, Ryuga, Akane and Ranma all charged headlong into the fray. Cologne was forced to back up, acrobatically dodging the attacks aimed at her, and using Appa's eyes, still attached to her breasts, as a shield. Soon, however, the sheer force of her attackers began to overwhelm her. Less than damn! I've got to get rid of the hand and this ribbon! Greater than she thought angrily. At this moment, Konatsu leapt off the roof and into the fight. His only mistake being to release the smoke bomb. When the smoke cleared and the coughing fits were over, Appa's eye was unconscious on the ground at Cologne's feet, her body now free from the confines of the ribbon. Now, I'll pay you all back for your trouble. She leapt at the group, not prepared for an even fight. Nabiki, as the tide turned in Cologne's favor, stood back from the fight, thinking Mikado was easily felled by a slashing elbow, as he attempted his special Dicus attack without his partner's backup. Nodoka, enraged at seeing her husband injured, let her guard down and was wiped out upon uppercut from Cologne. Nabiki's single quote's expression became calculating as she got an idea. Cologne slammed her fist into Kunyu's face, spun, flicked him, pivoted and finished him with a back elbow, backhand combo, putting him down cold. Nabiki yelled out to Ranma, who moved back to talk to her. She whispered in his ear for a moment and he nodded. Less than a just might work. Greater than he thought. As Cologne tangled Moose in his own weapons, spinning him around like a topaz. She used him as a shield from shampoo. Ranma called out, "Stop fighting!" Get back! We give up! Everyone stopped fighting and stared at Ranma in dismay. Ryuga ran up to Ranma and grabbed him by the shirt front. "What do you think you're doing?" Ranma shoved Ryuga back, whispering fiercely as he did so. Ryuga stared and nodded almost imperceptibly. Cologne chuckled and looked lovingly at them. "What is it, Mukodono? This woman too much for you?" As Ranma glared angrily at Cologne, his eye began to flare again, while Ryuga spoke quietly to the others, who nodded. Ranma continued, "I merely want a real fight so the injured won't get hurt anymore." Cologne snorted, "But let Akane, Nabiki and Akari remove the unconscious fighters from the field of battle. Now, ghoul. Icos." Ranma rushed towards Cologne, Ryuga following. As they attacked, the others moved back to tend the injured. As the fight began, Yukayu called out, "Stop it, Ryuga. I didn't really want to marry you, anyway. I don't love you. I'm sorry, but I only just realized it now." Ryuga froze in place. Even though he knew what Yukayu was doing, his heart wasn't denies. Less than you. Yukayu -chan. I knew this was too good to be true. Greater than waves of depression washed over him, the air heavy around him. Ranma, who was still concentrating on Cologne, felt the air of depression. Less than damn. Maybe this was a bad idea, but greater than now! Ranma and Ryuga moved in unison, charging forward and shouting at the sama moment. Shishihoudan, shouted Ryuga, unleashing his misery. Hiyoushodnha, yelled Ranma, releasing his dragon spiral attack. The power of Ryuga's despair turned into energy, bursting forth in a pillar of explosive kai that blasted skyward in a radiating wave. As Ranma's whirlwind reached its peak, Ryuga's energy was drawn into the spiral, charging it with power. Cologne realized too late what was happening. She barely had time to scream before she was sucked into the tornado of charged energy and thrown around inside the vortex. her body being slammed into walls of air with the strength of steel. The pillar of energy reached its maximum velocity and then exploded as the two powers interacted and shorted out. Cologne was blasted unconscious and sent flying into the distance by the force of the explosion. Ryuga fell to his knees in the middle of a massive crater. Yukaiu rushed to his side and hugged him tightly. Ryuga-kun, I love you so much. She felt so horrible about causing his depression. Even though he had asked her to say those things. He looked up at her, still gripped by depression. Font out ? She nodded and held him tightly. Now we can marry. She kissed him softly, holding him close. Ranma watched Cologne sail over the horizon, then turned and smiled at the group. That's that. Now you can get married, he said, flashing a victory symbol. To Fu-sensei, Kasumi and all the guests arrived seemingly from nowhere, standing near the edge of the crater. The doctor pushed up his glasses and nodded. We can get married as soon as everyone regains consciousness! Kasumi surveyed the damage. Your wedding clothes will need to be cleaned. You can't have wedding photos looking like that! Everyone face faulted. Left square bracket the Kunu mansion. The rose garden right square bracket. The minister stood on the expansive grass lawn, surrounded by delicately arranged beds of red, black and pure white roses. Most of the roses, on either side of the guests, were red or black. As Ranma looked about him, an amusing thought hit him. Less than well. At least now we know where they got all the flowers from! Greater than with the grooms and guests in place again, the brides began their stately walk down the aisle, formed between the two rows of chairs that the guests were now sitting on. Susu played the wedding march on a piano accordion as the bridal party moved down the aisle. Although all the couples had freshened up, they still bore some of the scars of battle and looked a little the worse for wear. This time, the brides made it to their grooms with no interruptions. Yukaiu stood next to Ryuga. Nabiki joined Kunu. Hikarai moved next to Konatsu while Muse took Shampoo's hand. Finally, Kasumi moved to stand next to Tofu, her eyes shining. The minister nodded to himself, gave a cautious glance around for flying projectiles, then, seeing none, began the ceremony. The couples exchanged their vows and placed rings on each other's fingers. Each couple repeated the words, I do, as they placed the rings on their love. Most of the female guests began to cry, but none were a match for Soun. However, I not pronounce you. The minister heard. You all, husbands and wives, you may not kiss the brides! Each groom took his bride in his arms, Kunu and Ryuga lifting their wives' veil, and kissed her. The guests jumped up, cheering and throwing confetti and streamers at the couples. Congratulations! Before too long, everyone was in the Kunu's banquet hall, beginning the reception feast. Each bride and groom were filled with happiness, loving their new spouse with all their heart. Ranma placed a hand on Akane, smiling at her, You know, this kind of reminds me of our wedding. Akane smiled. Although this was a little more eventful. Ranma grinned and kissed her. Just a little. Left square bracket Akari single quote S room. Unryu residence right square bracket Akari and Konatsu stood close together, his arms around her as they kissed. The newlyweds slowly started undressing each other, their wedding clothes discarded by the bed. Left square bracket Kunyu single quote S room. The Kunyu mansion right square bracket Kunyu stepped into his and Nabiki's new room. It was actually Kunyu's old room, but it had been enlarged to Nabiki's standards, and tastefully decorated, too. Nabiki had made Kunyu take all of the female Ranma's photos off the walls, leaving her own smiling visage gazing at anyone who had the bad luck to enter this room. He placed Nabiki down on the soft water bed, kneeling next to the bed, and kissed her lips. He opened the bottle of champagne that had been pre-chilled for this occasion, pouring out the sparkling liquid into 2 glasses. Then he handed her a glass, taking the other one. To our new life together, my beloved one. They clinked glasses. To our new life. Nabiki smiled, then took a sip. Kunyu downed his glass in a moment, then placed the empty crystal cup next to the bottle. Nabiki lowered her glass next to his, smiling at him with a wicked gleam in her eyes. She reached behind herself, and undid the zip to her wedding dress. Takai. Are you ready for this night? ? He nodded, gazing into her eyes. I had been awaiting this time for so long. My beloved goddess. She wriggled out of her beautiful wedding dress, laying back on the bed, her long legs dangling over the side. She was dressed in the skimpiest outfit that Kunyu had ever seen. It was nothing more than mere wisps of see-through, deep pink material. Her curvy body was displayed, her breasts and hips highlighted, rather than hidden, by the material. Kunyu stared, then started to strip himself of his tuxedo. Such beauty, my love. I am even more ready to show you my love, my darling princess! ! Nabiki watched him, enjoying seeing his wonderfully built body coming into view. She smiled. Now you are my husband. Come, please me. Takai. He knelt before her, sliding his arms under her waist, bending down to kiss her. As Nabiki kissed back, his hands worked at slipping off the skimpy fit from his beloved wife. She slid her arms around his neck, and lifted her legs, wrapping them around his waist. She smiled as they broke the kiss. I do love you, Takai, she whispered softly in his ear. I'm happy to be your wife, no matter how it may seem at times. I didn't marry you to get your money, Takai. There are much easier ways to do that. Just remember that I love you. She squeezed him gently. Kunyu blinked, most of this flying over his head. And I love you, my dear goddess. Nabiki smiled softly, then kissed him again, with a soft passion. This time her arms twined around his back, and she pulled him down against her, holding him to her warm body. a hand sliding down and under him, to take hold of his length, guiding him to her opening. He gasped softly, feeling her hot, damp opening at the tip of his manhood. And he couldn't stop himself from pushing into her. The pleasure of sheer womanhood surrounding his length shot through him, her pink inner walls like a velvet glove, squeezing him as he entered her. Nabiki moaned softly, his length parting her, moving deep into her body. She tightened her grip around his waist, trying to hold still. Kunyu circled his hips, his Ahsoka moving deep into her from different angles, trying to elicit a cry of pleasure from her lips. He watched her face through half-opened eyes, rocking against her. Her hands stroked up and down his back, her body pushed back in the waves off the waterbed as her love rocked into her, pushing her into the bed. Here his met his, glimmers of love shining in her eyes. They moved together, rocking with the slow waves of the bed. Nabiki moving to his rhythm, her hands stroking his back, slowly, up and down as her legs gripped his waist tightly, each time he thrust into her, his hands holding her to him as he moved, both staring into each other's eyes as they made a slow love. Before long the rocking, the grip of Nabiki's sex against his length, the feeling of Kunyu rocking against her, his pelvis grinding occasionally against her clitoris, all proved too much for the couple, and they both came, orgasming together, their juices combining deep inside Nabiki. Their lips met, resting for a while, both covered in dampness from their love-making. Before too long, they started again, their love-making becoming more and more passionate as the night continued. Left square bracket. Meanwhile, Shampoo and Moose's room, make full hand and right square bracket. Shampoo, throwing off her pretty wedding dress, bounced into Moose's arms, kissing him deeply. "Now you're Shampoo's real husband," she whispered to her love. "Our village accepted your victory over me. Hiabachan is gone, and we're alone." Moose smiled, removing his glasses, "and tonight we will celebrate." They celebrated their wedding all through the night. Left square bracket. Meanwhile, Akane and Ranma's room. Ranma sat reading a book to Miyabi, while Akane tidied up the room, getting out the food and Miyabi's cot. "Hey, Akane, what do you think the others are doing?" Akane turned and gave him a withering look. "What do you think? ? Exclamation point. How ? Akane smiled. "Do you remember our wedding night ? Ranma suddenly got the picture. "Oh, sure. Yeah, I remember. How could he forget?" he said, grinning sheepishly. Akane frowned for a moment and then smiled. "Yeah. How ? Left square bracket. Meanwhile, a beach somewhere. Right square bracket. Ryuga blinked, carrying Yukaio in his arms. "I'm sure that Ukens was Tizwai. Yukaio hemmed softly, looking up. She had been daydreaming too much of their future together that she hadn't noticed Ryuga carrying her in the wrong direction. Instead of over the threshold. They were at a small stretch of beach, forming a cove. The sands were warm, almost hot, beneath Ryuga's feet. Even the sea seemed warm. Steam rose from the waves as they lapped on the shore. Behind the forest, creating the secluded cove, a volcano towered in the distance. Yukayo-chan, Suman. I got lost again. Yukayo looked around, a smile on her lips. Ryuga. It's perfect. He let her down, scratching the back of his head. Are you sure? She smiled, the moon glinting on the warm sea waters. She turned to face him, reaching up and undoing her dress. She set it down on Ryuga's ever-present backpack, then stood up, clad only in her risque white panties and her silken bra. As Ryuga looked about ready to faint, she wrapped her arms around him, kissed him deeply, then pulled away. You won't faint on me tonight, love. Remember your training. With that, she winked and ran a little way down Goofy Water's edge. Ryuga's mind almost blanked out, but with all of her teasing and attempt at seductions, he'd managed to build up some resistance against his nosebleeds when with her. Yukayo smiled. Come and get me, Ryuga-kun. The water's nice and warm! Ryuga gulped, but wanted to be with her so much. Now he would finally leave himself be one with her. He slipped off his shirt, feeling his new wifey's eyes on him. Then his trousers followed. He looked at her, not being able to hide his blush, and walked to her. They stood in the warm water, ankle deep, and kissed. Both held each other in a passionate embrace. Yukayo slid her arms down his back, hooking her fingers into his pants when she found them, and slid them down. Ryuga's blush grew deeper, but he kissed her with more passion, his own hands fumbling at her lingerie, until Yukayo helped him. Their clothing fell into the water, the waves pushing the cloth to the sand. Neither of the two newlyweds noticing. Yukayo pulled away from him, and grinned. Catch me. She turned and started running lazily through the water. The wet sand felt good under her feet as she ran, her feet splashing the water as she moved. Turning her head towards Ryuga, she laughed, completely happy. He watched her, blushing more as he felt the effects of her wonderful, naked body running in front of him. A look from her, and her sweet laughter, drove him into action as he started to chase her through the warm waves. They ran, together, around the cove, both enjoying the playful chase. Before he reached the end, Ryuga moved a little faster, catching Yukayo in his arms, his hands sliding around her waist as he pulled her close. Laughing, she turned around, falling backwards, landing in the soft sands beneath the shallows with a splash. Pulling Ryuga down on top of her. They kissed each other deeply, their passion and tenderness all focused in Thigh's kiss. The night deepened, leaving starlight and the moon to shine down on the couple. As the waves splashed over the couple in the steamy waters, they held each other, stroking their loved one. Yukayo's hands ran up and down Ryuga's back, down to his rear, then back up again, stroking his wet body. his arms around her, touching her skin with tender caresses. Feeling her body under him, so soft and warm, turned him on even more. His blush grew as he started to nibble at her neck, his hand moving to caress only of her rounded breasts. His fingertips brushed over her hardened nipple, causing a groan to escape her lips. Yukai leaned her head back, groaning out Ryuga's name. His touch turned her on so much. She could feel his hardness against her thigh, and moved at her legs a little to wrap around him. She slid a hand onto his, showing him how to play with her nipple. That's it. She groaned out in a soft voice. Ryuga single quote as fingers worked around her nipple, then pinched it gently, loving the sounds she made as he played with her. He wriggled a little, rather uncomfortable at feeling so turned on. Yukai had tried to seduce him so many times, but he had always stopped her. But he wasn't used to being naked in her arms, exciting her. He concentrated at her neck, remembering when he had given in, at first time, to her seductions. She had taken control, pleasing him first. She pushed up against him, pressing her hips to him, moving a little till her sex rubbed against his skin. She rocked under him, the waves lapping around her body, wanting him so badly. She knew she was more than ready for her love. Ryuga, please. Enter me. Make me yours. She guided a hand down to his manhood. His body, moving against hers, stiffened a little at her touch. He half closed his eyes, a gasp escaping his lips, brushing over the tender skin off her neck. He raised himself over her, his hands digging into flour-covered sands at either side of her shoulders, following her gentle movements. Slowly, she moved him down against her, the top of his hardness at her sweet opening, the sea waves washing around them. She moved up to kiss him, pulling him to her, and she groaned as he bulked forward, pushing himself down into her. Ryuga suddenly felt the sweet joy of being in the woman he loved more than anything. His eyes opened wide and he cried out, having pushed into her so fast and deep by accident. He looked into her face, and saw her pine at her virginity being taken so suddenly. You Yukai-chan. I didn't mean to hurt you. I messed up. Sorry! Exclamation point, double quotes. She could see the pain in his eyes at having hurt her, and she gave a gentle smile through the pain. Ryuga, I knew it would hurt a little. John single quote. He stopped this, love. She pulled his head down and kissed him. The pain already starting to fade. Then her hips started to rock, slowly at first until he joined in. Then they moved, almost flowed together as the waves pounded on the shore. Both lost in the feelings of their love-making. Shudders of pleasure rushing through him as his hardness entered her tight opening, even through the water around them. Yukai moaning as he moved against her, his length rubbing against her tender inner walls, making love until they both came together. Ryuga's seed released in her body, mixed with her honey. But neither of them was ready to stop kissing, making love in the warm sea, The newlyweds moved on the sand, water moving around them, pounding onto the beach as the night progressed. Tofu's room. Ono Tofu's clinic, right square bracket drive. Tofu carried his beloved over the threshold into the clinic, the placide that they would make their home together. He smiled at her, a little shy. He loved her with all of his heart, wondering if their marriage was one of his daydreams, and she might disappear at any moment. Although they edited for a long time, and he had proposed to her, he still wondered. She was his perfect woman. Kasumi, held in her husband's arms, rested her head against his shoulder, her arms around his neck. She gazed up at him, knowing that she would be happy as his wife. She wanted to do anything she could to make him happy, even though she had to leave the Tenduka and the Dojo in Nodoka-shan's, until Akane was able to take over. He carried her through the reception, the clinic, then into his own private room. Attached to the room was a kitchen and a small living room. Most oft rooms were plain, but with Kasumi's touch, it would become the perfect home. Setting Kasumi lightly down on the floor, Tofu closed the bedroom door. Kasumi smiled at Tofu, suddenly feeling rather shy. She knew all about sensuality and pleasure, but she had not yet tried anything more than kissing her love. But she was ready to make this night perfect. Tofu was just as, if not more so, nervous than Kasumi. He had to make this the most memorable night in his beloved's life. He knew almost everything about the human body, even special, sexual tsubo points on the human body to give the greatest pleasure. He knew how to stimulate the human body, normally. Even with his knowledge, the doctor could not help being nervous. The newly married couple just gazed at each other, both blushing lightly. Kasumi smiled tenderly. I can hardly believe that I am Kasumi Ono now. Double quote cried. Tofu nodded. Neither can I, Kasumi. This is the happiest day in my life. Double quote. They moved close together and soon kissed, their lips brushing lovingly against the others. For a long moment, they just held each other, kissing with all their tenderness and love. Before too long, Kasumi broke the sweet kiss. She smiled up at him. Tofu. She reached up and stroked his cheek lightly. Then she reached behind her and slowly unwound her obi. As Tofu watched at her, he grew even more nervous, his glasses starting to steam up, ever so slightly. Kasumi dropped the long piece of material to the floor, holding her kimono closed with one hand. She looked over at her husband, dressed in his outfit, and reached out with her hand, undoing his hakame. Tofu caught her hand in his, and lifted it to his lips. Kasumi. You are so beautiful. Double quote. Kasumi smiled, leaning against him. She pressed her soft lips to his once more, before stepping back. She reached up with her hand, undoing her hair, letting it cascade down her back. Tonight is our night. Tofu. Love. Double quote. The doctor nodded, and slipped out of the confining Monsuki and his hakame, already loosened, fell to the floor. Kasumi blushed, looking over his body, his toned muscles, and blushed even more as he stepped out of his underwear. Her eyes found their way down to his manhood. Oh, my double quote. It was the doctor's turn to blush harder. His glasses steamed further while Kasumi carefully removed her 3 wedding kimono, placing them on the chair near the bed. She looked so beautifully sensual, yet innocent, in the high lingerie she was wearing. Tofu could almost imagine her as an angel. So sweet and innocent she looked. He almost faltered, moving toward as he slid his arms around her, pulling her to him. She reached up, removing high-steamed glasses, laying them on the chair. Then her arm slid around his neck, and she moved up for another kiss. They stood, holding each other, kissing. Her hands stroking through his hair. He stroked her back, working off her bra in the process. When the kiss ended, they gazed into each other's eyes. Then, kissing again, they started to explore each other's body. Kasumi's panties being slowly slid from her body as they stroked each other, enjoying the feeling of their beloved's body. Tofu edged his way to the bed, his new wife following, whispering words of love as they explored. The doctor lifted Kasumi onto their bed, and he moved next to her. Kasumi, looking across at her husband, ran her hands down his body, stroking lightly, loving how he enjoyed her touch. Her fingertips soon brushed down over his length. A shudder and moan escaped Tefu's lips, causing him to touch her sweet sex lightly. A moan coming from her mouth. Taking time, they gently worked over each other's bodies, trying to find why they could please the other the most. They continued their foreplay until both were overcome with need. Kasumi's half-opened eyes gazed up at him, pleadingly. Moving up on top of her, he gently parted her legs, laying against her a wonderfully soft body. Oh, Kasumi, my sweet, loving wife, whispered Tefu, are you sure that I are ready? ? She nodded, her eyes filled with not only her need, but her love. I am, my sweet Tefu. With those words, Her reached down, and guided himself to her wet slip. And slowly pushed in. He groaned with a deep pleasure as the head of his manhood pushed a little into her body. Then he slid his arms around her, staring into her face, lovingly. Kasumi held onto him tightly, trusting him totally. She smiled her special sweet smile, and relaxed. Even as he pushed apart her petals, moving into her body. His fingertips pressed into her back, and she was flooded with a warm, tingling sensation. And he pushed into her. He watched the smallest trace of pain wash over her face, but it was gone, and he was deep inside her, past her virgin barrier. He stopped, reaching down to kiss all over her beautiful face, kissing away her tears. As she was rained in kisses, Kasumi held him tightly, tears running down her cheeks, not from the pain, but from the feeling of giving herself completely to the man she loved. After a few moments, Kasumi lightly squeezed his back. I love you. He smiled down at her, tenderly, and I love you, Kasumi. Using all his knowledge, Tefu started to press Kasumi's sabo as his hips rocked gently against hers, heightening her pleasure. She held him close in her arms, a new pleasure flowing over her. They made slow, long love, both getting lost in the pleasure, losing their nervousness, concentrating on making love to the one that they loved the most. Their cries and moans echoing through the small room, both climaxing close together, leaving them to rest a while before continuing. Their love growing even stronger. Left square bracket Akane and Ranma's room. Right square bracket Ranma gently placed his daughter in her cot, kissing her gently. Good night, Mia-chan. Papa loves you. He ran his hand lightly through her hair. Nene. Papa, Miyabi-kun, smiling up at him. Love Papa! Ranma sighed happily, stepping back to let Akane say goodnight to their daughter. Love Mama, said Miyabi, then began mumbling in baby talk, only to be stopped by a kawaii yawn. Soon, both Ranma and Akane readied themselves for the night, then turned out the lights and slipped into bed. They held each other close, eventually drifting off to sleep. Ranma Nibun no Ichi, too much wedded bliss. Epilogue right square bracket underscore 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 left square bracket. Meanwhile, somewhere in lower orbit right square bracket, the moonlight washed over Nirima like the silvery waters of a waterfall, the stars twinkling in the night sky. Up in space, all Cologne could see was the moonlight reflected off the roofs of the town. She could not hear the cries of passion from the newlyweds' houses, nor could she feel anything but Appa's eyes, who was better attached to her than a face-hugger-alien. Cologne looked down at Appa. You jumped into the whirlwind on purpose, didn't you? Her clothes almost shredded from the power of the Hiryu she showed into cloud and hot. Appa's eye nuzzled against her, happy that she was too weak to fight him off. Of course, Cologne-chan. But just be quiet and let an old man enjoy his last years of pleasure before he dies. Cologne growled. As soon as I recover, you're going to pay for this happy. She then looked down at Nirima and scowled. And so will they. Appa ignored her and continued to rub against her chest. Thanks to Martin, alias Plunger, when I get to edit and upload his fanfics, for the fight scene retouching and editing. Also, thanks to Alex for going off this fanfic, and typing some of it, too. And another round of thanks goes to the people who helped me edit this, especially John Biles, Kevin Eve, and anyone else on the fanfic milliliters who I've forgotten to thank. You know who you are. Circumflex accent underscore circumflex accent right parenthesis http://www.acro.mu.oz.o/tilde exclamation point kunoi iagani makunoi I left parenthesis hyphen ani slash half right parenthesis egani mushroom at Ranma at spirit macaroli not really hyphen Ranma Nibun no Ichi 7 a mother's love warning. Lemon fanfic exclamation point right square bracket all characters portrayed in this fanfic are copyrighted Rumiko Takahashi and Shogakukan Incorporated, etc., etc., etc. Left square bracket Ranma and Akane's room. Tendu ka right square bracket Akane stared up into her husband's eyes. We're going to have another baby. Ranma blinked as his mind caught up with the sudden revelation. Another baby ? Akane nodded, then smiled as Ranma hugged her tightly to him, twirling around with her. Slowing down, they kissed softly for a moment, and Ranma set her back down on the floor. After all that trying, recently. Another baby. Ranma grinned. The couple had discussed the idea of having another child, and ended up deciding top plan for their next baby. It still came as a slight shock to Ranma that his wife was pregnant again so soon after their decision, but he was happy. They stood in their bedroom, the master bedroom where Soon used to sleep. Since the couple had moved back to the dojo from their rooms at their old university, things had changed. Nabiki had moved out to live at the Kunu mansion. Kasumi had left to be with her husband at his clinic. Janma and Nodoka still lived in the guest room, but Soon had moved into Kasumi's old room, to give the new owners of the dojo, and the heirs to the Musabetsu Kakudo Ryu, a little freedom. Akane's old room had been transformed into Miyabi's room. Now 2 years old, Miyabi no longer needed to stay in her parents' room. Besides, her grandparents were nearby just in case she needed anything. Akane reached up and stroked Ranma's cheek gently, and we are ready, this time. And Yukayu and I will be pregnant together! Ranma nodded, then HM'd softly. I wonder what their kid will be like. Akane smiled and rested her head on Ranma's shoulder. If Ryuga-kun's anywhere near as good a father as you are, Their child will turn out really well. Ranma blushed and hugged Akane. Left square bracket later that day. The Guja right square bracket. Ranma grinned over at Akane and wiped his brow, then hung the towel around the back of his neck. Not too bad. Akane nodded, panting a little. A little training never hurt anyone. Ranma smiled back at her. Though you'll have to take it easy a little later on. After all, you're still only a weak tomboy! Akane growled and punched at him. What did you say? Ranma laughed as he easily dodged her fists. That's more like it, Akane. Try to hit me this time! Akane, her temper much more even these days, continued to spar with Ranma, knowing that she would need this practice to help keep in shape for their next baby. She backed Ranma to the wall, then punched hard at his face. Ranma, as always, easily dodged it and her fist crashed through the timbers. Ranma spun her around as she withdrew her hand, and kissed her lightly. You think it's time for us to train Mia-chan? Yet? Come on, Ranma. I know you've been trying to teach her on the side. Well, Ichi did start training me early. And I thought. Akane nodded. I know, Ranma. But she's a little young. Wait a few years. Her attention wanders too much. You know. Ranma rolled his eyes. Don't I know it? She hardly stays still for a moment! She smiled and took his hand. Come on. We need a bath after all that. You rate all hot and sweaty. Like you didn't try to get me all hot and sweaty the last few nights! Akane laughed softly. Come on. They both wandered back to the house. Left square bracket. A forest. Somewhere in Japan. Right square bracket. The lone figure of a beautiful woman made her way through the forest. As he moved, she spoke. I must get to Nirima. Left square bracket. Dinner time. Tendu-ka. Right square bracket. Nodoka set down the meal that she and Akane had prepared together, and called everyone for dinner. Genma was already waiting at the table, but Nodoka shooed him away from the food till everyone was seated. As they ate, Ranma looked around the table at his parents and his father-in-law, then down to little Miyabi, who was busily eating her food. He looked to Akane and she nodded, and he took a deep breath. Akane and I are going to have another baby. Soun immediately burst into tears. Another grandchild. My little baby girl is going to be a mother again! Genma didn't do much other than continue to eat, only giving a slight nod of approval to Ranma. Nodoka, on the other hand, clapped her hands together in delight. Yet another grandchild. My son is so manly! Miyabi stopped eating and cocked her head to the side. Baby. Her voice was adorably kawaii, and she looked even more so as she looked at her parents with her large, brown eyes. Akane smiled happily and nodded. A baby, Mia-chan. You're going to have a little brother or sister to play with! Suddenly it seemed as if the room was filled with people. Tofu and Kasane turned up, followed closely by Nabiki and her husband. Shampoo and Lucy appeared as the Amazon knocked down a wall with her bonbri. Ryugi and Fukayu also arrived and ended up walking through the new doorway. A baby? Congratulations! Wow! We're both pregnant together. Where are we? Shampoo, so happy for you. You're not Akane, are you? Welcome, everyone. Break out the sake! No, I brought along the champagne. How could this girl do this to you? Yet again, Akane hyphen question mark double quote. Everyone seemed to be talking at once. Miyabi continued to eat happily, wondering why on earth all her uncles and aunts had turned up suddenly. Ranma and Akane did their best to keep things quiet, especially with Kunu. But eventually it turned into a party. Nodoka wandered around, preparing and serving foods while Soun and Genma drifted off to play shogi. The men seemed to make up their own group to talk about not only children but training and fighting, and a little old rivalry thrown in for old time's sake. Meanwhile, the girls made up another group. Nabiki handed around the glasses of champagne after Miyabi had been put topped. So, my little sister is having another baby. Question mark double quote. Akane glowed with happiness. Hi, Onichan exclamation point double quote. Nabiki smiled and sipped from her glass. I wonder if Takai and I will have a kid. Double quote. Kasumi leaned over and placed a hand on Nabiki's arm. You'll have children soon enough, Nabiki. Tafu and I are waiting a little while until we both feel ready to have children. Double quote. Yukayu rested her hand lightly on her stomach, then looked over at Ryuga. We think that Ryuga and I are ready. Double quote. Shampoo think even if you're not ready, you still going to have baby, said the purple-headed Amazon with a playful smile. Yukayu laughed and turned to Akane. Do you want a boy or a girl? Akane-chan question mark. I think that Ryuga wants a boy, though he's not saying. Double quote. I don't mind, Akane said thoughtfully. Oh, Ranma would love to have a son. Double quote. Nabiki gave an evil grin. You know, if one of you has a boy and the other has a girl, you can't get them engaged. Exclamation point. Double quote. Nabiki Onichan. Akane frowned at her sister. Double quote. Well, it turned out fine with you and Ranma, didn't it? Question mark. Double quote. Now, Nabiki, don't tease them like that, Kasumi chided gently. Nabiki sighed and gave a half shrug. It would be funny, though. Double quote. As the girls talked, Nodoka joined them. You know, Akane, dear, your mother would have been very happy to see you, and your sisters, like this. Double quote. The three sisters were each overcome by feelings from the past. Akane could hardly remember her mother, but knew her face by sight. She could best recall her mother cooking in the kitchen, humming a soft cooking song. Nabiki's mind filled with her mother's face and half hinted at sense as she thought back on how their mother cared for them all, giving the child Nabiki a sense of protection from whatever scared her in her dreams. Kasumi, always striving to be like her mother, was reminded of all the times her mother taught her things, of the closeness between her mother and herself. Yukayu and Shampoo, sensing the new mood, quieted down and just watched their friends. Ranma single quote. As mother smiled softly. I'm sure that she's very proud of you all. Double quote. Nabiki slowly stood up. There's something that I need to do that I haven't done in a while. Akane, Onichan, I think you should both come with me. Double quote. The other two sisters nodded slowly and stood up, almost seeming to share Nabiki's thoughts, and the three girls turned and left the room, headed to their mother's shrine. Left square bracket. Ranma and Akane's room. Tendu-ka right square bracket. As Ranma slid into bed with his wife, he looked at her. His mood was still high, but she was a little subdued. Double quote. What is it, Akane? He asked softly, holding her close in his arms. Double quote. Nothing much, Ranma. I was just thinking about things. Double quote. He placed a kiss gently on her forehead. What sort of things? Question mark. Double quote. Well, we were just reminded of our mother. Double quote. Ranma nodded and stroked her hair gently. I guess it still hurts, Northeast. I still remember how it felt to be without my mother, even though she was right here. Akane sighed a little and hugged her husband tightly. Just don't you ever leave me. Okay? Ranma squeezed her gently. I'll always be here for you. Love. She rested her head against his shoulder, and eventually drifted off to sleep, knowing that he would protect her. Nodoka. Next morning, Akane came back from her early morning jog to find Ranma and Genma fighting off the pond. Nodoka was ready with breakfast and Miyabi was sitting on Sun's lap, watching her father and grandfather fight with a huge splash. Both Ranma and Genma landed in the water. Miyabi landed on pond. Papa and Grandpapa fell in the water. She squealed happily. It was one of the highlights of her day to see her father turn into a girl, and her grandfather into a panda. A sopping wet female Ranma and a giant panda emerged from the pond just as Nodoka called everyone for breakfast. Ranma started scoffing down her food, as per normal. Nice breakfast. Hofukuro! Akane ate her food more slowly and sighed. Ranma, the food isn't going to run away if you eat more slowly. Ranma paused for a moment and looked at Akane. A few pieces of rice still stuck around her mouth. Yeah, right. Ichi'll steal it as soon as. Genma was already digging into Ranma's meal. See? I told you. Akane! Akane frowned at Ranma. It's your fault for not eating slowly to begin with. Yeah. Well, if you hadn't started on me again about how I eat, Ichi wouldn't have gotten my breakfast! And you're teaching bad manners to me! Chan! Ranma frowned. The fact that he lost his breakfast making the little problem seem larger to him. And what would you know of manners? Tomboy! Nodoka and Sun sighed and continued eating. The arguments still happened, although they were less often and less violent. And they always made up soon afterwards. Tomboy! You insensitive jerk. Here, since you want to eat so badly, have mine. With that, Akane threw her bowl of rice at Ranma, the bowl upturning to dump all of the rice over Ranma's head. Akane stood up, turned around and marched out. Genma Panda, having finished all the food he could find, held up a sign. Son, haven't you learned yet? Ranma grabbed the sign and slammed it over her father's head. Shut up. Akaoji! Another sign was held up by the panda. Ichi! Miyabi looked after her mother, then at her father and the panda, not really comprehending what was going on. Papa, where is Mama? It's okay, Miyabi. She's just gone off for a little bit. Ranma picked up her daughter and kissed her forehead. I'll go and find Mama and then bring her back to see Miyabi. The little girl smiled and scrambled out of Ranma's arms and back to her meal. The only reason why Genma hadn't taken Miyabi's meal was the fact that Nodoka was holding the panda by his ear, her sword half drawn. Soon started to read the paper, ignoring the usual morning goings-on. Ranma followed Akane, knowing where she would be. Left square bracket Miyabi room. Tendu-ka right square bracket. Akane was sitting on the floor in the corner of the room, where her bed used to be. Miyabi's cot was on the other side of the window. It had been shunned quite a lot, designed specifically for a nursery. But to Akane, this was still her room, the place where she went to think. Ranma knocked softly at the door, looking in. Akane? She sighed and looked up. Ranma looked down for a moment, then looked into her saddened face. I'm sorry, Akane. You know that I didn't mean that. Akane nodded and reached out her hand to her. As Ranma entered the room and gently grasped her small hand in her own, Akane sighed and squeezed her husband's hand. I know, Ranma. She gave a half smile. You know, it's good that our fights never last long these days. I was just thinking of the past. Ranma nodded and settled down next to her, still holding her hand. At least now we know that we love each other. And no matter what I say, you should remember that. She sighed and kissed Akane's cheek lightly. I hate hurting you. But occasionally I still talk without thinking. Akane smiled and lightly tugged at her husband's red pigtail. What do you mean occasionally? She giggled playfully. K. What do you mean by that question? Akane stood up and helped Honor Ranma up, too. She hugged her. Nothing at all. Ranma. The redhead smiled. Well, now you're all cheered up. There's a little girl downstairs who is concerned about you. Akane smiled back. Just remember that we have a little making up to do tonight. Ranma couldn't help but grin. I would never forget. They walked back downstairs together, hand in hand. Left square bracket later that day. Bukinzoko no miyake hyphen your right square bracket Yukai side, sitting down after the lunch. Our rush. She placed the small spatulas down on the grill and smiled, looking over at Ryuga who was still serving one of the few remaining customers. She smiled to herself. This was her husband. He, amazingly, managed not to get very lost while in the restaurant these days. Even while upstairs in the house, he didn't wander too far. Though there had been times when Ryuga had wandered off and hadn't returned for days. Yukai had learned to deal with the loneliness of those long days and even longer nights, knowing that he would come back to her as soon as he could find her. But no matter how well she coped, she was still lonely. As much as she could, she kept her eye on him. Ryuga, sensing her watching him, turned and smiled at her. She continued gazing at him, thinking of all the happy times they had shared together over the last year since their marriage. He was protective and always sweet. And now that she was going to have their baby, she could see that his happiness had increased. These days he hardly ever frowned. Of course they had their occasional fights, like any normal couple, but they were both happy. Yukai smiled back. Ryuga-kun, the others should be coming around for dinner tonight. When you're finished, could you help me get the place ready? We're going to close early. Ryuga nodded and smiled. Alright, Yukai-chan. He turned back to the customer. Left square bracket drive. To Fu's clinic right square bracket. The doctor was cleaning out the back room when he came across a long forgotten vial that had once belonged to Kodakai. He sat, starting to study the residue of the liquid that had once been in the bottle. Fu looked up and adjusted his glasses. I wonder if it's possible to make up a batch of this to see what it does. What an interesting set of herbs and chemicals. Fu turned to call out the door. Kasumi, dear. Would you come here for a moment? Kasumi's single quote sweet voice replied. Of course, Anata. I'll be right there. The doctor started to study the residue once more. Left square bracket Kunyu-ka. Living room right square bracket. Nabiki sat on the couch, idly flicking through a business magazine. She and Kodakai had managed to make an uneasy truce, although Nabiki was ready for any treachery on Kodakai's part. She continued to read as her sister-in-law moved through the room to the kitchen. She knew that Kodakai was shooting her black looks as she walked past Aide, but she also knew that she wouldn't try anything. She smiled to herself. She was enjoying life here, She even enjoyed the challenge of keeping Kodakai at bay. She enjoyed having a servant. She even enjoyed watching Tatewaki and Kodakai beating up their father and throwing him out of the house whenever he turned up. She looked up as Kunio entered the room, still rather pompous and still as stupid as ever, and sat down next to her. As he talked away, she chatted with him, her mind on the past. She didn't know when it had happened, but she had fallen in love with Kunio. As she thought about it, Kunio was the only guy she had ever let near her. After her mother died, she had surrounded herself with money. Knowing that money didn't leave you, that money could get you anything you wanted. Her mother had left her. She didn't want to be hurt again in that way. All of the boys she dated were happy to be with her, and to buy her things. They would have done anything to make her happy. But she had dumped each of them, not only taking their gifts, but taking their money as well. The sama happened for boy after boy after boy. Their asterisk had asterisk in Kinojuk. But he was too much like her. She remembered having feelings for him, but she hadn't been ready to let go of her money to try for a love. And she knew what he was like. She would have been just like all the boyfriends she had left. Eventually Ranma and Akane had wed. She had used the love potion, knowing full well what it would do. But she hadn't planned on Kunio falling for her. After all, they basically didn't care much for the other. And he was the only guy in her class not to ask her out. But there was a sort of friendship between them. A friendship born of business dealings. She smiled as she listened to Kunio's latest flowery speech about her. She didn't know why she liked listening to him, because it seemed to annoy just about everyone else. But he was the only one to really pay attention to her. After he fell for her, she'd tried to use him like the others. But no matter what she did, he stayed with her, trying to win her. Flowers, chocolates, poetry. She had him basically working as a slave for quite a while. But something got to her over time. His consistency, how he never gave up. She had found it annoying, for a while. But it somehow opened up her need to be loved. And her need to love. She found herself wanting to be near him, to talk with him, to accept his gifts and promises of love. He hadn't left her, even long after the time the love potion was meant to wear off. She had tried, but then gave in to the yearning for love. She turned to him, slowly, and had shown him small signs of giving her love back. No longer did she treat him like a customer, nor a slave. She got closer to him. Although she continued to sell him pictures of the female Ranma, she knew he would never give up on Ranma. But Nabiki was amused by the whole matter. She had come to realize that his love for her had been love, not just infatuation. Later they had married. And Nabiki was happily accepting all of his love, and giving love in return. After all these many years, she was ready for love again. Her fears had gone. She was still rather mercenary, but she could at least care once more. They continued to talk together, Nabiki snuggling into Tatewaki's arms. Left square bracket Kunio-ka. Kitchen right square bracket Mikado rested against the sideboard, watching Kodakai. It was strange, for him to be near to beautiful women and to only be able to kiss one of them. He looked back at Nabiki and Kunio, in the living room, then smiled and turned back to Kodakai. He had given up his passion for kissing all girls for his passion for her. He looked at her for a moment. Still annoyed at your brother's wife? Kodakai started mixing up dinner for the evening. She shouldn't be invading my domain like this. Mikado ran a hand through his perfect hair and sighed. You are such a good sister to my brother-in-law, putting up with things like this. But you are an even better wife. She couldn't help but smile. His flattery always worked on her. I will cook you something special for tonight, then, my husband. He nodded and watched her as she cooked. She was crazy, spiteful and rather vict. But that enchanted him. She was the only woman who could surprise him. Even when he thought that she couldn't find another way of surprising him, she came up with something new. Kodakai was the only woman who could captivate him and keep him interested. As he combed his hair, he continued to gaze at her. He knew he loved her, but sometimes he wondered what went through her mind. When they thought, she sometimes tried to poison him, but always made sure that it wasn't lethal. He wondered why, out of all the aphrodisiacs, poisons, potions, gases and powders that she created, he could never find anything that could kill him. For such a twisted creature, and he meant that in the kinkiest sense of the word, he couldn't help but wonder about her. So inconsistent. Although she was rather focused on him. Kodakai started to hum one of her own special cooking songs as she worked. But soon the humming turned into laughter to the same tune. Although Mikado had heard this many times, he always became nervous. Maybe it was the laugh, or maybe it was the fact that the song showed the world her mental instability. He fidgeted for a little while. Kodakai, I've got to go upstairs for a little while and get my new skating routine worked out. Kodakai stopped the laughter song and nodded to him. You go, my darling Mikado-sama. Suzuki shall call you down when dinner is ready. He smiled, and sauntered out, as casually as possible. He gave a backwards glance into the living room. Nabiki and Kunu hadn't seemed to have noticed a thing. He turned to Kodakai and blew her a goodbye kiss, then flew upstairs. Mikado gave a sigh of relief. As much as I love her, that laughter could drive anyone batty. Then he smirked. Although that laughter and their dominatrix outfit go well together. Left square bracket Nakoyaden. That night right square bracket Shampoo packed away the kitchen utensils his moose locked up for the night. He was great help around the restaurant, and actually enjoyed working with Shampoo. He closed the doors, locked them, and turned to Shampoo. He looked longingly at the purple haze that surrounded the pinkish blur of her face. No matter how hard he tried, nor how many times he adjusted his glasses, he could never see his beautiful wife as more than a slightly ill-defined blur. But he didn't love her for her body. His attraction came from deep within his heart. Well, that's it for tonight, Moose. We've closed early, so let's watch a little TV. There is an interesting love story on soon. Her bright and bubbly voice called in Mandarin from where she stood. He smiled and nodded to her and led her to their living room. His life had suddenly become a dream. One day, Shampoo had fallen in love with him. Thought was all it took to make him happy. He sat down with her, slipping an arm around his beloved, just to hold her. Although he couldn't see well, his sofa senses more than made up for it. He listened to her gentle breathing as she watched the television. He felt her soft, warm body resting in his arms. the scent of freshly washed hair. He loved this woman more than anything. He continued to hold her as she became engrossed in the movie. Both of them happy. Left square bracket outside right square bracket Azusa and Tsubasa, both dressed in similar frilly, pink dresses, waited outside the Nakoyadan for it to open. Neither of them bothered to actually check to see if the restaurant was open. So they waited for the rest of the evening, chattering away happily into the cold, dark night. Left square bracket Ukan single quote Soka no Hyakuya right square bracket Yukayu opened the door and smiled. Come in, Ran-chan. Akane. How are you both question mark double quote Ryuga sat by the counter, watching as the couple entered. Hi. Ryuga was rather cheerful tonight, even if Ranma was here. Ranma really wasn't Ryuga's sworn enemy anymore. He was a friend, of sorts. Although they still had a little rivalry going, it was still a friendship. Or at least a very peaceful truce. Double quote. Hi, Ryuga-kun. Akane smiled as she entered the okonomiyaki. Ranma following her. Double quote. Yo. Ranma went straight up to the counter and sat down, waiting for his food. Yukayu shook her head and smiled at Ranma. Ran-chan. You're always in such a hurry to eat! Double quote. Ranma grinned. Well, who wouldn't want to miss out on your great okonomiyaki and that special sauce? Double quote. Ryuga narrowed his eyes a little. Don't tell me that you're after my wife now? Double quote. Hey. I'm just saying what a great cook she is! Double quote. Akane tapped Ranma on the shoulder. You never say anything like that about my cooking. Double quote. Well, I always eat your stuff. It's okay. But it's not anything like Ukan's cooking. Double quote. Yukayu rolled her eyes and slapped Ranma lightly on the back of his head. I don't want you to destroy the place tonight. Really? Double quote. Akane swallowed the retort, not just because of what Yukayu said. She knew that she was jealous of his compliments of Yukayu's cooking. He hardly ever complimented her, since he was so used to it. She knew that her cooking still wasn't perfect, but she could cook perfectly edible meals every day. Ranma's single quote's way of complimenting her cooking these days was to eat it all. Ranma scratched his head. Sorry, Ukan. He looked over at Akane, wondering what he'd said wrong. But as long as she seems to have calmed down, I'm sure it's okay. Though greater than he leaned over to Akane and whispered, although I do like your cooking, I've got to tell you Kaiju how good hers is because we're guests, right? But, just between us, you've improved your cooking skills the most! Double quote. Akane smiled a little and sat down between her husband and Ryuga. How's everything going, you two? Anyway? Double quote. Ryuga smiled, turning to look at Yukayu. I've never been happier. Double quote. Yukayu winked at him. Even on our wedding night? Double quote. The blush on Ryuga's cheeks spread to cover his whole face. Yukayu-chan! Double quote. Both Yukayu and Akane giggled while Ranma grinned. You know, I never know how you survived that night with all those nosebleeds you have. Ryuga comma double quote Ranma smirked over at the blushing man double quote. Hey! That's none of your business. Ryuga spluttered, still blushing very deeply. Less than no, I'm not sure how I managed. Either greater than that sent the girls into more peals of laughter. When Yukio managed to speak again, she leaned over and kissed Ryuga's cheek tenderly. You know, you're so cute when you blush double quote. Ryuga blushed even more double quote. So, what do you two want to eat? Yukio smiled at her guests double quote. Oh, just my usual, book double quote. Akane looked at the menu for a moment. I think I'll just have a modern Nakato night. Yukio double quote. Yukio smiled and set to work, cooking for okonomiyaki for them all. As he worked, Shiachem and Northeast, Ryuga-kun. Can you get everyone something to drink? Question mark double quote. Ryuga made his way over to the refrigerator and started to search for something to drink double quote. Northeast, Yukio. How's the baby going? Akane asked, watching her friend at work double quote. Well you know how it is. Not exactly the most fun thing in the world, when you feel sick double quote. Akane smiled. But it's more than worth it. You know double quote. Ranma rested his elbows on the counter, his chin in his hands and looked at Yukio. Even if you have to get someone to babysit when you want to go out double quote. Ryuga wandered back and poured out a cup of calypso each. Yukio-chan will be okay with all of the changes. He wondered double quote. I single quote. I'm sure she'll be fine. Ryuga-kun. Akane smiled. Ryuga turned his eyes on Ranma. Well, Ranma. Maybe you should have a baby and then tell us all what it's like double quote lot. Ranma stared at Ryuga double quote. Well, since you seem to think that the biggest problem is getting a babysitter, maybe you should have a child yourself to see what it's really like double quote. Hey! I'm a guy. Pi. Ranma retorted, glaring at Ryuga double quote. Who you calling Pi single quote question mark exclamation point double quote. Akane and Yukio both sighed and the girls both bashed their respective husbands over the head with a chair. Boys. Yukio sighed double quote. Their single quote has hardly a moment's peace between them. Akane shook her head. Eventually, they all managed to sit quietly and eat their okonomiyaki together. They caught up on recent events, and talking about the children who were to be born by the end of the year. Life had been quite quiet in Mirima recently. Neither of the two couples knew that things would drastically change. In a little while left square bracket the outskirts of Tokyo right square bracket. The woman smirked to herself. It's almost time. I hope you are ready for double quote left square bracket Unryo Hyphenka. Hikarai and Konatsu's room right square bracket. Konatsu, dressed in a fine kimono, with his hair done up in an old geisha style, knelt down on the tatami mat, across from Hikarai. She smiled up at him, in the midst of knitting a jumper. Double quote. Well, the pigs had been fed for the night, Akarai-chan. Konatsu looked off at Akarai, so I think that it's time for our dinner. I'll start making a double quote I single quote already made our meal, Kenzan-chan. Akarai smiled, finishing off the row of her knitting, and placed it down in the knitting basket. The Kunoikai, my part-time pig farmer, smiled and helped Akarai up. Well, come, we should go and eat. Northeast ? Double quote They wandered off to get the food, and brought it to the living room, where Ikari's grandfather awaited the meal, his frail form huddled up at the warm table. Left square bracket ukan single quote sokonomiyaki hyphen right square bracket The two couples eventually finished their meal, and continued to chat for a while. Eventually Akane looked outside. It's getting late. Ranma and I should go now. You and I both need our rest. Yukai double quote Yukai yawned behind her hand. You're right, Akane-chan. It was a busy day. Tony double quote Ryuga looked at his wife, a little concerned. Maybe you should hire some O'Neills to look after the restaurant. Then I can look after you and you can rest. Double quote Yukai nodded a little. We'll see, Ryuga-kun. But I'm fine for the moment. Thanks for coming, Ran-chan. Akane. We'll see you later. Double quote The Sodom smiled and took their leave. Ryuga finished tidying up the small counter, then took Yukai's hand, and the couple headed for bed. Outside, the rain started to lightly patter down on the okonomiyaki-yard. Left square bracket A cave. Somewhere right square bracket A small figure struggled in vain as it tried to escape from its bonds. Left square bracket Ranma and Akane's room. Tendu-ka right square bracket Akane looked at her husband. Oh, come on, Ranma. You could have run home fast enough not to get rained on! Double quote The female Ranma shrugged out of her damp Chinese top. What's it matter, come on anyway. She threw her damp top in one corner of the room, and started slipping off her damp pants. She wandered over to the window and looked outside. Well, what do you know? It's hiling. Double quote Akane, about to reply to Ranma's question, stopped. Ranma. Get away from Thuindo! Double quote Ranma turned and blinked at her. Double quote Who knows who would see you like that? She gestured to Ranma's bare torso. Ranma looked down and back at Akane. There's a wall around the house, remember? Double quote Akane frowned a little. That doesn't stop anyone from peeking. Double quote Ranma sat herself down on the bed and kicked out of her boxer shorts. The old Handa hasn't been around in a year, so I wouldn't worry. Double quote Akane sighed and gave up. Ranma would never have any female modesty. She closed the window and unzipped her damp dress. We should really take a bath before we catch a cold. Double quote Ranma grinned. I have a better way to keep warm. She moved up behind her wife, and helped her out of her dress. Akane blushed a little as Ranma's small hand slid around her stomach, gently stroking over her delicate skin. B dot dot dot, but we haven't done it like asterisk this asterisk in so long exclamation point double quote. She closed her eyes as she felt Ranma's lips lightly kissing the back of her neck. Shivers of pleasure running through her body dot double quote. Well, all the better to try it again. Ranma breathed softly. The small fever-like feeling of her breath caused Akane to shiver a little more double quote. Oh, Ranma, she whispered, feeling her husband's hands gently undoing her bra, slipping it off her shoulders. The piece of lingerie fell to the floor, and Ranma's small, feminine hands moved around Akane's sides to gently cup her breasts. Akane leaned back against Ranma, her heartbeat starting to speed up. As Ranma gently played with her breasts, her nipples tingled and hardened and the slow tingling started to build up between her legs. She reached behind her and squeezed Ranma's hips gently in her hands, pressing back against her. Ranma responded by lightly nibbling at Akane's neck, and the hand starting to make its way down Akane's torso and stomach, going over her fine, soft curves, millimeters. You're warm already. Akane double quote h high let's get to bed. She moaned softly, loving the touch but feeling her knees weakening. Ranma gently let go, feeling her own pleasure sending tingles through her body, just touching and hearing Akane. She led her to the bed, and kissed at her lips, easing her back on the soft mattress. As they kissed, their lips parting, their tongues slowly probing each other's mouths. Akane's arm slid back down to Ranma's wide hips. Her fingertips tenderly ran over her soft skin, almost tickling Ranma as she stroked. Ranma's soft, curvy body pressed down against Akane's, her hands running up and down Akane's sides. As they fondled each other, both of them started to get turned on more and more, the build-up slow and steady. Both of their voices whimpered with pleasure, both wanting the other to push them over the edge, but both still wanting to continue just touching their love. Rolling over, Ranma and Akane continued to kiss, both rocking slightly against each other. Akane's breasts rubbed against Ranma's, both girls' nipples hard, pressing into each other's skin, and Akane started to grind her hips against her husband's, moaning. Ranma's moans echoing hers. As Ranma pressed back up against her, he could feel her fragrant honey dripping down to run over her inner thighs and sex. Akane, she whispered in between moans, and slid one hand down, between them, to slide between her legs. Akane cried out, softly, needing her touch so badly. She parted her legs a little further, and shuddered as Ranma's fingertips ran over her pink dripping flower. Slowly, Akane let her hand drop to Ranma's sex, running through Ranma's soft, red hair, then down to find her clit. Ranma let out a soft, shuddering moan of need as Akane's finger grazed her sweet butt lightly. Soon, the two were stroking each other's special, sweet spot, their fingertips centering on areas of pleasure. Their bodies ground against each other, damp with sweat as the two worked up each other's pleasure. Suddenly, Akane cried out and started to orgasm as Ranma's fingers squeezed her clit gently. She cried out, arching her back as she came calm, her whole body shaking with the force of the pleasure she felt. Ranma, even through her pleasure, gazed at Akane, watching her pleasure-filled face as she orgasmed above her. A feeling of pure happiness washed through her, and a feeling of satisfaction. As soon as Akane started floating back down from the waves of pleasure washing through her, she collapsed on Ranma, and pinched on Ranma's own clit. And Ranma felt the female sensations of her orgasm flood her, the strong feelings rushing through her small body. As she came, she felt one of Akane's fingers slipping inside her as her inner muscles contracted and squeezed, seeming to vibrate around Akane's fingers. Then Ranma moaned, half growling Akane's name, and collapsed back on the bed. Ranma sighed softly, sliding her arms around Akane as the dark-haired girl rested her head on her shoulder. Both girls panted softly, drenched in sweat and honey. They snuggled close together for a while, relaxing, just holding each other, feeling wonderfully warm. Then they both fell asleep together, whispering words of love. Left square bracket Dr. Tofu single quote S clinic. Next morning right square bracket double quote Kasumi-chan. Whence the next appointment question mark double quote. Kasumi rifled through her appointment book. Not till this afternoon. Double quotes. She smiled at her husband. The doctor nodded and smiled. Well, maybe I can work a little on this. Do you have that list question mark double quote. Kasumi searched through a pocket in her skirt and pulled out a sheet of paper. Here you are. Double quote. He smiled and kissed her lightly. Thank you. Kasumi. Double quotes. She kissed him back lightly, then sat down next to him. What is it for question mark double quotes. She wondered. Double quote. It's single quote as something I put away but wanted to study later. He showed her the bottle, then the little pile of dried up potion residue. Double quote. Oh, I wonder what it was. It looks like a potion of some kind. Double quote. Tofu nodded and readjusted his glasses. He scanned through the list. It seems very much that way. I think I'll try to make up a sample this morning to see if I can figure it out. Double quote. Kasumi smiled and kissed him on the forehead. Gongo, Anada. I need to go shopping for a few things. Double quote. He smiled at her, and squeezed her delicate hand. Come back soon. Double quote. She nodded and turned away, making her way to the door. And the doctor turned back to the list. Left square bracket Nakeful and right square bracket as Moose opened the door to kawaii. Damned creatures in pink and lassie bounced past him into the restaurant. Moose blinked. Double quote. The two pictures of kawaiiness bounced down at a table and started giggling as they waited to be served. Shampoo blinked at them, then at Moose, who shrugged. She shrugged a little back and went over to their table. What do you want to eat question mark double quote. As Yusa and Sabasa looked up. We want gomoku wonton, yakisoba and hibichafan. They both cried out together, both sounding equally kawaii. Shampoo blinked, but nodded and went out to the kitchen. Strange customers we have these days, she muttered in her own language, and started the day's work. Left square bracket beside a sign, reading Welcome to Nirima, population, variable single quote right square bracket. The woman smirked and cracked her knuckles. Now for my revenge. With that comment she started striding into town, a determined look on her face. She walked past Gosunkuji, who had the young Inako-sensei walking next to him, begging him to buy her an ice cream. The woman kept walking. She stopped outside the Tendu-dojo. Tonight, I shall put my plan into action. She laughed evilly and continued on. Left square bracket inside the Tendu-ka right square bracket. Miyabi sat by the table, gobbling down her meal. Nodoka had prepared lunch, but had dragged Genma and Soun shopping with her for some new baby clothes and things. Akane and Ranma were left for the lunch. Ranma was also gobbling down his food. Akane smiled evilly. Less than HMM. I've got a way to slow you down. Ranma greater than. She took one of the little spring rolls, and dipped it in the pink sauce. Shesmilled over at Ranma, who blinked a little but smiled back. Making sure his eyes were still on her, she parted her lips a little, and ran her tongue, ever so slowly, through the sauce on the roll. Then she slipped the saucy covered end of the roll into her mouth. Ranma stared at her, watching how she sucked on the sauce, then pulled the roll out from her pretty mouth, and started to dip it in sauce again. Miyabi continued eating happily. Akane licked her lips, this time, her tongue running over her top, then bottom lip. Her eyes still on Ranma. Then she pushed the roll a little way into her mouth. As she began to suckle again, she wrapped her fingers around the base of the food, and started to push it into her mouth. After each slight push, she pulled it back out, working in a rhythm. Ranma gulped, forgetting to eat. She continued with her rhythm, this time bobbing her head a little, up and down the piece of food. Then she stopped. She took it out again, then let her lips wrap around the very tip of the roll, and she nibbled gently. Ranma watched her sweet lips working around the shaft of the food, taking small nips as she ran its length over her mouth, almost like kisses. Sherfin took one more lick at it, and dipped a finger in the sauce. She spread the sauce slowly over the roll, and licked the sauce from her finger. She grinned to herself, watching Ranma start to get uncomfortable. She was going to leave him in agony for as long as possible. Miyabi, seeing her father stop eating, reached over and took his food. Akane slowly ran her tongue up and down the sauce streak on the roll, then popped it into her mouth. As she chewed, she took another one. Ranma was a little startled, but he still couldn't get his mind back into gear. She worked at the rim, this time, nibbling at the still flaky outside off-spring roll. Then she suddenly plunged the shaft into her mouth, her eyes half closing as if in pleasure. This time she heard Ranma gulp. Miyabi, now finished, looked at her parents, blinked, then wandered off to play with her toys in the corner of the room. Akane started to rock the spring roll into her mouth, swaying a little herself. Giving a soft mm. She worked the roll faster. Ranma, fidgeting, tried to speak. Hey a new hey. He gulped again, his hands moving to his thighs. He tried again. Hey Akane double quote, her eyes showed her amusement, and she quickly ate the roll. Well, I'm full. I think we should take Mia-chan for a walk. Double quote, Ranma single quote, s eyes widened as she stood up, as if she didn't know the effect that she had made on him. Akane exclamation point double quote. Akane wandered over to Miyabi and settled down next to her. Northeast, Mia-chan, who single quote s this. Akane held up a tanuki stuffed toy, smiling at her. She left Ranma at the table, desperately trying to think of something else so thought could join the two. Before too long, Ranma got up and joined his wife and daughter, letting the little girl climb onto his back for a horsey ride. As he stood up with her, he leaned over and whispered to Akane, "You're so cruel, love." She flashed a grin at him. "Next time, I'll do that to everything I eat." Double quote, Ranma bit his lip. "Ooh, I'm going to get you for that." Then he took his daughter outside to run around the garden. Akane sat on the veranda, watching over the two most precious things in her life. Left square bracket, in a cave, somewhere right square bracket, something snapped, and the figure was free. It started to laugh, an insane cackle issuing from its mouth. Left square bracket, Nirima. That evening, right square bracket, Shampoo and Moo strolled through the streets, hand in hand. As they neared the dojo, Moose abruptly pulled Shampoo with him, flattening them both against a wall. Double quote. Shampoo was cut off by a hiss from Moose. She looked at him for a moment. As she saw the serious look on his face, she frowned. Moose, as soon as he was sure Shampoo would stay still, looked back towards the dojo. All he could see was a darker blur, moving stealthily down through all of the dojo. But he could hear the almost silent sounds of Pine Trotter as it moved. And hearing the lack of sounds the intruder was making told Moose it wasn't an ordinary person. As soon as the figure disappeared up the street, Moose stepped out. Head turned to Shampoo. There was someone there. Double quote, Shampoo nodded. "I saw him. All in black, and carrying something." Double quote, we single quote, "D better see what's going on." Double quote, the two made their way to the Tendu -ka. Left square bracket, somewhere right square bracket, a small figure bounded through the countryside, laughing evilly. Halfway through its laugh, it smashed straight into a tree. Double quote, left square bracket, Tendu -ka, right square bracket. Akane woke with a start at someone pounding at the front door. She looked at Ranma, who was still fast asleep. She sighed and got out of bed, causing to put on a yukata. Double quote, Ranma, "Wake up." Akane prodded him. Seeing little response, and as the knocking at the door grew more incessant, She pushed her husband off the bed, "Wake up, you!" Ranma came to as he was slammed onto the floor, half waking as Akane stomped out of the room. "Waka do the four!" he called after her retreating figure. Akane rounded the corner and stepped down into the entranceway. She opened the door with a violent shove. "What?" She blinked at Shampoo and Mousse. "We sorry to wake you, Akane." But Mousse was cut off. "Akane. We saw intruder leaving Tendu Akane blinked again. "An intruder?" The Chinese couple nodded. "Intruder steal something?" Akane S brow creased into a frown. "I'd better check the house." But I didn't hear anything. She grabbed onto Ranma's pajama top. "Let's go and have a look!" Ranma, who had just managed to turn up, let himself be dragged around the house. The four people covered the ground floor, searching the closet under the stairs, the dojo, the kitchen, the living room, Kappau's old room, and ended in the bathroom. Ranma, finally realizing what was going on, gave a half shrug. "Nothing's missing or out of place." "We haven't looked upstairs yet," Akane said, a strange feeling coming over her. She turned to leave the room, and almost walked straight into her "What are you playing at?" Genma asked, rather upset at being awoken and sent downstairs to investigate by Nodoka. "Oyaji, Shampoo and Mousse saw someone sneaking out of the house, carrying stuff." Both Mousse and Shampoo nodded at Ranma's statement. "There was no one in our room." Genma frowned. "Maybe Tendu-kun saw something." The group made their way upstairs, meeting Nodoka, her sword on, at the landing. "S going on? Was there someone down there?" Nodoka asked, looking at the group. "Mousse and Shampoo saw someone sneaking away from our house. But there is nothing missing." Akane half shook her head, still feeling uneasy. "Maybe we should finish searching the house, then check the garden." Mousse suggested as they reached Kasumi's old room. A sleepy Soun opened the door. "What time of night do you call this to have a party?" "Tendu-kun, there may have been an intruder." "Did you hear anything?" Genma asked his old friend. "An intruder?" He turned and searched his room for a moment. "Well, our shogi board is still here!" "That's okay, then." Genma laughed. Ranma and Nodoka slapped Genma over the back of his head. "Be serious!" "You two, Hokusen." Akane glared at her father, who immediately broke down in tears. Shampoo opened Nabiki's old room, which was just about empty apart from a few boxes and crates. "Something missing from room?" Everyone joined her, shaking their heads. All eyes turned to Miyabi's room. Akane could feel her heart sinking as she started to dread opening the last door. She turned to look at Ranma. His face has turned white as if a premonition had struck him. Less than media hyphen chan greater than she fought back the urge to run away, or to run to the door and slam it open. Her body moved with a deliberate slowness, even though her senses were screaming at her to hurry. It seemed like an eternity had passed, just to reach the door. She couldn't stop her hand from trembling as she reached for the handle. Her heart skipped a beat as it raced, painfully pumping her blood around her body. Her blood seemed ice cold, ready to freeze in her veins. Her fingers gripped the handle as panic gripped her heart. Less than media hyphen chan exclamation point greater than she struggled against her body as it froze in place. Eventually managing to turn the handle and open the door peering into the dark room. She knew two things. The window was open. And Miyabi was not there. Miya-chan. She practically flew through the room to the windows, knowing that the intruder had taken her little girl long ago. Her hands gripped the windowsill as her body trembled with pain and rage. Someone had taken her daughter. They would pay. She didn't even notice as the wood crumpled under her hands. Exclamation point double quote Ranma, his heart filled with the same pain, confusion and anger, clenched his fists, forcing himself not to grab hold of Moose and scream him on the spot. Less than Moose could have stopped that bastard. He could have gotten Miyabi back! Exclamation point Moose didn't. Damn him. Damn Shampoo. I'm going to kill whoever did this! Exclamation point greater than as Ranma held back his anger, his pain and his confusion. He felt all of his emotions swirling inside him. He closed his eyes for a moment, and his feelings turned into a cold, slow-burning anger that flared around him, like a sea of flickering white flames. I will get her back, and anyone who gets in my way will die. His voice sounded empty and cold, even to his own ears. No-one could meet Ranma's gaze at that moment. Akane turned to him. I am going to double quote even in his current condition. Ranma knew it was no use trying to stop her. Her eye was a bright blue, tinged with flames of pure blood. Red. No one will dare touch my daughter again. Double quote the couple's parents backed out of the room as their children started advancing to the door. Double quote son. You can't go now. You don't even know who did this. Genma tried Toriya-sung with his son. Soon could do no more than blubber, tears streaming down his face. Double quote wait. Shampoo know who did this. The Amazon faced the two young Sodomis as they turned to her. She held up a small band of cloth that looked as if it had been torn. A few tassels were dangling from either end, and some long strands of dark hair were still attached to it. Ichi-chan who defies. Double quote Ranma grabbed the hairband from Shampoo's grasp, the guy leaping higher around him. The cloud eyes tonight. He and Akane turned to the door. Nodoka barred their exit, her katana out. She looked her daughter-in-law in the eye. You must do what a mother has to do for her child. She reversed her grip, offering the hilt to Akane. You are a martial artist's wife and a mother. This is now yours. Nodoka relinquished the sword as Akane took the hilt, accepting the sword, and the responsibilities that came with it, from Ranma's mother. With a slight bow, she and Ranma swept past their family, down the hall to the steps. Moose looked at everyone. We will go to Shampoo can help them find Fuge. He took Shampoo's hand and followed the younger Sodoms as they disappeared down the stairs. On the side, this battle is Ranma and Akane couldn't fight alone. Maybe they can help. But the battle is for our children, alone. Nodoka nodded, leading the sobbing Soun back to his room. They need to take all the responsibility for themselves, the young ones. Although maybe you will need a few diversions, and Tofu Sensei will be needed to help the injured. Although I don't think that there will be much left of the old one once Akane-chan is through with her. Genma shivered, slowly nodding to his wife. Left square bracket Ukan single quote Sokonomiyaki -ya right square bracket Yukai to side, staring out the window at the street below. She was restless and couldn't sleep. Ryugu was fast asleep, curled up on the bed, and even Ryugu's dog and one of her grown puppies were asleep in a large basket-bed bed. She sighed and loosened her silken dressing gown. Less than one more try. Greater than maybe she would sleep this time. As she turned from the window, a flickering of movement caught her eye. She turned back and looked down to the street. She stared for a moment at the strange light. Ran-chan and Akane-chan exclamation point double quote her cry woke Ryugi and the dogs. He looked around sleepily, only catching sight of Yukayu running out the door. Yukayu-chan, wait. He struggled to sit up. Finding his pajamas, he slipped them on, then followed his wife, letting his dogs lead the way. Left square bracket drive to single quote clinic right square bracket. The doctor yawned and placed the bottle down on the table. It was finally finished. He looked at the strange blue liquid. I will have to test it on double quote. He was startled by the phone ringing in the waiting room. He looked at Theklock and sighed. Who could be calling at this time of night? Double quote. Kasumi squeezed her husband's shoulder and smiled. I'll see, Anata. But maybe we won't be getting to bed tonight. She went to answer the phone, the doctor following her. He absently placed the bottle into the fold of his gray GI. Double quote moshi moshi. Kasumi asked, smiling as the doctor slid his arms around her waist, gently holding her against him as she talked on the phone. But her smile soon faded. Oh, my. We shall see what we can do to help. Double quote. Kasumi's single quote's brow was marred by a frown. Tofu had never seen her frown before. He started to worry. Double quote. Thank you, Oba-san. Kasumi placed the receiver down. Tofu turned her around to face him. What is it? Kasumi double quote Media-chan has been kidnapped by Shampoo's great-grandmother. Even though her voice was as sweet as always, he could hear a certain hardness behind the words. We must see if anyone needs your help, because there will be a fight. Her words belied what the doctor knew would be no ordinary battle. They will probably look at the Naked first. I'd say that Cologne would try to lure them there, somehow. She knows the place well and will probably have set traps. Kasumi nodded slowly. Shampoo and Moose were out on a dinner date when I was in town earlier. The doctor nodded and sighed. I will go get my things. Kasumi sighed and watched her husband get ready. Less than maybe greater than she thought. Her phone disappeared and she picked up the phone, then started to dial. A smell came to her lips as a plan to spring any traps came to her. Left square bracket Naked and right square bracket Cologne winced as she slammed the cage shut on Miyabi. The girl may be a cutie and innocent toddler, but she could fight. Less than and her strength. She would have made a wonderful Amazon. Maybe I shall make this one my daughter after I dispose of Akane. And humiliate son-in-law. Mumber husband. And they took for one who defeated me. Ryuga. Humiliate him, too, after killing his wifey and then make him my concubine. She grinned evilly at the little girl in Ichi. The grin marring the beauty of her youth and form. You are the bait. And the one who will help me crush their spirits! Finding no way to escape from the stranger or the small cage, Miyabi curled up in the far corner and started to cry. Even she could sense the evil aura of the Amazon. Left square bracket outside the Naked and right square bracket Akane! As anger flared up once more. She's making Miya-chan cry. Before anyone could stop her, she rushed at the door, breaking it into pieces with a well-aimed kick. You're going to pay, you wrinkled, old egg! Ranma, his anger flaring to a deep red at the sound of his little girl's tears, rushed in with Akane. Without thinking, the other two couples looked at each other, then looked at the broken door. They followed. More cautiously. Left square bracket inside the Naked and right square bracket Cologne stood in front of the cage. Less than the fools. Anger will cause them to make mistakes. All the better for me. Greater than she smirked at her opponents. Well. If it isn't a group of children playing at adult games, it's a pity, but I will have to kill you girls. She snorted as she looked at Shampoo and Moose. Maybe I will let you live, ungrateful great-grandchild. But I shall have to kill your beloved husband. You will be the one who dies. Akane cried and ran at Cologne. Before she had taken 3 steps, she triggered a tripwire and a net dropped around her. She struggled against the ropes, but it tightened around her, hauling her into the air. The katana fell to the floor. The sound of metal striking concrete reverberated around the room. The Chinese woman's smirk grew. The kidneys declawed. Such a fool for her anger. Now she shall be the first. No, the second to die. First shall be the child. Less than if husband falls for this, I can beat him. Greater than she saw his anger growing. Less than yes. Attack me husband! Exclamation point greater than a strangled cry was torn from Ranma's lips. No won't do you. He leapt at the young cologne, forgetting all but getting his hands on the woman, wanting to pummel her to a pulp. Cologne laughed and ducked under Ranma's reckless attack. She reached up, Ash flew over her, poking his chest. Ranma's single quote's body seized up and he smashed into the wall. He slid down into a crumpled heap on the floor, unable to move, straining against his frozen body to get at the woman, to kill the woman who would dare threaten his family. So, reckless groom, you think you could stop me? The young cologne laughed, then contemptuously turned away from him. Facing the others, she readied her defenses. Who's next? Children? Champ gripped her bonbury tighter. You go too far, he bassan. She leapt up onto a tabletop, knowing her great-grandmother quite well. She knew that she wouldn't think of placing traps on the tabletop. Cologne looked coolly at her great-grandchild. So, you think you can get me like this? I have learned a few new tricks while I've been gone! The older Amazon threw something at Shampoo's feet. An explosion and a puff of smoke blinded the purple-haired girl. She stumbled backwards, off the tabletop, only to be caught by Moose. Yukayu, hoping that Cologne would be distracted by the two Chinese, threw some small, sharpened spatulas at Cologne. Ryuga took this moment to attack. Rushing in, behind the spatulas, he tacked with all of his strength. Ryuga lashed out with a roundhouse kick, seeking to send Cologne into a corner for a trap. Cologne ducked the kick and ankle tapped him. Ryuga rolled with the kick and cursed as pain ran up his leg. He rolled to his feet and, ignoring the pain, somersaulted forwards with a heel kick. Cologne stepped around it and caught him midair, then back suplexed him to the floor. Ryuga gasped as his collarbones ran into his lungs, expelling the air from his body. Cologne took the opportunity to slip a pill into his mouth. He swallowed it in his desperate attempts to breathe. Yukayu, seeing her husband downed, attacked in a rage, disregarding her own safety or that of her child. She leapt at Cologne, covering her entry with spatulas. Cologne blocked the projectiles and then unleashed a hail of thinkables from her sleeves. The ropes flew all around Yukayu, wrapping around her limb and body and dragging her to the ground. Hard. Cologne laughed as the ropes coiled around Yukayu. She tightened them, immobilizing the girl. As she stepped back, she was hit in the back by a bonbury. Rolling with the blow, Cologne leapt forwards and rebounded off the wall at her attacker. She came back at Shampoo so fast that Shampoo was unable to counter or avoid the kick that slammed squarely into her face. The purple-haired Amazon dropped to the floor without a whimper. Cologne landed delicately and smiled. You are 100 years too late to beat me. Cologne's single quote's laugh was cut off as she was slammed into the wall from behind and kicked viciously in the back. She turned, throwing a slashing back elbow to punch her opponent away. As she spun, She was hit in the gut by a 10-pound weight. She grunted as it rebounded off her abdominal muscles. Mithus, seeing his attack had failed, leapt back to regroup. As he pulled away, Cologne moved in, throwing forearm combinations. Mithus reeled as Cologne's punches and elbows sapped his strength. Cologne uppercutted him and then, with an acrobatic heel spin, roundhouse kicked him into unconsciousness. He was out before he hit the floor. Everyone was down. The dark-haired Amazon woman smirked. No more interruptions. Husband, concubine, you both will be mine, as soon as I rid the world of these others. But first, you must know what you have all done to me. Cologne glared at the group of defeated warriors in the room. She indicated her new, rather voluptuous, young body. You see this? After I defeated me, she practically snarled the word defeated. That flash HAPPOUSAI, clomped onto me and would not let go. Floating around in space, I couldn't get him off. Even when I regained my strength. Her words ended in a growl. Even then, I had to wait for the orbit to decay. When we hit the ground, I made sure that he was under me. I threw the old latch into a cavern, using everything I knew to keep him tied up. It took me months to get rid of that creature ! She ran her eyes over them, all of them struggling to escape. Cologne knew that she had won and they were helpless. Then I spent the rest of my time training, waiting for my revenge. I have awaited this moment, training my new body, savoring the taste of revenge. And this new body will be perfect for taking the clan back. And with my two strong husbands at my side. Ranma his eyes dilated with inhuman fury, his anger rising further, heightened by his inability to speak. Never. Ryuga growled, straining against the paralysis poison as it coursed through his body. Cologne ran a hand through her long, dark hair. Oh, but you will. I will break your spirit. I can see the signs that your beloved women are to be mothers again. Killing your family before it even starts, my dear concubine, will destroy you. Her eyes turned to stare at Ranma's fatefully eyes. Even you cannot survive long with your wife and children dead. Husband. The group, struggle as they might, could not escape from Cologne's traps. The eyes of the captured friends conveyed all of their hate and outrage at their captor. Miyabi started to cry again, this time louder. Cologne laughed wickedly and picked up an ornate knife, emblazoned with the image of a dragon. Now, to finish this, Cologne purposefully stepped towards Mithus. Less than kill the worthless one first. The waiting will only drive the rest over feet. Greater than she grabbed the unconscious man by his long, black hair, dragging Ichi back. She rested the edge of the knife on his exposed throat. Shampoo. Watch your husband die. You worthless excuse for an Amazon. A drop of blood welled up under the knife edge. No. Shampoo cried, the anguish in her voice echoing around the room. Cologne turned and laughed at Shampoo, yanking Moose's hair back harder, the sharp blade slicing at the man's skin, small traces of blood starting to seep down the blade. Then the wall crashed down around the elder Amazon and her victim. She cried out in surprise, dropping the knife. As the dust settled, a dark shape advanced into the room. Its enormous proportion blocking the entire opening. What is this? Cologne shrieked, her voice rising a few notches. Less than I can't let this happen. If they get free, they will kill me! Greater than the dust settled, revealing a large girth of Katsune Shiki, her eyes so big. The pretty ninja and his wife stepped into the room. Cologne regained control. Come to watch your friends die? That was Yusa and Tsubasa, the second cross-dresser disguised as a walking pot plant, entered the room. Wait. That knife is so cute. Mary-chan. As Yusa managed to glomp onto Cologne's knife, totally ignoring Moose's comatose form. As Yusa was soon joined by Ichi by Hinako-sensei. A sleepy Bosunkuji arrived, wearing tulip candles, bound against his head with a long headband. Saying a little, destroying the image of a dark, angry Shinto magician. Cologne smirk returned, pathetic. You shall all die. As she readied her attack on the newcomers, another wave of assailants flooded the room. The entire Kunio household, including Kunio-Kao, playing his ukulele, and the Sanzanins. Cologne paled, less than with ones as unpredictable as these. I didn't plan for this occurrence. Greater than Nabiki stood slightly behind her husband and held up a sheet of paper. How dare to do this to my little sister and my niece? This paper is your downfall. Kunio readied his book and, his eyes fixed on Cologne. Kodakai's poisons and potions were ready. Mikado was ready on his rollerblades, even if it meant attacking a pretty woman. Kunio Kao was ready with his hair shears. Cologne, backing her words with a confidence she didn't feel, assumed a defensive posture. No paper could defeat me. Kasumi and Tofu appeared. Kasumi gave a sweet smile. Oh, but I'm sure that Tofu should listen to what Nabiki-chan has to say first. Cologne's face turned a shade whiter. Less than damn. The doctor. Greater than she cursed silently. Less than even I don't know his capabilities! Greater than Tofu strode into the room and checked Moose, watching Cologne from the corner of his eyes. The others would keep her at bay while he looked after the ones she had captured. He tended to Moose's wound, thankful that it was only a shallow cut. Nabiki spoke up. This is a letter from the Joksuzoku tribe, stating that Taiyu are no longer fit to be part of the Amazon tribe. Cologne grinned without humor. For such a young girl, your lies are growing rather fanciful. The tribe is in China, far away from here. Nabiki smirked and tapped the letter against her cheek for a moment, I guess you have forgotten all about that incident at my wedding ? Double quote Cologne single quote. His eyes narrowed. What about it ? Double quote. If you think back, you will remember that the joked Suzuki were there for the wedding of your great-granddaughter and Moose. Were they not ? Double quote. The youth and woman's eyes narrowed, then widened in surprise. Nabiki Kunu placed a hand on her hip, the letter swaying in her hand almost like a fan, and the Amazons did not react well to your interruption of a wedding that they had accepted. Of course I was the one that they talked to first. The elders couldn't find you to give you your punishment, so I promised them that I would give you their letter of justice. After all, you needed to come back for your revenge. Nabiki unfolded the letter with a skilled hand. Less than and those Amazons paid for me to deliver this letter after all. They didn't wish to search the world for you, especially seeing how drunk and hungover they were from the wedding banquet! Greater than as Cologne stared at her, in fascinated horror. Nabiki. Read. We hereby remove all rights and honors of the Amazon warrior code from you. The one who brings disgrace on the joked Suzuki tribe is no longer one of us. Cologne of the joked Suzuki, you are now Cologne the disgraced. Single quote double quote Cologne single quote. His eyes flickered around the room. Her whole life gone. She was nothing. She had the law to back her up. Her whole life. It was her stability, her foundation. Now, it was gone. She trembled a little. Too caught up with her past, she did not notice the others freeing her new enemies. Kasumi said Akane free, gently holding her back. Akane-chan, this may be your fight, but please, you have to take care of yourself, your baby. And Mia-chan. Double quote. Akane, still trembling with rage, glared at the white-faced woman in the middle of the room. She's not getting away with this. Akane growled beneath her breath, her eyes filled with anger. She picked up the katana. The doctor slipped around Cologne and started to tend to Ranma. He poked gently at his chest, and Ranma was free. Go save your daughter, Ranma. Then do what you must, Tofu whispered. Ranma, still filled with rage and pain, nodded curtly, drew back his anger. Heck knew he would need the power later. He stood up and moved towards the cage. His daughter crying out all the anger and hurt she could feel around her, and at the loneliness and coldness of being trapped. Ranma moved to the cage, behind Cologne. With a crack, Ranma pulled the cage door off its hinges and slammed it to the ground. Cologne jumped with a start, and suddenly the anger of her current position rushed through her. I'll kill you, too, husband. She spat out the word, lunging at Ranma. But Akane stood in her way, the sword in her hands. You touched my daughter. You shall never do it again. Akane spoke softly, but her aura started to flurry around her again. Cologne backed off a little, but you can't even handle a sword. If you wish to die, fight me! Double quote. Akane single quote. His lips twitched into a smirk. If I can wield a bouquin, I can use this katana. Akane had done kendo in the past, and was quite good at it. But she hadn't trained with the sword in a long time. She was about to find out how good she really was. She coolly stared at Cologne, but her aura flickered behind her eyes. She felt the power. She would defeat Cologne. Cologne moved towards Akane, and the naked blade of the sword flashed in front of the older woman. Akane slashed downward with the katana, forcing Cologne back. The former Amazon moved in, knowing that she had to disarm her opponent. She lunged at Akane, her hand outstretched. One touch was all it would take. Akane swept the blade upwards in defense, forcing Cologne to pull away at the last moment. Cologne frowned. The girl was more skillful than she had anticipated. Cologne rushed in, hoping to get inside the sword's reach before Akane could force her away again. Akane saw her coming and swung wildly at her. Kalagna ducked under the attack and closed in just as Akane swung around and tried to strike her legs. Cologne was forced to improvise and jumped over the blade, rolling on the floor to regain her balance. She rolled to her feet in front of Ranma, who, still holding Miyabi, shoved Cologne at Akane. The momentary distraction was enough. As Cologne faltered, Akane struck, swinging the katana in a wide arc. As the steel flashed towards Cologne again, the cold metal cruelly sliced into her cheek. Cologne felt the sting of the shallow cut. Reaching up, she ran her finger over the blood that started to ooze from the wound. "You dare at me? It's impossible. You can't beat me!" Akane grimly stared at the woman. She readied herself. This time the blood would strike deeper. Less than she made my daughter cry. She would dare to kill Mikhail. Greater than she felt the cold rage building up inside her as she stepped to the woman. And Ranma pulled Akane back. He thrust the crying Miyabi to Akane. "Take care of Miyabi. I will finish the fight." Suddenly Akane's anger dropped from her. The sword clattered to the ground and she clutched her daughter to her. A flood of joy filled her, mixed with her pain and anger. She started to cry, holding the young girl to her. And Miyabi. Ranma looked to Kasumi, who gently led Akane to the side. Akane collapsed at the table, sobbing and holding her daughter. Her will to fight died, fading away as she held her precious child in her arms. Ranma turned back to Cologne. "Now you'll find out what it's like to be one who threatens my family." Ranma glared at Cologne for a moment and then slammed his foot down on the floor as he dropped into his guard, shaking the entire building. "Attack my family and die. I will break you." He pointed at her. To emphasize his point. Cologne faced Ranma calmly. She knew he was good. The best. He was her finest student. Possessed of all the attributes of a true warrior, he would be a dangerous foe. His reverie was cut short as Ranma attacked. Ranma dashed forwards, throwing a series of spinning punches and kicks. He didn't expect them to hit, but it forced Cologne on the defensive and allowed him to close in. Having cornered her, He jumped into the air and pivoted, shifting his weight mid-air so that all his weight was behind his kick. He swept his foot around, catching Cologne on the jaw. The kick snapped her head around and slammed it into the wall. Ranma followed up, grabbing her hair and slamming her into the ground with it. From the floor, Cologne rolled and kicked Ranma to the ground. He rolled away and then jumped easily to his feet. Cologne, likewise, rose to her feet and stood opposite Ranma. They glared at each other for a moment and then attacked, running towards each other. Ranma and Cologne leapt into the air. Ranma waved as Cologne kicked at him. He rolled behind her and grabbed her shoulders, then dropped to the floor, slamming his and Cologne's combined weight down on her back. They bounced off the floor as they hit and flew apart. Ranma rolled to his feet and ran straight at her. Cologne got to her knees before Ranma's slide kick hit, sending her rolling across the floor again. Ranma stood up slowly and watched with grim amusement as the Amazon woman struggled to rise to her feet. After a moment, she stood unsteadily and moved to her guard. She was dizzy and winded. Ranma had become more powerful than she remembered. Ranma, seeing Cologne was ready for more, attacked. He was going to make her suffer for what she had done. He was eager for it to last a while. Cologne reeled back as Ranma's punches forced their way through her guard. She tried to pull away, but Ranma followed, hammering all of his rage and hate into her. His right fist slammed into her ribs and she heard bone break. He spun and heel kicked her across the room, sending her with the impact. Cologne fell to the floor, gasping and coughing blood. So, you did learn, after all. Ranma did not speak. His face said it all. There would be no mercy. He drew his hands back, gathering cold wind around his fist and charging it with the energy of his rage. He knew the blow would not kill her. That, he wanted to do with his hands. He felt his guy reach its peak and drove his hands forward. Double quote SHINKYUUHIRYUUSHOUD inherit PPA. Ranma's fist surged forward, every ounce of his considerable power behind the blast. A swirling spiral of charged energy roared out of his outstretched palms, streaking across the room and slamming Cologne unmercifully into fuel. The blast held her there for a moment, continuing to pour its energies into her. Finally, the blast died down and left nothing but wisps of smoke in the air. There was silence. No one spoke. Cologne lay on the floor against the wall, a charred mark leading down to where she lay. She sat limply on the floor and her clothes were burned and torn so as to be almost unrecognizable. Ranma dropped his hands and slowly walked over to where battered woman lay. His eyes betrayed no emotion as he stepped up to her. He drew his fist back and held it, looking contemptuously down at her. Ranma prepared his final blow, drawing on all of the cold, hard, hateful emotions within him. He grated with rage. "You'll never threaten my family again." He slammed his fist towards Cologne's head, not caring that the concrete would break her skull. And a fast, Small shape knocked his hand out of fury. Ranma's fist smashed straight through the wall, next to her head, the concrete cracking under the power of his blow. The shape attached itself to Cologne's chest. Sweet. Cologne-chan. Happy single quotes back exclamation point double quote as Ranma staggered back and regained his balance. He stared. J-I question mark double quote. Kasumi blinked. Oh, my double quote Cologne, too badly injured to fight against the latch, fainted. Ranma, broken out of his anger, blinked as if waking from a dream. Finishing with freeing Ryuga from the effects of the potion, Dr. Tofu sighed and made his way to Cologne. I guess we will have to do something with her. But this fight is over. Double quote. Ranma nodded a little, dazed. He turned to watch Akane and his little girl Kama being looked after by Yukayu, Hikari and Nabiki. Kasumi stood close by, making sure that they were fine. Champa sat with Moose at the table, the Amazon watching over both her husband and her friend. Even Nodoka, sitting a little way off, showed her concern for her ex-rival and her child. Ranma slowly made his way over, and sat next to Akane, sliding an arm around her. It's over, Akane double quote. She looked up at him, tears still streaming down her face. Then she buried her head against his shoulder, holding the softly crying Miyabi to her. Konatsu looked at Cologne, who still had Appa's snuggling against her breasts. What will happen to her question mark double quote. Tofu shook his head, using a cloth to wipe the blood from Cologne's cheek. Double quote. She single quote will recover. Her aura is still strong. But I don't think she can stay around here. She may cause more damage. Double quote. Azusa and Tsubasa looked at her. As Azusa searched, Tsubasa shook his kawaii head. Maybe you can send her away somewhere. Double quote. Azusa didn't find anything kawaii on Cologne. Tofu shrugged a little. Well, she can't go back to the Joksuzoku. Double quote. Azusa found something to hit Cologne with. VA. Kawakunai. Kawakunai exclamation point double quote. Inako joined in. Delinquent. I'll give you a detention exclamation point double quote. Gosunguki just slumped down and sighed. As Tofu tried to stop her, the bottle that Azusa was holding spilled all over the unconscious woman's face. The doctor blinked. That looks like double quote. Cologne spluttered, the liquid waking her up. She swallowed, gulping until she could breathe properly. What the? Happa's stared up at her. Oh, my darling Cologne-chan exclamation point double quote. As stared in disgust at the old man, her emotions changed. Happy-chan exclamation point double quote. Ryuga and Mikado looked sick. Kaocha started to shave Cologne's hair. Kodakai walked over and pulled out a spray. This is one way to get rid of this problem. Before the doctor could stop her, she sprayed both Cologne and the old man with her potion. You deserve this for challenging the Kunyu family. Even the very distantly removed members. Kodakai looked over at Nabiki and her sister, watching the group of friends around them. Less than even though we may be enemies, sister-in-law, You have family. Sometimes I wish ... greater than she shook her head to rid herself of the thought and stood up. Mikado slid his arms around her. Cologne looked around, seeming confused. Hapauzi continued to rub his face against her cleavage. Takewaki looked at his sister for a moment, upraising her. He nodded with approval. Finally, sister, thank you. You have acted honorably. He stood Cologne up, then led her outside. He pushed her gently into the waiting taxi, and handed over a wad of cash. Smiling with satisfaction, he entered the Nakeland and everyone blinked at him. He looked at them, extraordinarily pleased with himself. The two are off to visit the wonders of the Gaian city of New York, thanks to the wonderful Takewaki Kunu. He bowed. That was a potion of memory loss, was it not, sister dearest? ? Everyone face faulted. Left square bracket a little later right square bracket. Leaving the Nakeland, the sleepy crowd stepped out into the first rays of morning sunlight. As the sun rose, its light spreading over Narimakama, people started to awaken. The early morning risers were greeted with the sight of a crowd of tired, rather drained people. Half of them still only wearing their night clothes. Being good Narimans, they ignored them, going about their business. Soon, everyone from the group made their way home to rest. The Kunu clan headed for the Kunu mansion, kicking Kunu couch out again as they went. Hinako was walked back to her apartment, then Gosunguki himself headed home. Hikarai and Konatsu left for the Wumryu residence. Kasumi and Tafu eventually found their way to the clinic, while Ryugi and Yukai left for Uken's. Shampoo and Moose waved goodbye from the Nakeland, and as Ranma, Akane and Miyabi headed for home, then set about cleaning up the mess. Soon, Nirima seemed just like any other suburb. Peaceful and quiet. At the Tenduka, Genma, Nodoka and Soun welcomed their children and their grandchild home. The tired couple and their child were taken to their room. Ranma and Akane went back to bed, this time with Miyabi sleeping between them. Nodoka quietly took her sword. A mother's love conquers all. Not the sweet one. She closed the door, leaving the family to rest. Ranma Nibun no Ichi, mother's love. Epilogue right square bracket ____. About a month later, a young Cologne with an Okapi hairstyle sat in the middle of New York City, holding Hapauzi to her chest. She looks around her, watching all the Gaian staring at her. Where am I? I still don't know, she whispered in Chinese. She looked down at the old freak who was happily nuzzling between her breasts. And who are you? But whoever you are, I love you. She hugged him tighter. A rough-looking Gaian approached them. Hey, girlfriend. Wanna give me some of that? She started at the man for a moment, then turned and ran, confused, lost and alone. She didn't know what was going on, but she knew that she would find out. Cologne found her way into the building that they had made their home. She settled down on the carpeted floor. She smiled as she had Hapauzi's eyes. You want your love to give you more ? Hapauzi looked up, his eyes shining. He could understand her, even thought he didn't know how or why. Sweeto exclamation point double quote cologne slid off her dress, exposing her sweet, young lingerie-clad form of the old man. Take me. I am yours. Double quote as I tried to glomp onto her panties. But she evaded and stripped them off, dropping them to the floor. This is for you. She indicated her naked form. Her soft, luscious curves. Her sexy body. By single quote S eyes grew big and he glomped tightly onto her. Then the potion wore off. Double quote GY. Get it off me exclamation point double quote as I went sailing out the window, up over the New York skyline. He had never been happier. Heck, I spent so long trying to edit this thing that I can't remember who all gave me CNC. If you did and you're not on the list, please remind me and he'll put you on the list of people who've helped me. Thanks to Plunger, Skoldat Fanfic Mux, Sean Gaffney, Sebastian Weinberg, Gergma Kamaroy Madeira, Damn, I forgot everyone's names, sorry. So, thanks, to all the people from the FFML who see and said this. Oh, yeah, thanks to Jimbo, to Salomon Farin, as well. Thanks to the sweet guy who made up Miyabi's name, way back, who I forgot to credit previously. You know who you are. Circumflex accent _circumflex accent. Well, please email me so I can put your name down here. Circumflex accent Gallman exclamation point http://www.hecra.mu.oz/tilde Ma exclamation point kunoi iagani makunoi iagani mushlam at Ranma Makakan at spirit Makakan at fanfic muxukayu at fortunia caroli not really Ranma Nibun no Ichi 8 moments warning. Lemon fanfic exclamation point right square bracket all characters portrayed in this fanfic are copyrighted Rumiko Takahashi Shogakukan Incorporated, etc., etc. Left square bracket to fu single quote S clinic, Nirima, 3M right square bracket Ranma and Ryuga both sat on the front doorstep, grinning like idiots. It had been a long day for both of them, but even at the small hours of the morning, neither could even think of sleeping. Ranma held up a celebratory cup of sake, Ryuga complying. They both downed the small cups of the warm liquid, and started grinning again. It had also been a long day for Akane and Yukayu. Both of them slept, worn out beyond belief. Miyabi slept in her own futon, on the floor of Akane's old room. She didn't really understand what had happened, but she was content. Her grandparents were looking after her, spoiling her rotten while her parents were away. She didn't mind one bit and she slept like an angel. The rest of the household slept quietly, but a tingle of excitement filled the air. Although they'd all been late to bed, the 3 grandparents had already planned a party. Even if it had to be a quiet one. The rest of Nirima slept, but the news would travel quickly in the morning. Left square bracket morning right square bracket Tofu opened the curtains and smiled. The early morning light streamed in calm shining on the sleeping men. Ryuga and Ranma had moved into the waiting room, and both were asleep on the chairs. An annoyed look crept over Ranma's face as the sun shone on him. He moved a little, groaning, and fell flat on his face onto the floor. Double quote Ma. Ranma woke up with a start. Ryuga gave a yawn and blearily opened his eyes. Tofu smiled. It's time you to join your wives. You don't want them to know that you've been outside half the night, do you? He gave a wink. Ranma grinned sheepishly, and grabbed Ryuga by the collar. Dragging him to his feet, Ranma thanked the doctor, and the two entered the clinic. Kasumi smiled as they walked past, her face filled with happiness. She looked over at her husband. Everything is going well. Northeast ? Tofu nodded and took her hand, giving her a warm smile. Without her help, I don't know what I'd have done. She kissed him gently on the cheek and just smiled. Left ? A private room. Tofu's clinic. Both men sat in the room together, each of them seeming to be in a world of his own. Ranma sat down on the chair next to Akane's bed, and smiled. A little cot at the end of the bed held his son. The little baby was fast asleep, as was his wife. He gazed tenderly at the two of them, a smile touching his lips. Ryuga gazed at his wife and their newborn daughter with a look of amusement and awe on his face. He was rather lost, not knowing what to do but sit by his wife's bed and watch his family. Not so long ago, he was holding his wife's hand as she squeezed it tightly, crying out with labor pains. And then the next thing he remembered was the cry of his daughter. But now they were both so peaceful. Ryuga gave a small sigh and continued to watch over them both. It wouldn't be too long before one of them woke up. Left ? Kunio -ka right ? Nabiki rolled over in bed as the phone rang. She didn't want to wake up, but the ringing was irritating. She opened her eyes a crack, and looked at her husband. He was still fast asleep. She gave a little sigh, and reached over, grabbing the phone. Maybe if she got rid of the people on the phone, she could go back to sleep. Moshi? Moshi ? Nabiki's expression went from tiredness and irritation to surprise, then to excitement, and a smile crossed her face as she talked on the phone. By the time she put the phone down, she was practically ready to jump out of bed and spread the news. And to collect her winnings. She woke Kunio up, shaking him. Kunio-chan, the babies are born! Before Kunio could even register what was going on, Nabiki was already on the phone. Left ? A private room. Tofu's clinic. Right ? Ranma's son started to cry. He cried long and loud. His cry soon joined in by Ryuga's daughter. The common noise of the two babies woke up the mothers. Still tired, but both rather happy, the two women slowly awoke to the cries of their children. Before either of the couples had a chance to do anything, Kasumi was in the room. She picked up the squalling babies, and handed each child to the mothers. She handled them gently, like she was already a mother herself. And with only a smile at the parents, she left the room. As soon as Akane held her son, he quietened a little, but he was hungry. Akane knew the cry well. With a soft, tired, but happy smile at Ranma, she opened her yukata a little, and started to feed her son. Yukayu little girl fell back to sleep as soon as Yukayu held her. Ryuga was not the only one in awe of the little girl. Yukayu smiled at her husband. Oh, Ryuga. She's just so wonderful. Ryuga smiled and gently kissed his wife. He whispered, yes, she is. Akane and Ranma exchanged smiles. Even though they already had a daughter, the whole experience seemed new again, and still seemed so special. The birth of the two children was nothing short of miraculous. Left ? Outside right ? A group stood outside the front of the clinic. Nabiki had called around, and invited half of Nirima to come and see the children. This would be their first look. Tadachi and Kunio were there, holding the two rather large gifts for both mothers. Nodoka, Genma, Soun and Miyabi stood with them, Miyabi running around them, chasing a little puppy that had wandered to close. Her eyes lit up at the sight, and she was soon more interested in trying to pet the little creature than to see her mama and papa, and the new baby Nodoka and Mikado stood nearby, with Azusa, Tsubasa, Hikarai, Konotsukama shampoo, Moose, and many of the other residents of Niruma. Just about everyone was there to see the baby's exclamation point opening the door. Kasumi looked about in surprise. "Ma, you're all here?" "Oh, this is wonderful. Akan-chan and Yukai will be so pleased. I'll just go in and make some tea, but please be quiet when you come in." Northeast ? Smiling, she wandered back inside, to the kitchen. Left square bracket inside right square bracket. The doctor smiled at the crowd invading his little clinic. He led them to the private room, urging them to be quiet for the sake of the babies. He was rather proud to have been the one to look after the two mothers as they went into labor. Kasumi had been wonderful help, and she had proven to be quite a competent midwife. It had been hectic. Both women had gone into labor at the same time. He was sure that Yukai had gone into labor first, and that Akan followed her in sympathetic labor. But they were both due around the same time, and both babies were healthy. The group entered the little room to see the families. Both of the women were holding their children, their husbands seated nearby. Miyabi, spying her parents, ran up to her father and clomped onto his leg. O2-san! With a smile, Ranma lifted up his daughter. She giggled and hugged him, before she caught a glimpse of her mother, holding the new baby. She looked over at him curiously, wondering what on earth it was, and why her mama was holding it. Akan smiled at her daughter. "This is your new little brother, Misso." Miyabi pouted a little, and squirmed in Ranma's arms to get to their mother. She wanted to see what it really was. It looked like a doll, to her. Ranma shook his head with a smile. Later, "Miya-chan, how about I get you an ice cream instead?" Miyabi's interest went straight back to her father. "Ice cream?" she squealed with delight. "Just wait a little while, and Papa will get you some." He smiled at his daughter. She was a little miracle on her own, even if she did like to get her own way all the time. "Misso? What a nice name." Nodoka smiled at her daughter-in-law, but she looked over to Yukai and Ryuga. "What is the name of your child, Yukai dear?" Looking up at Ryuga, Yukai smiled. They had long since gone through a list of names for their baby, back when she first knew she was pregnant. The name that they had chosen if they had a girl sprang to Yukai's lips. To them, it was a perfect name for their little girl. Suko. Yukai's father poked his head in the door. "That's such a pretty name, and I can see that my little granddaughter is as pretty as her mother. Father." Yukai smiled with happiness. "I didn't think that you'd be able to make it. He walked into the room, even now dressed in his okonomiyaki outfit. "I would give up a day of business any time for my daughter and her child." He moved over to Yukai's bed and picked up his grandchild. Ryuga gave a little sigh and whispered to Yukai, "I guess my parents got lost on the way here." "I know, I almost did. She kissed his cheek and smiled. "They'll be here. I know it. Ryuga-kun. As soon as she uttered those words, Kasumi entered with the tea. And Ryuga parents. Oh, they came into the kitchen asking where Nirima was. Ryuga smiled. They were his parents all right. As the close relatives huddled around the beds, seeing the newest members of the families, the others contented themselves to chat and wait for a turn to hold the babies. Although the doctor asked for quiet, there was definitely a party atmosphere prevailing in the room. Handing out tea and snacks, everyone was celebrating the birth of the newest residents of Nirima. Left square bracket. Later that night, right square bracket, everyone had left, and the two mothers and their newborn were resting. The fathers hadn't wanted to leave, but Kasumi had persuaded them both to go home for the night. After all, they'd had a long day. Tofu sat down next to his wife, having finished his examinations for the day. She smiled softly and took his hand. Anata, maybe we should start thinking about having children, Kasumi said. The doctor smiled and gently kissed her. If you want to have a child, all you have to do is ask. My job is stable, and we have room for a baby. You need to decide whether you're doing this for yourself, or for everyone else. Ever since I've known you, you've been doing things for others. For your father, for your sisters, for Ranma and his family, and now for me. This has to be your own decision, Kasumi. Don't do it just because people expect it of you. Kasumi squeezed his hand. I don't know. I just know that I won't be able to help you so much with your patients. Once I'm pregnant. You single quote rate thinking about others again. Now, I want you to do what you want with this, Kasumi. If you want a baby, then we will cope. But it has to be your decision. I want whatever you want. He smiled kindly down at her. Kasumi nodded slightly, then laid her head against her husband's shoulder. Are you ready to be a father? He nodded and kissed her forehead. Well, I really do want a baby. I want to be a mother of my own child, and not just a mother to the rest of my family. I want this for us, Tofu. Tofu wrapped his arms around her, and held her close. Anything for you, my darling Kasumi Ono. She sighed, and smiled up into his eyes. Oh, Tofu. He gazed back down into her sweet face, and trailed his fingertips lightly off her cheek. My love. And slowly he reached down to kiss her soft lips. They kissed softly, her arms reaching up to slide around his neck. When they found making up to slip of his glasses, placing them down on a table. He moved down to her, holding her even tighter to him as they kissed, changing the tender kiss into a kiss filled with passion. The couple held each other and kissed on the couch, both thrilling to the sensation of each other's touch. Neither caring that Kasumi was still taking her herbal tea that stopped conception. They were in love, and their future child would come from their combined love. Slowly, the doctor picked up his wife, and carried her to their room. Laying her carefully on the bed, he slid out of his clothing, and into the bed beside her. Working at the hip on her dress, he started to tenderly kiss her face and neck, showering her with his soft kisses. Before too long, Kasumi's clothing was on the floor next to Tofu Kama, and they were in each other's arms, both of them pressing against the other, their arms holding each other in a loving embrace. They seemed to drift in a misty haze of pleasure, both almost floating as they started to join together, to please each other. Kasumi's sweet voice grew a shade deeper as she started to moan, loving the sensations that Tofu was giving her as he filled her womanhood again and yet again. His fingertips held tightly to his back as he moved on top of her hips rising up in time with his, creating a rhythm off their own. Tofu moms join hers, his eyes on Kasumi's lightly flushed face, watching the pleasure in his love's face as they moved together. He felt euphoric each time he was with her. She was just so incredible. And he always did his best to match her and give her back the sensation on stats she gave him. His hands seemed to flow over the pretty woman under him, touching her most sensitive areas, and giving her another wave of joy as he filled her again. The two lay entwined on the bed, making love to each other, focused only on each other, both loving the feelings so much, both loving the offer so much. Their bodies merged again and yet again as the waves grew stronger and stronger, sending them both towards pure ecstasy. And suddenly it came crashing down around Kasumi, her pretty mouth open, calling out her lover's name as she let go of herself, and felt her body shuddering with release. And then she felt the heat as Tofu joined her in that release. With soft whimpers of happiness, the couple held onto each other for a moment and then relaxed, both still almost floating in happiness and warmth as they snuggled together. Just holding each other close, the two eventually drifted into a sleep, both filled with the love they hold for each other. Left square bracket Furinkan high right square bracket goes Sunkuzi closed the library with a sigh. Being the school librarian was always a long and tiresome job for him, especially since the students never seemed to take much notice of him. He was forever asking them to be quiet. That, in itself, was futile at Furinkan High. But on top of that, no one could seem to find him to borrow a book, even when he was at the loan's desk! At least being the school librarian had a few perks. He has amassed a huge collection of books on Shinto magic, and once the students left for the day, he could clear his office for practice on his magical skills. He was actually getting better. The other perk came bouncing up the hallway and clomped onto his leg. Why! Why! Double quote. He looked down at the child attached to his leg, and patted her long, dark hair. Hello? Hinako stand up double quote. Well, it was half a perk. To get her to become her true age, she had to suck the fighting spirit out of people with her 5 yen coin. Normally he was the target, even though he had hardly any fighting energy most of the time. The problem was that each time his energy was drained he became as light as a feather, and just as weak, so that he blew away in the breeze. He hoped that she'd go home and drain some of the energy from her fighting fish instead. This time he and the little girl, who was still a teacher at Furinkan, left the school and headed for Hinako's apartment. Left square bracket Hinako single quote S apartment right square bracket now in adult 4. Hinako put away her coin. The fish continued to swim around in the bowl, the two fish totally unaffected by the drain. The transformed teacher sat down on the edge of her bed. Although her chronological age was 34, she still looked as sexy as she did when she first came to Niruma. Age didn't seem to leave a mark on her, although she seemed more mature in some way. Her room, in contrast, was a total disaster. Manga, stuffed toys, the remains of last night's dinner, clothes and video games were strewn around the room. Go-sankuji looked around with a sigh. Hinako-san, after I clean up your room again, would you like to go out for dinner? Double quote. Hinako single quote. S voice was deep and sensual. Of course, Hikaru. Maybe one off the usual restaurant will still be open? Double quote. He nodded and started picking up some of her manga, placing them on fish shelves. He was happy to be able to even do something so little for her. If only he could do more. They had sort of been going out for the last few months, but Go-sanguki was still too nervous to even think about making it official. He couldn't dream about hugging her or kissing her. Wasn't it enough that's fatal to him, and went to dinner with him? Once he had gotten over Akane, he had begun to notice the teacher. He was but a poor librarian at the time. He still was, but at least he was better paid. She had asked him and another teacher to join her for dinner one night, after they had all finished work late. Ever since then, they'd all gotten together for an evening meal. Go-sankuji's happiness was turned into pure joy when the other sensei retired, and Hinako continued to go to dinner with him. Although he could ask for no more than this, he always dreamed of it. Hinako, on the other hand, had become attached to him. He was quiet and he wasn't really the best looking guy she knew, but he was rather sweet. She single quote has been to his apartment once, and there were photos of her all over the place. She found that rather flattering. But even so, she knew that normally she wouldn't have even looked his way. After all, he was just a weak, young, slightly creepy guy. The only reason they'd become friends was because her younger self liked him, and because she was the same person, with the same heart, her feelings stayed. But, with her changing body, her innocent childhood feelings changed into something more. But she never could stay adult long enough to find out what they were. She just sat and watched him as he cleaned the room. When Go-sankuji finished, the two left for dinner. Left square bracket Naiko and right square bracket Shampoo sat down to bowls of ramen for the last customers for the night. It was late, and the restaurant should have been closed, but she had made an exception in their case. They often came in late at night. She wondered what it was that made them so late all the time, but she never asked. You know, Ranma and Akane new boys, and Ryugi and Yukai new girl. She had guessed correctly that they hadn't heard the news, having been working at the school all day. Really? How wonderful! Hinako exclaimed between mouthfuls of ramen, we will have to visit them. Northeast Ikaru Gosankuji quietly nodded as he ate. Although he had known that Akane and Yukai were both to give birth, he was rather shocked. After all, Akane was the girl he had obsessed over all through high school. He felt an old urge to make Ranma pay for yet another outrage, but it quickly died out. He didn't harbor any grudges against Ranma, even though he did marry Akane in the end. He sighed inwardly. If Ranma could get someone to love, why couldn't he? All he ever seemed to get was a girl to obsess over. It had been the same in primary school, too. There had never been a girl to obsess over him. Maybe he was invisible. He looked down at his reflection in the ramen soup. There he was, Hikarugo Senkuji. His skin looked almost white, reflected in the liquid. The dark rings under his eyes looked even darker. This was the legacy passed on from his parents, a sickly pallor, and dark rings under his eyes. Not even his magic could change that. He somehow wished that he really was invisible. He looked back up at Hinako. She was deep in conversation with Champakama, probably about the babies. Less than who am I kidding? She would never love someone like me. Greater than all he'd ever have would be her deigning to let him clean up her room and take photos of her. He looked into the kitchen. Who stood at the sink, cleaning up some dishes. Less than even who's finally found his dream. It's been 5 years since I gave up on Akane. And where has that gotten me? Nowhere. Everyone else has someone. Greater than with another inward sigh. He picked up his bowl of ramen and finished it. Less than this is how I'll be forever. Greater than he was jolted out of his brooding by Hinako tapping his shoulder. She had already finished and was up, waiting for him. Hikaru, let's go. They have to close up sometime. She turned and sashed out of the restaurant. Gosankuji sighed and dug into his pockets. Yet another night he paid for her. Without looking back, he turned and meekly followed her out to the street. As they walked, Azusa and Tsubasa bounced coyly down the street, dressed in matching outfits. Gosankuji gave another sigh. Even Tsubasa had someone. He would never have anyone. Left square bracket morning. Tofu's clinic right square bracket. The Ono residence was going through the normal morning routine. Kasumi opened the waiting room for the day, and sat awaiting the morning patients. Tofu set up in the clinic itself, going through the list of the day's bookings, and getting everything ready for them. It was going to be quite busy today, which was good. Mostly the usual patients, but a few others had made bookings. But he still had some times free in case of emergencies. And had even set aside a little time in case Akane or Yukai or the babies were in need of him, even though they were all healthy. It always paid to be safe rather than sorry. Left square bracket a deserted beach, Japan. Right square bracket a young woman sat drawing kanji in the sand. She didn't really know where she was, nor did she care. Anywhere would be preferable to the place she had just been. She was dressed in a pretty, but ragged, top and skirt. Her legs were bare, her slippers lay next to her own sand. Her shiny black hair grew down to her shoulders, framing a pretty face. She sighed a little, and stopped her writing. Tilting her face upwards, the rays of the beautiful sunrise captured her features. Her eyes shouted deep loneliness behind the pride that often masked her true feelings. She watched the sun rise, taking in the glowing colors in the sky. As the sun rose higher, and the sea mists vanished like they had never been, the girl picked up her slippers, and walked off along the beach. The kanji on the sand read possible and rugged mountain place. Single quote. Left square bracket a week later. Right square bracket Ranma sat down at the table, exhausted. It was good to have the warmth of the heater under the table on these cool autumn days. Akane and Genma were in the process of serving breakfast, and thankfully, he had gotten there before his father! As Genma walked in the room, Ranma grinned, getting slow in your old age. Oiji ? Genma growled and thumped down next to Ranma. Although he had no hair tone gray, he definitely had some wrinkles. His powerful frame was getting a little less firm, too. But he was still in shape to give Ranma a run for his money. He wondered how his old master, Kappa's eyes, could have stayed so spry. He could only put it down to having to run all the time. Run from people trying to catch and kill him. Run from girls trying to beat up the one who stole their underwear. Run from people who wanted him to pay for what he ate. Not that it mattered anymore. The old master was gone. That thought made Genma happy. So did the food that lasted before him. Pulling down his paper, soon awaited his meal. His hair was definitely starting to turn gray. At least time had been more kind on him, and his face was still rather smooth. He was definitely aging more gracefully than his friend Nodoka, on the other hand, had hardly changed at all. True, there were some gray hairs here and there, but she was still very pretty. She set out the last dish, and then joined the others at the table. Miyabi, pretty mature for her 3 years of age, considering the family sat at the table with a pair of chopsticks awaiting the meal to begin. She knew what it was like when Ranma and Genma warred over a meal, and she had every intention of joining in. Pity Hiroka-san always stopped at her. Oka-san and Oji-chan were always so fun, and Oda-chan always spoiled her, as did Miyabi's other Oji-chan. So she was still willing to try. Oka-san couldn't stop her all the time! As she settled down for the meal, Akane kept a careful eye on Miyabi, and an ear out for her son. He was in the bassinet near the door, finally having fallen asleep after Akane had nursed him. She was glad to be out of bed after the birth, but she still felt a little woozy sometimes. It should soon pass. Oh. She was more than happy to help with the meals and the housework once again. It had relieved the boredom of being in all the time. The family chatted as they ate, Akane occasionally having to stop Miyabi from stealing her father's food. Genma and Ranma just let her get away with it, sometimes play fighting over the morsels she had just stolen. Akane couldn't believe that they'd teach her such bad manners, but after all this time she had given up chastising them. The Tisodo malice would always spoil the little girl. She dreaded to think on what they'd teach Miso when he grew old enough! Despite all of this, it was good to eat together once again. Left square bracket Ukan single quote s right square bracket Ryuga served up the last okonomiyaki for the breakfast customers. Yukaiu still wasn't feeling up to cooking, but he had learned how to make up the batter himself, and thankfully there was a nice supply of Yukaiu special okonomiyaki sauce. While Yukaiu was still resting, she'd asked him to let the customers pick their ingredients and put them in the mixture, so all he'd have to do would be to cook them on the griddle. He was no Yukaiu, but none of the regular customers complained. Thankfully for them, Ryuga didn't get too lost, especially when he only stood behind the counter and cooked. Apart from the occasional step over to the cash register. Yukaiu came downstairs, carrying Tsuko. The little girl was crying, but their walking motions and the warmth of Yukaiu's body combined with the sound of her heartbeat quickly settled her down. By the time Yukaiu came up to Ryuga, Tsuko was all but asleep. Hey, Ryuga-kun. How's the restaurant doing? He looked at her, and the worried expression that passed over his features made her burst out in a fit of giggles. Tsuko, who started crying again. What are you laughing at, Yukaiu-chan? Ryuga asked, a bewildered expression on his face. Hushing their baby, Yukaiu suppressed another fit of giggling and shook her head. Nothing, Ryuga-kun. It's just that you look so cute when you're worried over nothing. I'm fine, silly. I really am. Ryuga frowned a little and then kissed her gently. You should still be resting, you know. Oh, well, I'm just sick of the sight of the roof, you know. And seconded to be fed. Well, go and sit down. I'm almost finished here for breakfast. When we're done, we'll all go for a walk in the park. Ryuga didn't really want to have Yukaiu out and about as of yet, but he knew how stubborn she was, and maybe a small walk would do them good. It would also be good opportunity to show off his daughter. Sitting down, Yukaiu cradled Tsuko against her, and nodded. That sounds like fun to me, Ryuga-kun. Let me go and get ready first. She smiled and disappeared upstairs with Tsuko, getting ready for her visit to the park. Left square bracket Nakeful and right square bracket the pretty girl sat down at one of the tables. She had the strangest feeling that she'd been here before, but she put it down to deja vu. At least it felt like she fitted in here. There was something gay about this place that made her feel at home. She picked up the menu and started scanning through it for something she liked. After all, she always loved Chinese food. The menu was written in both Chinese and Japanese. Although she didn't know why, she knew how to read box readings. It had taken her quite a while, but she had learned English, too. Not that she ever liked America, but that's where she had been for as long as she could remember. As she continued to read through the menu, a voice asked in Japanese, "Please, Okita-san, what would you like to eat?" ? She looked up at the purple-headed waitress and spoke in Chinese. "May I please have the wonton noodles?" She gave a slight smile, the feeling of deja vu hitting her again. Less than that waitress ... Greater than before she could think anymore. She felt herself being lifted up the collar of her top, being yanked up painfully. The waitress fought a very angry expression on her face. Before she could even dry Topol away, she was slammed up against the wall. "You shouldn't have come back here, great-grandmother." Shampoo growled in Chinese, "It's only because you're my blood relative that I won't kill you on the spot for what you've done!" Cologne looked into Shampoo's angry face, her eyes showing an expression of pain as well as anger. She really didn't know what was going on, but somehow she had obviously upset this girl. She wouldn't fight back to get away just yet. She didn't want to hurt the strange waitress any more than she already inadvertently had. "I'm sorry, but I do not know you." She spoke politely, but firmly. Somehow she knew that if she showed any weakness, she may be in a far worse position than she already was. Glare slipped a little, a slight look of confusion creeping into her expression. She didn't let up her hold. "Don't try to trick me." By now, the few remaining customers were staring at the two young women. Curiously, Moose left the kitchen to see what had happened. As soon as he saw the pair, he was stunned. "Cologne, you dare to show your face here?" ? Cologne looked over at the young Chinese man. "I am sorry, but I do not know what this is about. Maybe you had mistaken me for someone else." But a part of her wondered if that was indeed true. After all, she could not, for the life of her, remember anything that happened before she came to the pervert attached to her almost naked body. A year ago. The Amazon didn't realize that her memory had been removed completely. All she remembered was the trauma of what happened after the love potion had worn off! She looked at both of the young Chinese people, her eyes showing that she was indeed telling the truth. But there was also a look of defiance that made them both wonder if it was a mistake to treat her like this. Even if she had lost her memory, she hadn't lost her power over people. Finally, Shampoo loosened her grip and stepped back. She looked over at Moose, exchanging a worried glance. She was sure that this was her great-grandmother. But she also felt that she was telling the truth. She turned her eyes back to Cologne. "If you are not Cologne, who are you?" ? Moose had stepped closer to get a better look at the woman. She still seemed to be cologne. At first he thought that maybe he had been mistaken, considering his eyesight problems. But he still thought that she was the rejuvenated cologne. He was sure of it. But he had a nagging feeling, something about cologne and Nodoka ? The young woman looked from one to the other. I don't know. Left square bracket Nirima right square bracket Yukayu, now dressed up to go out, strolled down the street with Sako in a pram. Ryuga walked by her side, letting her lead, reasoning that he'd end up taking them all to Siberia for the day. One of Ryuga's dogs trotted at their feet, loving the chance for an outing. Ryuga looked at Yukayu. Are you alright, Yukayu-chan? You look a little nervous. She gave a smile as she pushed the pram. Oh, I'm fine. I just wonder what the other mothers are like. We LC when we get there. Maybe Akane and Ranma will be there this morning. I hear that Ranma often took Miyabi down there while Akane was pregnant. Ryuga smiled at his wife. So I'm sure that you'll know Zomion. Yukayu and Ryuga made their way to the park, the morning sun shining down on them and their little daughter. Left square bracket the park, Nirima right square bracket Ranma sat down on the park bench, in girl form. Akane had said that she wanted to go, but Nodoka had insisted that Akane should wait a few more days before she went. Nodoka could be very persuasive when she wanted to. Ranma knew that, although Akane was anxious to go to the park and show off Masho to the other mothers, Akane would do as Nodoka said. She still wasn't 100% recovered yet. Miyabi ran around the little play area happily with some other toddlers. She was very energetic and agile, climbing up and down faster than any of the other children, even the older ones. She was stronger than the others, too. Sometimes one of the older children would try to bully a young one, but never Miyabi. They'd learned the hard way not to bother her. She was learning Kempo rather quickly from her father, even though she was still young. Even Ranma himself had started training before he could write. Not only was he taught, but he'd learned to fight with Genma over food by that age. Unfortunately, Genma had been too strong, and he always got the food first. Ranma had been left, stuck under one of his father's feet while his father ate first. Ranma decided that he'd never train any of his children like that. But starting young wasn't always a bad idea in the Sodom family. Since there were no other men at the park, Ranma decided that he'd go down as a male only with Akane. After all, he was out of place there as a guy, even with Akane. At least the other women thought that he was on it to Miyabi while he was a girl. So they accepted him somewhat. He did learn a lot of what he never wanted to know about fashions and being a mother, and about medical problems that came with motherhood. The other women were sitting around chatting, but Ranma sat back, just listening. The only time he ever got into their conversations was when he was talking about how Akane was doing, or about Miyabi and now Masho. The women were all eagerly awaiting Akane's return, as was Ranma. If I heard one more woman talk about breastfeeding, he thought that he choked out. Thankfully the arrival of Ryuga and Yukai caused a stir among the young mothers in the park. Ranma waved them over. Hi, Ryuga, Fuken. It's me. Ranko exclamation point double quote. Ryuga blinked, but shrugged at his wife, and they both moved to sit with Ranma, the brand by Yukai's side. He frowned. What's with Ranko's stuff? Ranma question mark double quote. Look around you. Ryuga. See any guys here question mark double quote. Scanning the park. The only males Ryuga saw were a few of the little boys in the play area. Double quote. Oh, you don't want to be the only guy around. You scared of a few girls, hey Ranko? Ryuga grinned at Ranma. Ranma whapped Ryuga over the head. You idiot. I just want to be able to chat while I'm here sometimes. And I can only do that as Akane single quotes cousin. Double quote. Yukai smiled. Well, I'm glad that you're here, Ran-chan. I was worried about meeting the other women. I've heard that it's hard to fit in around here, sometimes. Double quote. Nodding, Ranma said. Sure, I'll introduce you. But, yeah, Akane had some trouble joining in, but you know this is Nirima. They're all used to strange stuff happening, mostly involving us. Double quote. Yukai picked up Tsuko and smiled tentatively over at the other women. Shiniba really had gotten on too well with the other girls at school, and being so masculine had left her out of all the female circles of friends. The closest she'd had to a female friend at high school was Akane. So she really did want to make a good impression with these women. It would be one of her last chances to meet other girls, and to join in and be accepted by them. She could be an okonomiyaki cook any time, but this was her only chance to meet other mothers and to make friends with women her age. The introductions went smoothly, but Yukai knew that it would take a while before she became one of them. She had Ranma and Akane to help her, but belonging to this little group of mothers meant more to her than just some friends. It would mean having a group to be part of rather than just talking to other okonomiyaki cooks, who were more like rivals, anyway. It would also mean having support and help through motherhood. And it would mean that her daughter would have friends. She smiled, and began to start showing off her little girl. Ryuga looked from the background, wondering what all the fuss was about. After all, didn't single quote they just go for a walk in the park for some fresh air question mark. Miyabi had noticed her aunt and uncle by now, and came running over. She didn't really understand about the baby, and still assumed that her little brother and Tsuko were just dolls. But she was getting a bit resentful over all the attention that her parents were giving Monsieur. She was happy that he wasn't here at her park after all. It was her park, but she wished that her mother was here. But at least she had a lot of her father's attention. She started tugging at Ranma's top. Pick me up, Hokusan. The other women had gotten used to Miyabi calling the female Ranma thought name, and like good Nirima residents, they ignored it completely. Just another strange thing about the Sodom family. With a smile, Ranma scooped up his little girl, and hugged her into his lap. Even when Ranma was in female form, Miyabi still recognized him. Double quote Uncle P.I. And Yukayu. She still hadn't gotten over calling Ryuga that name. Akane had wondered why, but none of the people who knew were willing to let on that they knew anything. Ryuga smiled down at her. Hello, Miya-chan. How's Mama? Double quote Miyabi pouted cutely. Oka-san is at home with Misao. Aksha-san should come to the park. Even annoyed, she was still adorable. Ranma grinned and ruffled her hair. Oka-san will come with us in a few days. But Misao needs to be looked after, doesn't he? Double quote Miyabi crossed her arms and pouted further. I want Misao to go back to San's tummy, and not come back. Double quote Ryuga couldn't help but laugh. Ranma kissed Miyabi's forehead. How about we get you a doll instead? Then while Oka-san is looking after Misao, you can look after your doll. Double quote she looked up at Ranma, her eyes wide. Really? Double quote Ranma nodded. Miyabi clapped her hands and giggled. She squirmed out of Ranma's lap, and jumped to the ground, wailing. A dolly. She ran off back to the area to join her friends and tell them all the news. Ryuga shook his head. She's a little jealous, I see. Double quote Ranma smirked. You don't know the half of it. Whenever Akane's holding Misao, she wants Akane to hold her. Whenever I'm holding him, she wants me to hold her. And she won't let Misao be held, too, or else she gets mad. And then she gets in the way, trying to help us look after him. Double quote laughing, Ryuga patted Ranma's shoulder. Have fun, then. Double quote him. Just you wait till it's your turn. Ryuga. Double quote Ryuga whacked Ranma over the back of the head. Shut up. Double quote left square bracket back room. Make full hand and right square bracket. Cologne sat on the stool, facing the two Chinese people. Shampoo stared at her, her arms folded while Moose looked thoughtfully over her. It had been clear for quite a while that she wasn't lying when she said that she couldn't remember anything. Shampoo was still suspicious. After all, the last time she had seen her great-grandmother, she had tried to kill Moose, not to mention everyone else. Maybe Cologne had gone insane after Ranma and Akane had married. So even if she couldn't remember, maybe she was still insane now. Or maybe she was testing them. Shampoo couldn't be sure. She leaned forwards and said, Cologne. So, we've told you who you are, and how you got told like this. What will you do? She asked in her native language. Cologne shook her head, her dark tresses swaying gently around her face. Double quote I don't know. Maybe if I could have my memories back. She trailed off, and looked up at them. But I don't know if I want to remember such things as what you told me of myself. Double quote Moose looked over at Shampoo, adjusting his glasses. Maybe we should let her stay here for a while. It was the only way he knew that they'd be able to keep an eye on her and see what she really did remember of her past. And they did need another waitress. Shampoo sighed. I guess you're right. You have nowhere else to go, don't you? She hesitated, not wanting to call Cologne great-grandmother again. After all, this wasn't really the woman who'd raised her. This was almost like another person. The rejuvenated Amazon shrugged. You two seem to be my only link to my past. And here is far enough away from that horrible American city, so I'm not in a rush to leave. Double quote. Well then, Cologne, if you wish for room and board, you will have to help out in the restaurant. Goose narrowed his eyes a little, but there are others we shall have to talk to first, and we shall have to watch over you, for your own protection. Double quote. He knew that if the others caught wind of Cologne back, without the full story, someone would be hurt. He looked over at Champ before Harry Tyong. He half expected a slap over the head for taking charge like thought, but it didn't come, much to his surprise. Double quote. Yes, and maybe we will be able to find a way to help with your memory problem. Well, this is enough time. I must go back and look after the restaurant. There is your old room. Down the hallway and to the left. A bathroom is just beyond that. Once we have finished for the day, I will help you settle in. Shampoo looked over Cologne again. She could not yet trust her, but further questioning would not be full. Mavis could find something out from Cologne's actions in private. Her actions would be watched in minute detail. With that, Shampoo turned and walked back out into the restaurant. Shou should leave Cologne to her own devices for now. It wouldn't take too long to figure out what was going on. Moose took his leave and followed Shampoo. They would have a little discussion on their new guest, and then maybe things would be settled. Cologne rolled her eyes skywards as they left, then turned to find Ichi to her old room. Cologne still wasn't sure about all of this, but there was a ring of truth to their story. Maybe things would fall in place if she stayed around for a while. Less than, but do I really want to remember that other life? Question mark greater than left square bracket Kunio hyphen right square bracket. Mikado smirked over at Kodakai, her naked body illuminated by the morning sun. They always enjoyed a little role-playing in their love life. Normally it was Kodakai who was dominant. Oh, but today both of them had agreed on a little change. This would be fun. Kodakai looked up at Mikado, her eyes wide with need. Oh, I'm so hot. Double quote. He plumped to a chair. You know what to do, slave. Although his voice seemed harsh, his eyes sparkled with warmth and love. He couldn't disguise his real feelings, and they both knew it. But it was fun to pretend. She meekly followed his order, placing herself in the chair. Mikado thinned down her arms with silken ties to the armrests, and her ankles to the chair legs. Kodakai wriggled her limbs a little, testing the tightness. None of these bonds could stop her from escaping. A tug wouldn't tie them, and she would be free. But they gave the illusion of bondage, and the trick was to try and not break the silken cords during their lovely society. She looked back up at him. Thought. She repeated. With a smirk. Mikado answered. Thought. Ha question mark double quote H high double quote Mikado bent down and drew out an ice cube from Kodakai's little bucket of ice. Slowly, he placed the little block of ice against Kodakai's mouth, then ran it over her ruby red lips. Her lips parted slightly and she shivered. He then proceeded to draw the ice cube down over her chin and down over the smooth skin of her neck Kodakai's single quote skin was hot to the touch, and the ice melted a little as it traveled down towards her breasts. Kodakai leaned her head back, biting back a small moan but Mikado didn't stop there. His cool fingertips slid the ice down over any of the soft breasts, to swirl it around her nipple. Shuddering, the gymnast jerked back at the cold, unable to stop herself from crying out. Only then did Mikado draw the ice cube away from her skin, to blow on her hard, wet nipple, sending Kodakai into shivers both of pleasure and pain. Gazing down at her, Mikado could tell that she was turned on. He knew exactly what she needed. He could see some of her honey glittering off her opening, her pretty pink petals slowly growing wetter. But he lifted his eyes to hers. Still need to cool down question mark double quote Kodakai single quote eyes half closed. Yes. She hissed softly. Oh, kami-sama yes double quote open your legs wider, and show me where you need cooled down, bitch, he ordered. Though he didn't particularly enjoy the language he was using, it was rather fun to get into the role. Although her ankles were still tied to the chair, she pressed her knees as far apart as she could, giving him a perfect view of her sex. The coldness she felt at her breasts contracted sharply with the burning heat she felt at her groin. She wanted him badly, but she also wanted him not to touch her. She wanted him to make her beg. It was kinky, but it turned her on so much, when she was in the mood. Double quote, oh, you're such a slut, Kodakai. Aren't you? Mikado looked down at her, his face impassive, panting. She moaned, oh, yes. I'm such a slut, double quote, so you want me to cool you off? HMN question mark double quote. She nodded, her whole body starting to burn with need and desire. Double quote. What was that, tart? I didn't hear you. Double quote. Oh, yes, master. Yes! Exclamation point double quote. Mikado smirked, and then dumped the whole bucket of ice between Kodakai's spread legs. Kodakai single quote eyes opened wide, and she gasped out as the cold hit her, a burning but delicious pain flooding her body. Exclamation point double quote. He pinched her nipple. Be quiet, or I'll leave you here like this, girl. Double quote. His voice seemed to sneer. Over the word girl single quote. She immediately closed her mouth, repressing any more moans from feacidness of the freezing cold against her hot sex. Double quote. Now, slave, lift up your hips. Double quote. Kodakai complied, shivering a little, but lifted her hips as high in the air as possible, the ice falling away underneath her, and exposing her petals to him. Slowly, watching her hold that position, he undressed, his clothes dropping on the floor, one by one. When Kodakai thought that she may not be able to hold her position anymore, Mikado bent down to her and started to stroke her damp petals, making her shiver with pleasure. He carefully made sure to only touch the lips, avoiding her clit totally. He knew what drove her mad with passion, and he wanted her at the edges for as long as possible. As she wriggled in pleasure on the chair, Mikado reached down and unbound her ankles, leaving her unfulfilled as his touch left her sensitized. She groaned again, needing to be touched, and not even able to touch herself. Then suddenly he lifted her hips, and thrust his manhood into her body. With a shudder, Kodakai groaned in pleasure, needing him to fill her so badly. Mikado himself had to repress a groan to keep their love again going. He had to be totally impassive until the end. It was almost too much for him to bear, but he suddenly pulled out of her, and let her fall back in the chair. He wanted her just as badly as she wanted him, by now. But he stood up in front of her. "Open your mouth, slave." Double quotes. She complied, her mouth still wriggling with need. So much more no thought he'd given her a taste of what she wanted desperately. Taking her head in his hands, he pushed his hips forward, and felt her mouth closing around his shaft. It felt so good. He started to slowly rock his hips, careful not to choke her, and felt her mouth and tongue work around him. As his wife gave him pleasure, his breathing became more and more irregular, and he was unable to stop moaning from the feeling. She was always so good at this. He felt a small twinge of regret at having to act so callous towards her in these little plays, but his mind was filled with pleasure again as Kodakai's tongue worked around his member. But he managed to quell his need to come, and pulled out of her mouth. Double quote. "You single quote been such a good slave." He started, and undid the silk tying her arms to the chair. "Now, go lie on the bed, and hurry, or else you'll have to stay tied to that chair while I come all over you. And you won't even be allowed to touch yourself." He gave a cruel smile, knowing in his heart that he'd never be able to do such a thing to her as that. He would never leave his love hanging for too long, even in food. Kodakai nodded, still acting meek and subservient. She lay down on their bed, spread-eagled, and waited for him to come to her. She didn't think that she could take much more than this, and wouldn't be able to control herself for much longer. She was already concentrating to stop her hands from sliding down to touch herself. But she often did this kind of thing to Mikado. Plus it was such they turned on when he did finally come to make love with her. It didn't last too long for either of them, after all the semi-sadomasochistic setup. But it was always mind-blowing. She felt his movement over the bed, then his weight on top of hers. She wrapped her arms around him, her legs sliding apart to accommodate his body. Her need-filled eyes gazed up into his, and then she cried out with pleasure as she felt him thrust into her again. They made love on the bed, still both in character. Their lips never met, only their bodies. She held him tightly, moving rhythmically and sensually underneath him. his body joining her motions, matching them perfectly. They were both one with each other, yet both wore their own masks for the game. But their eyes met, showing their true love for each other. Behind and in spite of the game. Before too long, Kodakai shuddered and let herself go to the first of many waves of pleasure as an orgasm coursed through her body. Mikado quickly followed, and his cum flooded her body, feeling hot inside her. They were together as one, and the masks fell away. They met in a kiss of passion and love, and they embraced each other tightly. As the pleasure flowed away, both were left in a soft, warm glow. Breaking the kiss, Mikado smiled softly at his wife, then rolled off her, and opened his arms. Kodakai rolled over against him, and they cuddled her gently. After any of their more sadistic sessions, they both took time to hold each other, whispering words of love and of reassurance. The degradation the dominated one felt was sometimes so great that it stretched their trust of the other. But always they found their love growing stronger afterwards, knowing that their trust was never, ever broken. They held each other close for a long time, resting in bed, feeling closed up even after all this time, and all the games that they had ever played. They both needed this time together. It built up their trust in each other, and so their relationship grew stronger. Holding each other, they nuzzled each other tenderly, just giving each other the love they needed. After a little while, the phone began to ring. Sighing, Kodakai slipped out of Mikado's arms, and into her robe. She picked up the phone. Moshi, Moshi ? Quietly, Mikado dressed in his bathrobe, and moved to the couch. Even needed some rest, especially after today's session. How could he keep Popeyes' love godlike stamina for the evening if he was tired during the day? He settled down to wait for Kodakai to finish her conversation. Kodakai put down the phone and smiled. It was more of a smirk than a smile, but she was rather pleased with herself. Mikado leaned back in the chair, and looked up at Kodakai. Who was it, Kodakai ? That was Shampoo. It seems that the cologne woman has finally made her way back to Nirima. Frowning, Mikado asked, and that is good news. He remembered what she had done. The memory of what she had done in the past was not forgotten by anyone who had been there that night. No, but the good news is that my potion worked, even better than he had hoped. The Chinese woman had been my only chance to test the new formula, and it worked so much better than expected. It seems to have resulted in permanent memory loss. A much better formula than even Shampoo's shampoo formula and Shiatsu. So much easier to use, too. All it takes was a little spray in the face. Unfortunately, she didn't also have the results from Happo's eyes, as no one had heard anything about him since Kunu had shipped both cologne and Happo off to America. Congratulations, lover, Mikado linked. But you think that she'll need some watching? The Black Rose shrugged. It all depends on what Shampoo is going to do. It seems that she wishes to play around with Cologne's mind to see if she can bring back some of the past memories, but leaving out a few key points such as the Amazon's will that shampoo and Ranma-sama would marry. Unfortunately, none of my potions can do that, and shampoo's shiatsu only removes key memory points, rather than bringing some back. Double quote. Well, if she's going to try something like that, you may have to get ready a new batch of your potion. Just in case. Double quote. Kodakai bent down and kissed him somewhat passionately. You are right, my darling Mikado-sama. But first I must inform the rest of the family. I'm sure that Nabiki shall be able to get in touch with everyone else. Double quote. She clapped her hands. Double quote. Almost immediately the strange ninja and Kunyu family retainer appeared, kneeling in front of Kodakai. Yes, Kodakai-sama ? Double quote. Please inform Ani-sama and his wife that I have some news that they must hear, and tell them that it is urgent. Double quote. Bud. Hi, Kodakai-sama. With that, he disappeared. Kodakai sat down next to Mikado, awaiting the others. Left square bracket Gosankuji single quote S apartment right square bracket. It was Sunday, Gosankuji's one and only day of the week for sleeping in. Although it was late in the morning, he was still fast asleep. Then the phone rang. Irritated at the sounds, Gosankuji gave a muffled groan from under the covers. A hand reached out from under the pile of blankets, and after a few attempts, it finally managed to grasp the phone. The receiver disappeared beneath the covers. Double quote. Hello? Gosankuji managed a sleepy mumble. Double quote. Is this Ikaru Gosankuji? A strangely accented voice asked. With a stifled yawn, Gosankuji answered, Yes. Who's this? Double quote. Is Shampoo from Nakoaden. We hear that you good at magic. We must talk. Double quote. Eh? Gosankuji was jolted out of his half-sleep in surprise. You did ? You want me to help you somehow? Double quote. Hi. Shampoo need you to help check someone's mind, secretly. Shampoo cannot do this herself. It would no be secret anymore. Can you help? Yes? Double quote. I single quote. I'll see what I can do. I'll call you back later today? Double quote. Hi. Thank you. Double quote. With a click, the phone hung up. Gosankuji was absolutely thrilled. Someone wanted his help. He jumped out of bed and zoomed off to get ready to go out to the library. He was sure to find what he needed there. Double quote. Yada. Someone needs my magic! Double quote. Left square bracket Tenduduju right square bracket. Ranma walked in, holding Miyabi's hand as she skipped along next to him. Ryugi and Yukayu followed on, leaving the pram at the door and carrying Sukoda. Akane was in the middle of the dojo, looking very angry. A pile of bricks were scattered over the place, chopped up into little pieces. She was dressed in her white gi, wearing a black belt around her waist. She had definitely been working out very enthusiastically. Ranma frowned. Noi, Akane, what's wrong? Ofukuro said that you slammed down the phone and ran out here. He let go of Miyabi's hand and stepped towards his wife. Akane spun around and ran straight at Ranma. Although still female, Ranma lifted up his arms to block. But he found Akane hugging him tightly. He slowly wrapped his arms around her and hugged her. She was about his female height, but Ranma still managed to hold her close and stroke her hair. "What is it, Akane?" he asked softly, his female voice sounding sweet and gentle. Ryugi and Yukai looked at each other, then slowly left, taking Miyabi with them. They would wait. Akane lifted her head to look at Ranma. "Cologne is here." She clenched her jaw. "Ranma, they say she's lost all of her memory. But I just can't handle her here again!" ! Ranma frowned. "She's back?" "Who said this?" ? Nabiki-Onichan. Shampoo told them, and she's staying at the Nakeful and an ! Feeling a flush of anger himself at her brazen return, Ranma clenched his fists. "That bitch!" ! But before he had a chance to do anything else, Kasumi and Tofu came to the doorway. Nabiki, Kunu, Kodakai and Mikado following. "Ma, Ranma, please calm down," Kasumi said softly. "Please listen before doing anything rash." Tofu spoke up. "I have looked in at the Nakeful and did a check upon Cologne. Her key readings indicate that she cannot remember anything before she left Japan last. Hi, my potion worked rather well, didn't it? Oh, I am so clever, aren't I? Ho 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 ho." Kodakai nodded her head with a smirk. Nabiki rolled her eyes, but said, "Yeah. That's why she can't remember anything. So I don't think going to bash her up will do anything. You already punished her, right?" ? Kunu nodded. "Yes, although her deeds were horrendous indeed, she still requires to be heard out as she truly seems to be another person." We stopped at the restaurant, and she seemed unlike the woman we ate. Yeah, I think you should give the pretty woman at least one chance to prove herself. I know that if this turns out to be a trick, that we shall all stand back and let you get your revenge. But right now. Mikado shrugged at them. Ranma aside and looked at Akane. "What do you think?" The momentary anger brought on by the painful memories had flickered away. He was still upset, but he wouldn't lose control over her. Akane looked at Kasumi. "Is she really different?" ? Kasumi smiled. "Well, she seemed to be very polite and did not even recognize any of us. So please, Akane, you should calm down a little, too. Maybe we should all talk about this over a nice cup of tea?" ? Ryugi and Yukai had entered with Miyabi and Sakoda sighing softly, still rather upset. Akane nodded. "You're right, Onichan. Let's all go to the house. I'll put some heat on." The group left the dojo, moving into the living room. Kasumi and Akane went to the kitchen for dinner, while the rest filled Nodoka, Genma and Soun in the situation with Cologne. Once tea and sweets were served, they sat down to discuss what was going on at the Nakuladan and what Shampoo was asking Gosunkuzi to attempt. Left square bracket Nakuladan. At night right square bracket Shampoo sighed and sat down at the table. The restaurant was closed, and she had managed to slip some sleeping powder into Cologne's room and without her noticing. The other Amazon was fast asleep in her room. Shou shouldn't wake up. Everything was set. She had Kodakai's potion in a little perfume bottle. Gosunkuzi would be here any moment. She was glad that everything was sorted out with Ranma, Akane, Yukayu and Ryuga. They wouldn't attack the Opera Amazon. They did have a reason to get rid of her again, even if the woman couldn't remember anything. Shampoo knew that she would run Kalani out of town herself, if she hadn't have been a relative. Maybe it was a stupid idea to give her a second chance. But it still was the woman who had looked after her since her mother died. Moose came to the kitchen, northeast, Shampoo. He's here. He stepped to the side, and Gosunkuzi entered the room. He had a large bag with his magic items inside. He was ready. Where is she? Shampoo and Moose led the Shinto priest to Cologne's bedroom. They entered quietly, but Cologne didn't stir. Gosunkuzi stepped up to the bed, and started to set up his items. He placed a kamidan, a tiny model shrine with a small mirror in the center, by the bed. Reverently he clapped his hands twice and prayed to the god of the shrine. Then he took out a pair of candles. Upon lighting them, he strapped them to his head. He laid out his Waraningio, his straw voodoo doll, next to him, on the floor. He then took out his Goliai, the little wand with streamers on the end for purification purposes. He mixed his cursing powers with Shinto magic to create his own style. But for this, he would follow the ritual thought found in one of the many books in the library. He started to shake the Goliai towards the sleeping woman, and slowly started to dance around the kamidan. He mumbled a chant-like prayer to the god of the shrine as he moved. The words were in an ancient, magical language thought not even Gosunkuzi truly understood. He moved around the room, then offered to Cologne. He brushed the Goliai streamers against Cologne's forehead and chanted, "Cleanse and purify, cleanse and purify, cleanse and purify," over her as he moved. Gosunkuzi could feel the power flowing through him, from the mirror. He concentrated, willing the power from him, through the Goliai, towards Kalagni, cleaning her soul and purifying her mind. He could feel a darkness deep within her. It was different from the numb sensation of the forgetfulness potion, and it was within the amnesia. Slowly, he focused the power on the dark feelings, praying that it would be purified. Slowly, he could feel it unraveling and disappearing. Moving in his dance for the god of the shrine, he danced around Cologne's bed, concentrating even harder to rid her of this evil. He wouldn't stop. No, he couldn't stop until she was cured. Praying and chanting, he felt the power grow brighter within him, and felt it flow even more strongly out over Cologne, washing away her taint. Then he worked on the numbness, sending it spinning off into the earth. He knew it was working. He could feel it dot. He kept up the work until he felt the power from the mirror diminish and then twinkle out. He slowed to a stop, and looked at the sleeping woman. She was still deep in slumber. Muse and Cologne were by the door, watching him with wide eyes. He felt a small glow of pride deep in his heart. Gosankuzi then bowed his head and clapped twice, praying that he'd done everything correctly. He lifted his head and looked over at Cologne. She was still fast asleep. Gosankuzi couldn't help but notice how pretty she was. But he took his mind off of her, and contented himself with putting away the magical items. You single quote well act you watch her and see what she remembers when she wakes up. He'd hope I'd driven all the insanity from her mind. I could see it there when he cast the spells, but it was hidden in the amnesia. So just watch her for a while, and call me if you notice anything unusual, Gosankuzi stated. Nodding, Shampa said, "Hi, we will. Thank you for help. Muse, you show Gosankuzi out." Shampoo watch the Chan. Muse nodded and handed the purple-headed Amazon a small perfume bottle. "But here, take Kodakai's potion. She may wake up soon." Once Gosankuzi was ready, Muse led him to the door. Gosankuzi hoped Father had finally proved, once and for all, that he was a great magician. He bowed to Muse and left, headed for his apartment. He would be tired for work, he realized. But if all went well, he wouldn't care. He would win Hinako's love by proving himself with his magical abilities! Even as he walked, the image of Hinako was replaced by the image of Kawagni's pretty, sleeping face. Left square bracket morning. Unryu-Ka right square bracket Akarai single quote S house. The Unryu mansion was at the outskirts of Tokyo, no more than a pig's ride away from Nirima. Akarai herself had already left, riding Tonkatsu Nishiki to the Nirima shops for the groceries. Konatsu stayed behind with Akarai's grandfather, who was a little unwell today. He still looked like a girl, but he was wearing men's clothes for a change, rather than his usual ninja outfit, and looked like a Bisanan. He got on well with the farmhands, making them tea and lunch. He would probably have made a great geisha thanks to his training at the sexy Kunoikai tea house, but he was content to be ninja and to be Akarai's husband. He was having the happiest time of his life here with Akarai and her grandfather. It was a beautiful Japanese mansion with a large garden out the front, and out the back was the big farm. It was completely run by the farm hands, and Akarai only helped get her pigs ready for sumo competitions. Konatsu had learned quite a lot about it, and loved to watch the pigs being trained to fight. He even sometimes helped Akarai get them ready for the competitions. It was a good life here, and he was free. Left square bracket Tendu-Ka right square bracket Ranma was outside practicing with Janma for the morning. Miyabi sat by them watching. Akane was thankful that it left her free to look after Miso. But at least he didn't wake up so often in the middle of the night. He was a very quiet baby, compared to Miyabi, but he still needed looking after. Soon read the paper, as per normal, and Nodoka went about with her housework. None of them had gone to the Nakoyan recently, as they all wanted to keep out of Shampoo's way until there was concrete evidence, one way or another, that Cologne wouldn't attack anyone. So the family stayed at home, keeping the children out of the way of possible danger. Left square bracket Nakoyan and right square bracket the husband and wife stood at the door of Cologne's room, and spoke in quiet Chinese to each other. Shampoo looked up at Moose. She is waking up now. We should be ready, just in case. Moose nodded. If she remembers, you'll have to spray her before she can do any damage. They stepped back a little as they heard footsteps coming to the door. Her memory should be back, Gosunkuji had said, when she woke up. Her subconscious would have sorted anything out in her sleep. Now if only the restrictions were still in place, everything should be fine. A sleepy Cologne stepped out of the room with a yawn, carrying a set of clothes. She was still in her nightgown, obviously going to take a bath. Great-grandmother ? What is it? Shampoo? Cologne yawned. You should be in the restaurant, serving, not out here bothering me. Great-granddaughter. So you remember me? Shampoo asked. Frowning. Cologne stopped. Of course I remember you. You really should be working instead of asking me silly questions. And you, Moose, you should go work, too. I'm not paying you for hanging around out here with Shampoo, even if you had her husband. Moose rolled his eyes skywards. Less than why on earth did Shampoo want that woman back? She was so much nicer when she couldn't remember anything. Greater than he felt a whack on his head. Don't you roll your eyes at me. Get to work, son-in-law ! Looks like she's back. Shampoo. I'm going to the restaurant. Moose turned on stalked out. Shampoo watched Moose go, then looked back at Cologne. You shouldn't trade them so harshly. You have been gone for a long time, and this is our restaurant now. Great-grandmother. Cologne wrinkled her nose. So it is. But I won't let the rest of the world see the Amazons as a lazy people. If you wish, great-grandmother. But you should be less harsh. Shampoo decided on her first real test of Cologne's memory. If the specified restrictions were truly in place, the whole of Nirima could rest easily. If not, she had the potion. Great-grandmother, am I still allowed to give Ranma free meals? Cologne looked a little surprised. You still give that ungrateful boy free food? Even after he sullied your honor by refusing to become your husband? Less than so far, so good. Greater than Shampoo nodded. Yes. He is a good friend. Do what you will, as this is, as you have said, your restaurant. Although he would not ask him in here if he did that type of thing to me. It was obvious that Cologne had some disdain for Ranma, but at least the obsession for forcing Ranma to wed Shampoo seemed to be gone. Hopefully Bosenkuji was right when he said that all of Cologne's insanity was gone. Thank you, great-grandmother. I shall go to the restaurant now. Shampoo left Cologne to take her morning bath. It would be an interesting week, especially after Ranma would turn up to see Cologne the final test! Shampoo could only hope that Cologne wouldn't snap again. Left square bracket and single quote as right square bracket. The restaurant was opened, and Ryuga sat by the hallway door with Suko. Yukai wanted to try cooking at the griddle for a little while, because she couldn't live without cooking for long. It was the first time she'd gotten back into the swing of things in a couple of months, so she really wanted some time to adjust. And since mornings were pretty quiet, and she was feeling much better, she had a chance to start cooking again. But it was a little hard with one of them looking after Suko all the time. But she was happy, as was Ryuga, and things were going smoothly. And it seemed that having Suko attracted some of the young mothers from the park to the restaurant, too. So business was doing well. Yukai widely wondered about teaching Suko to cook when she got old enough. Left square bracket evening, make full and right square bracket. Shampoo and Moose had slowly invited the other Niruma residents over to Full for a lunch and dinner over the week, gauging Cologne's reactions to each. Basically, she didn't mind one way or another about any of them, just as she had felt before Ranma and Akane had married. She never was really interested in anyone except her great-granddaughter and Ranma. She had helped people when they needed help, and it had never really been malicious until after the wedding that had somehow sent her insane with anger. Maybe it was her inability to change, or the fact that it had compromised Amazon honor too much, but all of that seemed gone up. But she hadn't yet met Ranma and Akane. Moose looked up at the clock as he finished wiping down a table. The Sodong couple would soon be here. They would all be ready in case something happened during the dinner. Cologne would have to be subdued and Herman would have to be erased again. Moose almost wished that something would happen. Although she was treating him better than she had in the past, Castile hated how he ordered her around. But he would cope. Shampoo waited by the door as Cologne cooked in the kitchen. She cooked very well. After all, she hadn't lived 110 years for nothing! Soon, Ranma and Akane would come. Shampoo could only await Cologne's reaction, and be ready for it. The door opened, and Akane stepped in. The whole family had been briefed. And Miyabi and Miso's grandparents were at home, not just babysitting, but protecting the children in case anything did happen. Cologne hadn't looked up. She was still busy in the kitchen. Ranma followed Akane, and Shampoo led them to the table in the mid-loft restaurant. Everyone was a little nervous, but Ranma was confident Thoth could handle it. After all, he'd handled Cologne before and won. Akane didn't mention that he had helped the last few times, because Ranma's Mukota Kabisha may come in handy. After all, it only worked well when Ranma's ego and confidence were at its peak! Mu stepped up to the counter. Roy, these two customers want to know what your speciality for the day is. Cologne looked over at the two. Everyone tensed. Cologne frowned and stared at Ranma. Ranma got ready. Dark-haired Amazon jumped over the counter, and before anyone could react, whacked Ranma over the head with her knuckles. You've eaten here often enough. You should know what my speciality is. Everyone face faulted, and Cologne stalked back into the kitchen. The rest of the meal passed quietly, Ranma, grumbling over his bowl. Raymond, about Cologne whacking him over the head. Everyone was quite relieved, and feeling so much more relaxed. Eventually, the others started turning up to join in the meal. Ryuga and Fukayu, Kunyu and Nabiki, Mikado and Kodakai, Konatsu and Akarai, Tafu and Kasumi, Tsubasa and Azusa. Even Gosankuji and Hinako turned up. The restaurant was filled with people eating and chatting, Shampoo, Mousse and even Cologne joining in. It almost turned into a party. The sake was flowing freely among the men, and the girls spent time chatting. It was a good night in Nirima. Maybe, just maybe, everyone would finally be able to get along. Outside, a strange little man, dressed up in a thief's headscarf, jumped off for the rooftops, carrying a large bag. Or maybe not. Ranma Nibun no Ichi epilogue right square bracket left square bracket the park. Nirima right square bracket Ranma and Ryuga sat at the park. Ranma in his male form. They both smiled happily as their wives chatted with the other women, both the babies in proms. Miyabi played at the swings with some other children. Ranma grinned over at Ryuga, you know. HM. Ryuga looked quizzically over at Ranma. Maybe we should get Miso and Suko engaged. After all, it turned out fine for Akane and me. Ryuga smirked. I wonder what our wives would say if they heard that. Ranma laughed. I could handle Akane fine. So, what do you say? With a grin, Ryuga replied, sure. If you live long enough after telling Akane. Maybe it wasn't a good idea to have gone to the park so early in the morning after the little party at the Nakeland the night before. More precisely, maybe it wasn't a good idea for the two not totally sober men to be talking gay about engagements. Ranma stood up. Hey! Akane! Turning her head, Akane looked over at Ranma. What is it? Ryuga and me have decided. Miso and Suko are going to get married when they're old enough. We've engaged them. Ranma grinned at Akane. Proudly. He didn't even realize that he was still somewhat under the influence. Maybe if he had, he wouldn't have said what he'd just said. He made guessed Akane's reaction beforehand. And Ryugu would have been ready for Yukai to single quote s. Double quote you what? Both women yelled at once. Without hesitating. Both Yukai and Akane jumped up. Yukai with her spatula out, and Akane with her fists ready, and started chasing their respective husbands. Having at least some sense left, the two men turned tail and ran out. The young mothers with their little children shook their heads as they watched the four run off, left to look after the four's children. Things were definitely back to normal in Nirima. Okay? Now for comments about this fic. Yes, it's a transitory piece, just to show what life is like when things are going normally. There's no major action going on, nor was there unintended to happen. Some people wanted to have a piece just to see how the other couples were going, so that's what I did. Circumflex accent _ circumflex accent. Sorry to all you out there who were expecting another action-packed fic! Circumflex accent _ till the end. Well, it's a shade darker than the rest. To the Kodakai Mikado scene left parenthesis. I hope it was done tastefully enough. And then there's Goes and lots happening in his life. But don't worry, I'll get more into what happens with Goes in the next fic, which should have some stuff actually happening! But I couldn't put it all in one story, or else it would be even longer than double quote too much wedded bliss. And I don't really enjoy writing giant stories that go back and forth all the time, because it gets too confusing! Right parenthesis. So, yes, Goes will end up happier, I promise that. Circumflex accent _ circumflex accent. Another point is that in the last story, it was only the love potion that wore off Cologne, and I don't remember what happened, and Cologne was only reacting to a pervert stuck to her chest, rather than her remembering who I was. Otherwise, they'd have been back and attacking / stealing underwear almost straight away. Plus, Cologne would be even more bent in revenge! Sorry if that mislead anyone! But anyway, that's enough comments for now. Hope you enjoyed it. Anyway! Jet. Mara! Kunoi Kayagani Makunoi Kayagani Muslim at Ranma Akane at Kawaii Makukai at Fortunia Kodakai at Fictai on Makaroli not real life at // www.acro.mu.os/ Casey Abrakunoi Kayat yoino.cc.monash.edu Carolinians here right parenthesis Ranma Nibun no Ichi 9 H's for Hinako Lemon right square bracket. All characters portrayed in this fanfic are copyright of Rumiko Takahashi and Shogakukan Incorporated, etc. Left square bracket Furinkan high right square bracket. The morning air was crisp in Nirima. The cold, winter winds stung the face off the students as they trudged wearily to school, huddled up in their warm coats. There was a certain color to the dark clouds, a suggestion that soon small, cold flakes of powdery snow would drift to the ground. Meeting in small groups as they headed for the school building, the students of Furinkan High chatted softly about the rumors that they had heard. With each word, the air puffed up into small steam from their breath. They did not stop walking as they talked, but scurried on towards the warmth of the school. He knew teacher would be coming. The images of a demon sprang to the minds of shivering students, images of a demon with flames issuing from his mouth, burning students as they ran in terror from his wrath. Images thought caused the students to walk a little faster, their actions a little more nervous. As they walked, they wondered what they had done to deserve such a horrible fate. Left square bracket Kunyu hyphen Cao single quote S office right square bracket high above the freezing students. A strange looking structure sat on top of school building, near the clock tower. It seemed to be made of coconut wood and thatching a small Hawaiian style house. A ladder led up to the front door. As the house was built high up, 4 coconut trees serving as stilts. Inside the darkened room, a man danced around, playing the ukulele. His skin was darkly tanned, striking for this time of the year. He also wore a large pair of sunglasses, for some strange reason. His outfit consisted of a rather loud Hawaiian t-shirt, long white shorts, thongs and a lei. Even stranger was what he had on his head. A miniature coconut tree seemed to grow in his dark hair! A maniacal grin stuck to his face manner as he began speaking in a very Japanese manner, English words popping up here and there in the most unlikely places. Alright, Miss Ninoya. This is first year F student. Ranma Sodong, Kunyu hyphen Cao pressed a button in the darkened room, and a projectile on screen lit up with the image of Ranma, pulling a face at the camera. The worst student in this school. You have come here because of the skill you have in handling these aggressive students. The only duty you have is to control Ranma Sodong! With that, the lights popped on, and the principal stood, his arm flung out, pointing to a teddy-bear. He sighed. That was the 45th rehearsal. Miss Ninoya is late. Left square bracket outside right square bracket. A pretty, young girl, obviously too young to attend the high school, walked into the school grounds, looking a little confused and lost. This did not detract from her prettiness, and in fact seemed to heighten her cuteness. She was clothed in a long, dark dress, mostly obscured by a long, green cardigan. She carried a satchel in one hand as she gazed around the yard. A few whispers of transfer student could be heard as groups of students stopped to look at her. Putting on a brave face, the girl walked up to two of the students who were walking past. Hi, guys! The 2 boys smiled at her in a friendly manner. Less than she asterisk is asterisk rather cute. Greater than yeah. What would you like? Asked one of them. A distant, I'm late. Cut through the cold morning air, but the 3 paid little attention to the sound. Excuse me, but where is the principal's office? The girl asked, giving the boys a smile filled with innocence, befitting her age. With a reverberating noise, Ranma leapt off the top of the school gate and down towards the school grounds. Just as the gate began to swing shut. I am safe. He cried with relief as he landed, landing on the girl's head with the asterisk thump asterisk. Left square bracket the Furinkan High Library. Night right square bracket. Hinako woke with a start. Her dreams shattered as a pile of books thumped down next to her head, which had been lying on the desk. She half expected Ranma to be there after leaping off of her head, onto the ground. All she saw was Kosunkuji, holding half a pile of books. The other half had been spilled onto the table next to her. Oh, I'm sorry, Hinako-san. Kosunkuji quickly placed the rest of the books down, already moving to pick up the ones he dropped. Sorry to keep waiting, too. It has been a very hectic day. Hinako blinked a little and gave a yawn. She didn't care too much about propriety, because right now, she had the mind and body of a young girl. She just nodded, yawning again. It's okay, Gosankuji-chan. I was dreaming of the first time I came to this school. Ranma was such a horrid boy, don't you think? ? The young man nodded placidly. He remembered how Ranma had come into this life and ruined it, too. But he'd gotten used to it by the time Ranma and Akane were actually ready to be married. By the final year of high school, he had even started to get over Akane. Oh, it was hard not to stare at these photos of her, all the time, especially the very sexy ones of Akane doing her gymnastics in the school leotard, doing those forms on Tebin. He felt himself start to blush, just remembering what he used to do sometimes, late at night, while looking at those photos. He then remembered where he was and when. He quickly composed himself and looked at Hinako. She chattered away over nothing in particular, not even having noticed his small lapse of attention. He gave a soft sigh. She was often like this. But he did prefer her in her adult form, even though she tended to treat him a little badly. He was used to his lot in life. At least she paid attention to him. The only woman that ever did! Although he didn't think that Hinako had been overly impressed by the proof that he worked magic these days, he had won some respect in the eyes of the adult teacher. But he had also won some respect from Cologne. Less than maybe. It's not quite true that the only woman who pays attention to me is Hinako. Cologne has talked to me a little, once she'd recovered enough from that spell and her madness. Greater than. He gave a dreamy smile. Less than. She even seemed like she'd been very impressed with my magic, the magic that I had used to cure her! Greater than. As Chibai Hinako chattered about her day, Gosankuji mechanically piled up all the books, and picked them up, still thinking of Cologne. And, now Hinako again. The two of them started wandering out of the library. Gosankuji managing to lock it behind him, even with his arms full. He'd done it enough times. His mind, had turned to other matters. The pretty young Cologne, even with the demeanor of an old woman. And on the adult Hinako, even with the way she seemed to look down at him. He did not know what he wanted, but he knew that neither of them would want him. The two wandered through the school grounds, the lamplight from the street being the only thing to guide their path. Dark clouds blocked out the stars and the moon. Only small pools of light guided the two as Gosankuji walked Chibai Hinako home. Left square bracket Nakeful and right square bracket Moose brought in the little curtain from the front door, then locked the door behind him. He gave a yawn as he headed back towards the kitchen. It had been a rather tiring day. The place had been packed out for some Irasan. Maybe it was because Ukans had been closed today for Ryuga and Yukayu to take their baby for a short holiday to visit Yukayu's father. If that was the reason, the Nakeful and would be packed for the rest of the week. Champa sat quietly in the back room, her eyes fixed on the television. Cologne idly looked at the screen, though she did not seem, to Moose, very interested in the show. Moose gave a wry smile. It was rather hard for him to adjust to having the old woman back, especially since she looked like a young woman! Cologne's S hair was once again black, falling in long cascades of smooth silky tresses down her back. She held it back from her face with a white hairband that offset her large, brown eyes. She had even took to wearing some of the type mini Chinese dresses that was the current fashion of the young Suzuki women. But now Cologne had the figure to go with those dresses. If only her style of speech changed, as well as her domineering attitude, he would almost believe that she was nothing more than a friend of Shampoo's, visiting for a while. but she liked to order him around, when she could get away with it. And she still acted like she was an elder. It was very disconcerting. At least she'd managed to adjust and call him Yukodono rather than giving Ranma that title, the titled husband. And she seemed quite stable, too. It was quite a remarkable change! ! Moose, you've closed up the shop properly? Yes? Cologne asked, looking at him, as if he couldn't even do that. They all spoke in Chinese together, when alone. After all, what was the point in speaking a foreign language when there was no one else around? He grimaced but nodded his head. Of course I have. If you don't believe me, go check it yourself. Shampoo gave a little frown. Moose, there is no need to speak so roughly to Hieba-chan. The rebuke was very small and mild, but it irked Moose that Cologne seemed to have regained at least some control over her great-granddaughter. Again, he'd gotten used to life without Cologne, a life close to perfect contentment. Life was interesting with Cologne back, at any rate. However much she annoyed him, Moose didn't think about trying to make her leave. But thinking about ways to stop Cologne's influence over Shampoo was another matter. He gave a slight nod to Shampoo, hardly acknowledging what she had said. Head turned to the door. I'm going to bed now, Shampoo. Are you coming? ? With a quick glance at Cologne, Shampoo stood up. I should go, too. We must get up early in the morning again. Good night. Hieba-chan. With her eyebrow arched at the two, Cologne nodded her head. Good night, child. Just remember to be up early for tomorrow. We will have a lot of customers to keep us busy all day. Cologne's eyes went back to the television screen, but Moose had an eerie feeling that she was studying them as they headed for their bedroom. Left square bracket A small town, right square bracket A short, old man, carrying a bag about the same size as himself, ran over the rooftops, jumping along as he went, looking behind him for signs of pursuit. A kerchief, tied around his head with a little knot tying it up under his nose, was a vain attempt to hide who he was. But it did nothing to hide the fact that he was a thief. Pretty spry for his age, he leapt from roof to roof, not noticing what was ahead of him. A rather small boy, with a cute round face and strange eyes, sat on a roof, doodling with a calligraphy brush almost as big as he was. He was writing the word "Baka" on the roof, only managing to splash a little ink on himself as he wrote. On his cheeks were little swirls as if he'd painted them on his face, himself. The boy, concentrating deeply on his work, didn't see the old man, speeding off for the rooftops, straight towards him. With a crash, the man smashed head straight into the boy, violently flicking the brush up into the air as the bag burst open, scattering its contents in all directions! Both the unconscious boy and the old man lay still, a rain of pastel and white panties floating down around them, and splashes of ink falling from the sky, like gentle rain, covering them. Left square bracket Nakeful and right square bracket Antique Chinese screen, depicting many beautiful views of the Bayangkray mountain range, gave the interior of the Nakeful Hand a traditional Chinese feel. The screens, along the wall, complemented the wooden walls and fierce paper windows. It was small, but cozy, with only one counter set at the back of the room. Smells of various, mouth-watering foods wafted into the cafe from the kitchen. Behind the counter, the little Chinese cafe was packed. Shampoo, running around serving all oft customers, wore a cheerful grin that belied her tiredness. Moose, Takama, was run off of his feet. Cologne, as normal, was in the kitchen cooking up the Chinese dishes and yelling orders. Customers sat, laughing and talking at their tables as they ate or await at their meals. The atmosphere was quite cheerful, seeing that not a single building in Miramar had been destroyed by a martial artist in a whole week! Most of the customers were celebrating the Monument Hughes event with warmed-up sake and ramen. Ranma, holding Miyabi's hand as she toddled in beside him, walked into Funiko Annan. A very cute little girl. She had short, glossy blue-black hair and wide, innocent eyes that looked at the world with wonderment. She wore a cute set of cream-colored overalls. A carefully sewn image of a Ketley and Bulkhead decorated the toddler's outfit. Akane followed in, carrying Miso tenderly in her arms. The baby boy slept quietly, for a change. Wrapped in a blanket, only his tiny little hands, and the delicate features of his face could be seen. His eyes were closed, and his hands twitched, every so often, as if to grasp something as he dreamed his baby dreams. Amazingly, Miyabi wasn't trying to get Akane's attention away from her brother. Instead, she tugged at Ranma's hand, trying to hurry him inside. She wanted to see Aunt Shampoo and Uncle Moose, and get the free BBQ pork buns that Shampoo always made for her. Although being overworked, Shampoo spotted the family as they walked in Funiko Annan. Ranma, your table is here. The Amazon pointed to the last freeable, and then gestured to Moose, who quickly added another chair on table setting. As Akane and Ranma took their seats, Miyabi ran up and hugged Moose's legs, then Shampoo's. She had an amazing trust in everyone, and charmed almost everyone into loving her back. The only person she had any problem with was her brother. She couldn't stand it when he was the one to get attention on. But right now, Uncle Moose and Auntie Shampoo were busy talking to her and giving her free tidbits of food and all the attention that she could ever desire. Cologne stood alone in the kitchen, busy cooking them multiple meals. She knew that there was quite a bit of distrust from the Sodom family towards her, and she realized that she had earned it. It had been a year since she'd come back, but it would take quite some time yet before everyone would accept her back into the community. The little chime on the door drew Shampoo away from Miyabi, leaving Kusato seat her with her family, and take their orders. Irashimasu. She smiled in welcome at Gosunkuji and Chibai Hinako as Tato entered. Yes, it really was busy with weekends closed. So sorry, but there are no tables left. You mind sharing? No ? Gosunkuji gave a shrug of acquiescence and Shampoo looked at Ranma, questioning look on her face. He glanced at Akane, shrugging his shoulders. Akane smiled at Shampoo with a nod. Shampoo gave Moose a commanding look. With a half sigh, he went and set up 2 more places at the Sodom family stable. Once everyone was seated, Miyabi and Hinako happily doodling on the placemats, Shampoo went off to serve the other customers, leaving Moose totally for the food to the various tables with only a few minor mix-ups. Spotted plant was eventually put back in place, and the correct bowl of wonton soup was given to the customer. Even single quote T seen you in ages, Gosunkuji. What've you been up to? Ranma Nibun asked between mouthfuls of noodles, still doing that magic ? He gave a half shrug. Yes, and still working at the school library. So that's why you hang out with Hinako all the time. The little girl looked up at Ranma sharply. I'm still Hinako-sensei Toyu. Ranma ! Hinako-sensei, he amended, and Akane gave him an approving nod. Gosunkuji was thankful for the exchange between the two. It wasn't really something he was comfortable in talking about, especially not to Ranma. He went quietly back to eating his food, drifting into obscurity. He just sat and watched as he ate, feeling more comfortable with the others ignoring him. It was a strange talent that he'd been given by birth. It was lonely, but it was comfortable, too. Through school, he'd always been ignored. He'd wondered why for so long. It was only since he'd started training himself in magic that he'd learned that this, too, could be controlled. And right now was a good time to use it. He settled back watching Hinako talking and eating and laughing with the others. After a time, Gosankuji started to frown. A strange sound reverberated through the room, coming from the open slide door of the Nakoyanan. He looked around, noting that no one else had noticed it yet. Whatever it was, it was getting louder. S that sound? He asked quietly. The effect on the others lost on him as he looked around again. Ranma and Akane both started slightly, and a look passed between them. How cold they not had remembered that he was there. Then they, too, heard the rumbling sound and sounds of yelling. As it became louder and clearer, both Ranma and Akane realized what it was. A group of angry women, chasing after a pervert. It was a peculiar sound that wasn't easily forgotten, especially to Ranma, who'd been trampled under the crowds of women on numerous occasions. Before the realization had fully struck them, the doors of the Nakoyanan burst open, and two small, dark blurs sped into the room, and zoomed into the nearest wall, where they stopped with the asterisk squish asterisk. With surprise, Ranma and Hinako jumped up at the intrusion. Gosankuji, along with the rest of the clientele, followed soon after. Cries of shock on their lips. The two figures were quite small, both dressed in dark clothing, and both had a kerchief over their heads, tied under their nose in the traditional manner of a thief. But there was no disguising who they were. Apple's-eye and Rakayu's eyes. Brothers in perversion, if not by blood! They peeled off the wall and gently floated to the ground. Suddenly, Tata jumped back up again, Happy holding a giant bag. Out of the opening, a few silken panties could be seen, nestled deeply in the giant bag. Boys, Jiji, what you doing here? Ranma asked, glaring at the old man, and ignoring his friend the old man with the giant calligraphy set. True, they were equally annoying, but that was HAPPOUSAI back. How much did he remember of what happened? Ranma had to find out. The little old man looked up at Ranma, little recognition on his face. He snatched the bag to his chest, holding his treasures protectively. You're getting my silky darlings! The other old man stood near Happy. If you want it, you'll have to get by both of us, Ranma. And this time turning into a girl won't help you. Know that trick already. He brandished his brush like a weapon. Apple's-eye blinked and tugged at Rakayu's eye's sleeve. That's Ranma ? Left square bracket flashback right square bracket. The pair had chatted after their accidental meeting after gaining consciousness. Once Lucky had found out that his old friend had forgotten almost everything, he realized that there was a way to pay back the young, insolent Ranma for what he'd done in the past. Less than, indeed. Turning into a boy while I was hugging his breasts! Greater than. So Lucky told Apple's-eye all about the boy man. Now, but Rakayu's eye had not seen Ranma in a long time. He told Happy all he remembered of Ranma, putting a rather bad spin on everything. Happy's eyes had pulled out a sheet of paper while they conversed, and had suddenly lost interest as he stared worshipfully at the paper. Wondering what could be on it, Lucky took a peek. A butterfly on the paper. made of fluffy Soun special ink. It could only be Ranma's breast prints! The two made a pact to find Ranma and punish him. A vow made over thought paper. The only thing that they both held dear. Left square bracket and flat back right square bracket. The other old man nodded slowly, pulling out that piece of paper. The twelve at it as if it was a holy object. Double quote Ranma single quote s breast marks. Double quote Ranma snorted. Get real, old man. You think that I'd do that for you? To question mark exclamation point. You single quote rageous disgusting perverts, the both of you. That's a tanuki statue's breast print exclamation point double quote. Rather than deflating him, it seemed to anger Happo's eyes. How dare you exclamation point. We single quote been worshipping that print since I can remember. For taking away an old man's only happiness, I'll teach you a lesson. He made a sudden leap for Ranma, the bag above his head, to smack it down onto the younger man. Double quote Happo hyphen go hyphen ju hyphen n hyphen satsu. Came a voice from behind Ranma, and a beam of light flashed past Ranma towards the old man, and struck Rakayu's Ichiron as Happo's eye sailed over the blast, singeing a foot exclamation point. Inako's single quote s power drain sucked up energy, changing her into her adult form, stretching her dress over her now voluptuous and sexy form. Double quote delinquents don't stand a chance, Hinako said, her voice deep, husky and very sexy. She looked down at the two as she swept back her long, dark hair with a fawn, and stopped. There was something wrong. Rakayu's eye wasn't on the floor, devoid of all of his fighting ki. He was shaken, but it looked as if he'd blocked the blast with his brush and the paper he was holding. It just wasn't right. She'd drawn energy exclamation point before she could think further. Ranma had downed into the fray and was unhappy and lucky before they could even think about defending themselves. Ranma had gotten _good_ since either of them last remembered him. He shook them, holding each by the scruff of their necks, and looked over at the kitchen window. What do you want me to do with these two perverts? Double quote Cologne, Shampoo and Moose had been watching the show. Double quote HRMPH. Throw out trash, Shampoo managed, and turned her nose up at such dirty old men, then went back into the kitchen. As the two landed out onto the road,